All right. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm a little bit behind on schedule wise of what I had hoped to get accomplished uh, before uh, before the drawing. Um, give me 1 second. Reply. Yeah, he'll be coming on in probably an hour. I sent him the link already. You're welcome to come on panel if you want. I'm just gonna run through X. I'm I'm just gonna run through X until he comes on. All right. Okay. Yeah, trying to deal with a whole bunch of different stuff at different times, and I've had a heck of a morning as it is. Just weird morning. Just give me 1 second. Go lay down, Josie. Go lay down. Oh, Grandma getting a little grouchy today. I think maybe we all are in some ways. Just a little bit grouchy. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and get this thing started. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all of you just joining us. We're just getting started for the day. If you have not signed up for the beef giveaway that is going to take place here shortly, I'm going to recommend that you do so. I just dropped a link in the chat again. Okay, last chance to get signed up for it. Okay, it's basically about 200 and some. I think it's around $240 to $250 worth of beef. As a matter of fact, I'll show you what it entails. Give me a second here to get it pulled up on the screen. Okay, so this is Lightning Springs Ranch. Okay, now understand, guys, we don't get paid for doing this. Okay, the reason that I promote these guys is because of the fact that I did an order from them and they were really good. Period. Okay, 10 times better than anything I've ever gotten in a grocery store or from a butcher. Okay, 100% really good grass-fed beef. Okay, so you go to their website here, Lightning Springs Ranch. They actually have different things on here. You can actually it's a free monthly $150 premium grass-fed beef giveaway. They do it every month. You can just enter your name, enter your email, submit, and it takes you to it. Okay, all right. That's just to give you a basic idea of what they do there. Let me get back to the main page though. Okay, super simple, super easy. You don't have to buy anything. You just sign up. Maybe after you try their beef, you might want to order from them. Okay, these are the packages that generally they have available. They, you can see. So they got the heel burger. They got the eighth beef. Basically 50 plus pounds. You put a deposit down, and as soon as it comes in, it gets shipped out to you. American Family Bundle. Core Nutrients. Core Nutrients is like the liver, the tongue, all that stuff. All the innards that people look for. Half beef, 200 plus pounds. And then you got they got gift cards too, where you can help somebody else out and maybe help somebody else get some beef. Low and slow bundle. It's everything that cooks low and slow. Quarter beef, whole. Okay, so this is the whole health bundle. This is what he's giving away today. Okay, whole health bundle consists of. Hang on, where is it? This bundle is 15 pounds of grass-fed beef and includes 5 pounds of top-notch steaks, 5 pounds of our savory roast, and 5 pounds of our juicy ground beef. Yep, and it's shipped right to your house. You don't have to go out for it or anything like that. It's $233 is what it costs. So that's what they're doing for us, promoting them, is giving you the opportunity to get some beef in your freezer, and that's I think that's kind of cool. I'm going to drop the link one last time here. Okay, because Donovan is going to be joining us in just a little while. Dave will be joining me as well for this giveaway. And basically, it's the idea, folks, that instead of them giving back to us for promoting them, me or Dave, they're doing it for you. Okay, the viewers, because the viewers are the ones who, you guys are more important. We do all this together. You know what I mean? So if we can help somebody save a little bit of money on groceries, or maybe get beef that normally that they can't afford to get, then let's do so. And the puppies are screaming because they want their voices heard. And really, you guys need to take a nap right now. Pile up. Okay, where was I? Before I was so distracted. Okay. We were gonna get into my ex. Okay, all right, let's go ahead.
Using the term mother to birthing people.
Black birthing people.
Black birthing people. Black and indigenous birthing people.
Is the administration's official policy to replace the term woman with birthing people?
I was a little taken back when I just read it and saw it, that the term mother was gone in spots and it was replaced with birthing people.
Again, if we're trying to be precise in the language that's used.
Mom's a pretty good word.
Everything that's worth living and dying for is under attack right now.
This environment that has been created and corrupted and manipulated does not respect women, does not respect children, does not respect men. It cares nothing for family. If that is the society that we want to live in, then we need to see how crazy we are. Really. The world is in the condition that it is in because of the disrespect of the woman. There's so much that we place around her because, as we are also taught, that when you teach a man, you are teaching an individual. When you teach a woman, you are teaching a nation. Every prophet came from the womb of a woman. Every intelligent, strong, powerful man and woman came from the womb of a woman. So that's why they have to attack mother and remove father, because before you can get to her, you have to get through him. Every wise nation has security, and the man is supposed to be that security. Can a woman secure too? Of course. Are there female warriors? Absolutely. However, because of her value, because a whole nation comes out of her, so you must be protected. And the man having that essential position by nature, so someone who knows that about you will do their best to make sure you are removed, because there is a standard of conditioning that has to take place. Man, woman, child. If I want to get to that, I have to remove your protector, because he is watching to make sure that everything that goes on in this environment is safe and secure. That's why they have to attack masculinity, because they know, damn, if there's real men around here, we can't really do what we want to do. And if there are real women, we for damn sure can't do what we want to do, because she's going to protect that child, he's going to protect that woman, and they both are going to protect society.
Pretty simple, right? Yeah. Pretty simple. Break up the family. Break up the family. That's what they've been doing for so long. So long. Okay, let's get into my feed, because that's where I get into the most trouble. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Right on schedule. What does he say? Right on schedule. The Calvin Coolidge Project. New. Former President Obama has arrived at 10 Downing Street for a private meeting. What's Obama going to Downing Street for? Where's the security? No security whatsoever? Really? No security at all? Really? Really? No security at all. Wonder why that's happening. What's up with that? All right. Here's an update on Kate, or better yet, an update on the royal media strategy. This was kind of interesting. I've seen this woman before. I'm not exactly, I don't really know much about her. Molly McPherson press release. So let's check it out. Here we go.
Wow. I just watched the most fascinating news interview I've seen about the royal family. Absolutely fascinating. The Today Show, Australia, national morning show. They did a segment on the royal family about Kate Middleton. And the reason why it was so fascinating is because it revealed the next media move by the royal family. Now you may be thinking, Molly, how are you watching morning news in Australia? It's because I happened to be in that media interview. I was part of the segment, but frankly, I didn't need to be a part of the segment because I was so fascinated watching the other guests on the segment. So I've appeared on this broadcast before. I've spoken to Carl and Sarah. I've watched a lot of the segments on their news when I'm waiting. And I found out about less than a minute before we were going live that someone was going to be joining me on the segment talking about Kate Middleton and that she was going to go first. And I thought, something tells me she's not going to be some sassy American PR type, talking about the shady, shifty PR coming out of Kensington Palace. And I was correct. It was a royal editor from a esteemed publication in the UK. So I'm not going to, I don't want to name it because I don't want to dunk on her because she's very good at what she does. But I was fascinated listening to, what do we call it in the US? Spin. She revealed what the next media move is going to be. Oh, it's funny because they revealed it so late. And even when I asked, I said, who is it going to be? And they went, I didn't even get it. And so the program was going live, out of my peripheral. So I could see two people and she was in the box above me. And the Chiron said that she was in New York and that I was in London. I thought, that's not right. She said, well, friends, I spoke with friends of Prince William and Catherine. I was like, oh, I'm on a segment with a rather big royal wheel. It appears now that we are entering the medically focused William phase of our program. They now are going to be, I think, going back into recovery mode for Catherine because they cannot show her, they cannot reveal Catherine at all. So here's the spin. Now, remember what I said 2 days ago? I was on a run. I was wearing a Boston Red Sox cap. I was all sweaty. And I, because in my run, I was thinking about this. Whenever there is a media statement, official or unofficial, that has been delivered via someone else, a royal editor, look for anything that sounds like blame, where they want to point fingers at other people. Other people are causing the problem because it ain't us, it's someone else. So here's the spin. William is so concerned they are, the palace, the family, they are shaken by this frenzy that resulted from one simple family photo. Now, you're not going to get language that it was a doctored family photo or a family photo that they toss Kate bus. They completely toss Kate under the bus on that one, which is pretty savvy because you put the blame on Kate because no one's going to get mad at Kate because everyone right now has so much sympathy for Kate. Everyone is feeling for Kate. Where they're not feeling warm and fuzzies for. Stay with me. William. So now Kate, she is like John Travolta, who's with me, in a bubble. No one is going to see her. No one's going to hear from her. And you want to know why? Because they gave us a date, April 17th. That's another month. St. Patrick's Day. Today's the 17th. It's a whole month. They just went, 30 days. Isn't that funny? It's just 30 days. They know that that's the day, 30 days from now. So it feels like they just gave themselves some time to figure out how they're going to handle what's happening behind the scenes, because there is no doubt that there's something happening behind the scenes. And here's the reason why. Because Kensington Palace only has one trick up their sleeve. That's it. One. There's only one thing that they can do that will exonerate them from this complete media meltdown that they're having. We are in the territory of one of the worst crises we've ever seen by an institution ever. It's not just the mistake, it's the prolonged mistake. It is the doubling down on the mistake. It would be so simple just put out a video, put out a photograph, a non-doctored photograph, not an obscure photograph. Everybody is analyzing everything. So they've given themselves 30 days. But what happens at day 30, if they reveal Kate, and she's fine, and she looks fine, and she's her bubbly self, and she has an explanation for all of it, that will be their masterstroke. That will call that the "we told you so" move. That's the only thing they have. The only thing they have. Anything absent of that, no. Because here's the bottom line. There is nothing louder in the middle of a public relations crisis, in the middle of a communication crisis, than is the loudest response, particularly when people just want answers. It's not as if everybody is going crazy and creating all of this. They are creating. This is a crisis of their own doing. Everyone on social media isn't creating this. So that's what it's going to be. It's going to be 30 days. Catherine's in recovery. Prince William is very, very concerned about his family. He's very concerned about Catherine's health. There will be a lot of focus on it because we're not going to be hearing about any other things happening within the royal family. The focus is going to be on the bubble of concern that we have from Catherine, okay? And that Prince William is going to do whatever it takes to protect her. Who are they protecting her from? You. And you, and you, and you, and you, you, all of you. How dare you? How dare you have interest in an entity not saying anything?
I found that kind of amusing in some ways, because when did we last see that? The last time we saw that was with Diane. Remember, Diane disappeared for like a month, right? Yeah. Oh, who just said that? Mary says, "I think the king is gone." That just reminded me of the song. Last night I broke the seal on a Jim Beam decanter that looked like Elvis. I soaked the liver off Flintstone's jelly bean jar. Yeah, the king is gone. That's a George Jones song. Yeah. All right. Details on what's going on, where the 2 National Guards and Border Patrol agent were found dead on the Rio Grande. Cartels are leaving children in the middle of the rivers to distract Texas state troopers so they can smuggle. Well, we kind of knew that was going on. But then again, our government doesn't give 2 craps about the illegals at all, do they?
A guided tour on the Rio Grande River. It is incredible what is not being reported in the mainstream media. I mean, we were spotted the entire time. You're looking at this image of us on the boat as we made our way south from McAllen to just take a look at what was happening on the Mexican side and the American side. And I think the average person would be astonished. You would be flabbergasted if you saw what was really happening there from the encampments and the cartel spotters. So every step of the way, you couldn't always see them, but there were folks inside the brush filming us, taking pictures, and you could see the trash that was strewn everywhere on both sides of the river as people would have encampments. And I asked the folks that we were with, some of the law enforcement and former law enforcement, why are they camping out on the river? The reason is they're waiting for the go-ahead from the cartel. So as ironic as it seems, where our border is wide open on this southern stretch, or at least what we saw from McAllen up to Laredo, there are rules on the Mexican side, and no one crosses without paying the tax to the cartel. And of course, the price for non-payment is death.
Yes, well, and the cartels, the Zeta cartels, were controlling Miguel Alemán, as you know, just over the Rio Grande there in the Roma section. I had some good friends down there, and there's so much money being made. You're right. The cartels are now warring over each other. Children are caught up in all of this too. And I think when we look at what's happening at the border, it's a crisis on so many levels. We know that there is deadly fentanyl getting in. We know there's people on the terror watch list. And Bill, when you see it, you say it's not being reported on. How infuriating is it when you hear our president saying, we need more money from Congress, because we know that that is pure gaslighting.
Our own Border Patrol is essentially a taxi service for illegal migrants. And Bianca, I'll tell you this is not an invasion of migrants looking for a better life.
No.
This is a human trafficking, highly organized military operation run by the cartels, not only 3 Mexican cartels that we learned about while we were there, but a Chinese cartel that is now transferring the manufacture of this fentanyl and the drugs and doing it in Mexico. And as you said, they're using children. At one point, we were on an area of a ranch on the American side, and we saw bullet holes that our guides showed us in some of the homes that were close to the river. So you've got a disaster on your hands. I mean, Laredo, the old city of Laredo, is a near ghost town. You don't feel safe. Most of the stores are either boarded up or closed. People are not walking around. We were there on a Saturday morning. It is absolutely disheartening to see this. But one former and then a current Department of Public Safety, a state trooper in Texas, talked about how they will leave kids in the middle of the river to distract our law enforcement while the operation of getting military-aged men is going on.
Okay, recommendation for this person is the next time you will record something directly from the TV, please turn up the volume. For Pete's sakes, people don't want to have to read unless they have to. All right. Here we go. I meme, therefore I am. Colombian gang leader suspected of murder and drug trafficking arrested near San Antonio. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go.
Confirmed high-ranking gang leader is behind bars. 29-year-old.
One of Colombia's most wanted fugitives captured in New Braunfels.
And this guy is like the number 7 on the most wanted for like South America.
Alleged cartel member wanted on a number of charges, including murder and extortion. News 4 San Antonio's Amanda Henderson has more on how he ended up in our backyard.
Tonight, the Department of Homeland Security confirms a high-ranking gang leader is behind bars. 29-year-old Venezuelan Arbes Segundo Pirera was arrested in New Braunfels. In a press conference, several high-ranking Colombian officials speaking about Pirera's arrest, calling the Venezuelan native and alleged second-in-command for the gang Satanas dangerous. We obtained arrest warrants laying out Pirera's history. Homeland Security investigations saying he was wanted for homicide, drug trafficking, and extortion in Colombia. One of his alleged victims, a 7-year-old boy.
They start with petty crime.
Retired Homeland Security agent Ari Jimenez spoke with us earlier this year about gang members in the United States.
The behavior that we've seen is behavior of people that do not come into the country for the purpose of migration, asylum seekers. Is strictly for exploiting the criminal enterprise.
HSI tells us Pirera first entered the U.S. on January 2nd near Eagle Pass unlawfully. He was arrested that same day near El Paso and given a notice to appear. On January 5th, he was released from custody before being rearrested more than 2 months later in New Braunfels.
Now, my question is where is he now? What are they doing with him? Yeah. All right. This is a battle for God and country. The demons showed their faces this weekend. This fight we will win. The battle prayer is underway.
We're going to stand up to the corrupt political establishment. We're going to evict a totally corrupt president, Joe Biden, from the White House. And we're going to finish the job that we started, the most successful presidency.
Lord, I come before you. I offer up this prayer. Everyone certain thinks nobody cares. For everyone struggling, for those that constipate. For everyone is drowning, Lord, please stop the rain. Revive the ones who give it up, awaken and we pray. For the broken heart spirits that have gone astray. Lord, we pray for wisdom and discernment, clarity, that our hearts and minds will open so that we can see. Father, please forgive us, help us trust you and obey. Renew our strength and courage, unto you we pray. God, please save America, as we unite to make our stand. Cover us and Lord, protect us by your mighty hand. Lord, we pray. The Spirit of America, God shed His grace on me. Remember we will home brave and let the free. We will not call up and no rain in our fight for liberty. And we're proud to be Americans all the time we see. Heart and soul of America can never be erased. And these battles we will overcome and we will embrace. Father, please forgive us. Help us trust you and obey. Renew our strength and courage. Unto you we pray.
California, or Miguel California, one or the other. I'm not sure how you pronounce his name exactly, but the guy's written some really awesome music over a period of time. I'm gonna.
On November 5th, 2024, we're going to stand.
Here's the link for this, and then you can maybe sign up and follow him because he puts out a lot of great content. He works with the Daily Mean team as well. So here's a little piece put together by my lunch break. I like this guy. He does some great research and goes through a lot of old stuff and digs up a lot of stuff from the past that we don't know about, we didn't know about, that's been hidden from us. And we've been learning a lot about the mudslides and things like that over these last couple of years. And he really put some stuff into perspective here. Let's take a peek.
I promise that I have something that will take the mainstream history that we've been force-fed since day one and rip it right in half. So here we go. The photo description states that in the summer of 1903, construction continues inside the entrance to the Palace of Machinery for the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, the 1904 World's Fair. The date of this photo is in 1903. The fair in St. Louis was in 1904. So this would all make perfect sense, except there's a massive flaw. A flaw so big that it's undeniable proof that this building was constructed 100 years before the 1903 date that we are told, and proof that there was a mud flood that ripped through this building at some point after 1803. Where is the foundation of this building? Incredibly detailed construction projects do not take place on top of dirt and garbage. This, in my opinion, is the most incredible photo that I have ever seen to this point. A lie right in our faces, saying that this was being built in 1903, when we have multiple dates of 1803, time-stamped right on the building, multiple times. Not only that, but you can see that the mud flood damaged the bottom of this building here. The mud came after the construction, not before. And I want to make that point very clear. This is a cleanup project, 100%. After this World's Fair, they knocked these buildings down, not because they were pathetic, but because they held dates that do not fit in our mainstream timeline and architecture that we cannot reproduce today. It's incredible. I've been talking to many people, engineers, construction workers, architects, and more about this photo. They are telling me that this is undeniable proof. And at this point, there isn't an excuse in the book that could save the mainstream history. It's time for everyone to wake up to the nonsense that we have all been force-fed to believe. Oh, and we're just getting started today. Welcome to episode 49 of My Lunch Break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new, welcome. And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to FlatEarthDave.com. You can check out his app. I'll put the link in the description, and you can use my referral code, MLB. The app is awesome. It shows a lot of videos that are really hard to find. They've got them all in great playlists. He also has My Lunch Break on the homeschool section of the app, which is really cool. Thank you for that. Thank you to Rebecca Kay, Don Gaston, Jason Brunson, Christopher Arietta, The Lady Lacey Show, Edwin Johnson, Chuck Templeton, David and Sherry Ferguson, Joy Lee, Leslie Pipkins, PNR, Stephanie Nolan, Dan Whittle, Dale, DJ ClickTrack, Edward and Brianna, Edwin Rice, Jim Ribley, and Christine Duggan, Kyle Glasscock, Maddie B, and Neva the Prez, the Burlesons, Tim Rack, Two Spirit, Zach Bronco, Corey Franks, and Helmut. You guys are all awesome and helping this channel out a lot. There are a lot of hidden photos that I'm about to share, and they no longer have to be buried deep in the archives. And for the beginning of these photos, I want to focus on the main theme. The theme being that the building is completed, and they are simply putting scaffolding around the buildings. In my opinion, they are painting these buildings white so that they look brand new, when in reality, they are old and from the past civilization. Here we are told is the government building in the Philippine Exposition. We can zoom in on these guys, and of course, they're not doing anything productive. You would think that they could build a better ladder compared to what they supposedly built right next to them. And again, let's switch over to this one, where we are told that this is a construction photo when it's clearly completed. The only construction going on here is the scaffolding. Again and again, people just standing there looking so odd. And it almost looks like they just have a kid here. I mean, look at the detail on top of the columns. It's unbelievable. And I believe that I was correct when I said that they were just painting these buildings. They are not constructing anything. Now let's look down here at the bottom right-hand side of this photo. It says right here that these are painters and decorators. They are not building anything like the description says for these photos. And they needed a place to live on site because they were painting all of these old world buildings. They were going to be there for a while. The buildings lasted forever. The paint did not. So they needed to get a fresh coat of paint on there. But when you look at the description of the photo, it says that it's a photo during its construction. So they are clearly lying. Painting is not constructing. It's painting. Two different, completely separate jobs. So these are all from the St. Louis World's Fair that we showed in the intro. The dates are from 1803. Not 1903, and it had a mud flood that ripped through the interior of these buildings. So let's take a look at this building from St. Louis. And this is founded and renamed the Varied Industries Building. This is another completion photo that they're trying to say is a construction photo. And I want to zoom in on the top of this building. Can you believe the tech that is on the top of this thing? It's incredible. We have shown the airships in episode 48 and how they connected these flying crafts to the top of these buildings and use them as charging docks. And to be clear, I don't think that the past civilization was limited to just these airships that we have photos of. I think that they had much more powerful vehicles. But let's get back to these photos. Skeptics have said these buildings were just made of wood and very easily constructed. And then that's why they knocked them down. No. The only wood that was being used in this project is for the scaffolding to paint the old world buildings white. The lumber is for the scaffolding, not the actual building. Let's make that very clear. If you've ever gone to one of these buildings, the pillars are pure marble. They're not wood. You can use the Field Museum as an example, located in Chicago. Now here we have another incredible construction photo, where for some reason, there isn't much construction going on, just a building with more scaffolding. So my question is, how have they gotten away with this nonsense for so long? That is not construction. I can clearly see that the building is done. Just because someone put a ladder in front of it doesn't mean this is being constructed. This is the process that painters use. Any painter will confirm this. And also imagine carrying these materials up that scaffolding. If this was really a construction photo, it would be impossible and very embarrassing because nobody would be able to do it. Does anyone see a crane anywhere? No. Once you know, you know. You don't go back to believing in the lies because they are ridiculous. We have more tech in the background here. There are two of them actually. And here we have a bunch of people that found this building. Let's take a second and look at the size of this thing. This was the Palace of Electricity. Could you imagine this being constructed today? This thing is unbelievable. And remember, there were so many of these buildings being thrown together in like 2 years, supposedly, at the same exact time. Oh, and they are all dated 1803, not 1903. And what happened to the Palace of Electricity? We were told that these buildings were practically worthless, and they ended up in dump sites because they were just made of wood, right? The problem with that is that they are contradicting themselves. The Missouri History Museum states that the construction for the Palace of Electricity and Machinery costed them $412,000, which is the equivalent to $11.48 million today in 2023. So it's practically worthless, or is it 11.4 million? This is the kind of stuff that makes me fully trust the mainstream narrative. I love just knowing deep down that they would never lie to us. It's just really nice to know. I love that they provide us with full logistical details. They never contradict themselves. They go that extra mile to make sure that what we are being told is exactly what happened. Oh, they don't do any of that? No, they don't do any of that. Literally none of it. The title states that this is the Iowa State Pavilion construction. And if you just shut your eyes right now, you can clearly see them right there laying the cornerstone. Okay, you can open your eyes now. This is the master builder down here. And those guys up there were also fully trained on how to build massive palaces. In fact, they are admittedly self-trained, getting a lot of their architecture designs and ideas from working on Abe Lincoln's house. As you can see, they were very busy workers. They got that building done in less than 2 years, ready for the world to see. Temporarily, of course, before knocking it down so that nobody would ever see it again. And we can't forget to mention that they have painters actually painting this building, 4 of them to be exact, proving again that these are not construction photos. They are painting photos. And over on the right-hand side of this photo, we can clearly see a construction process happening, putting the scaffolding together with perfection. Just look at that scaffolding architecture. Okay, I'll be done with the sarcasm for today. The mainstream narrative is so ridiculous. It's really hard to not make fun of it at this point. And then we have more painters. He's got his paintbrush in his hand and the paint right there on the scaffolding. So it's pretty clear at this point that these are no longer allowed to be considered construction photos for anyone that ever had a doubt in their mind. Now he's holding up a hat, and that hat says something on it. I wish I knew what it said. Comment below what you think that hat says. All answers are accepted. The guy next to him is also wearing a top hat, which is, of course, if you're going for the productive painter / I still want my style points look, very common for the 1900s. Very impressive. And here we have the United States Fisheries Building during its completion. But I'm going to zoom in on this building on the right-hand side because it's very strange. And we have these creatures' faces on the side of this building with writing here as well. I can't see exactly what it says, but it definitely doesn't say Fisheries Building. And then we can see more painters up here on the left-hand side. And here we have a modern fisheries building, built by us, of course, which won't last forever, unfortunately, because that's the way we construct things. So here we have a fisheries building that is designed by the Greek gods. And we are told that this is a separation of 100 years, but we are evolving and advancing when in all honesty, that's the complete opposite. More and more people are realizing that the mainstream history that is written down by some random individual that was never even there and is being told what to write is a joke. Anyone that is seriously backing the regurgitated nonsense at this point and is serious about it should be very careful what they hope and believe in, because I have a lot more on the way that is going to rip their history books apart. So let's switch gears here for part 2. I want to show you all the Grimes County Courthouse, located in Anderson, Texas. And we'll just go right in on their website and can really understand how deep the lie goes and how many times it's happened and how these stories are a code, and in my opinion, written by the AI. And a clear giveaway is the repetition. The courthouse was supposedly designed by Glover and Company and completed in 1894, where it incorporates the east wall and foundations of an earlier courthouse that was, you guessed it, destroyed by a fire. So we are all aware of what the fire narrative really means at this point. It is a nod to their group that this building is from the old world. There was never a fire here, and this building is the original building. The fires that happen today are real. You can see them. The fires are there to destroy the previous civilization's work. And they are not just fires. In my opinion, they are demolitions. Stone and brick do not burn down from a house fire. And this is common knowledge. The fire story today is to destroy these buildings, collect the insurance check, and there's nobody to blame, conveniently. Now, a fire story from the 1800s is weird because they're trying to fit these incredible buildings into this insane timeline that they're trying to come up with. It's simply a nod, and we know this now. The amount of times that the fire narrative is given to us is alarming. Can you imagine every single house in your neighborhood going up in a fire? No, that's not possible. But nearly every single old world building has a fire story. The probability of that is 0%. So let's stay in Anderson County, Texas, where they have another courthouse that has a backstory that, in my opinion, wouldn't hold up in their own courthouse, located at One Public Square in Palestine, Anderson County, Texas. This building was built on top of the highest hill in Palestine. And we all know when there is a big hill that something is most likely under the grass. We've shown this a lot. Episode 45 has an awesome example of this. Of course, we get the weirdest reoccurring names here, which we've shown a lot. How the AI can't come up with different names. It basically takes like 3 names and scrambles them. It's actually bizarre. It's very weird. Episode 43 is my favorite example of this with the Fredericks. But here we get the architects, Charles Henry Page and Louis Charles Page. So we get Charles Page and Louis Charles Page. That's fine, they can be brothers. But we know the reoccurring names at this point and know that this is not an accident. And we know what's really going on here. The mom and dad didn't put Charles as the one kid's name and Charles for the other kid's middle name. It's a clear mix-up by the AI. And then calling them brothers. And to drive this home, if you're on the fence, this is the 4th courthouse on this site. And this one was thrown together by the Charles Page twins in less than a year, over 110 years ago, from 1913 to 1914. Still trusting the narrative? Or should we go deeper? The first Anderson County Courthouse, a 1-story frame structure, was built in 1847. It was replaced, supposedly, 9 years later. And this type of thing was simple in the 1800s. Building courthouses back then with a horse and a wagon with no power tools was simple stuff. It was very easy. So a 3rd courthouse, also brick, was completed in 1886, only 30 years later. But you guessed it, was, of course, destroyed by a fire in 1913. We're clearly at the point where we are proving time and time again that we have been told a massive lie and that none of the mainstream history is or ever has been telling the truth. Again, using facts and real logistics and common sense. This fire supposedly happened in 1913. This is what they're telling us. And then somehow clean this brick building up, get it out of the way, get all of the new materials to the site, and knock this new courthouse out in less than a year. And it's here forever. This is insane to believe at this point. That isn't even close to a real timeline. And we're not done with Texas today. Let's go over to the Fort Bend County Courthouse and see what they have going on over there. Since, of course, we have these very real twin Charles Page brothers, pinned as the architects of that one too. A brick classical revival style masterpiece that also stands the test of time. And if you thought that last one was an eye-opener, hold on to your seats, because this is the 5th courthouse in this county, which began in 1837. The structure was designed by these Page twins and all wrapped up in 1909. So from 1908 to 1909, less than a year, they got this thing done. And that's, of course, not the weirdest part, because, of course, there is more. Because we need to figure out why there's been 5 courthouses here in this town. So the 1887 courthouse, one of the 5 that were here prior, had a clock tower, but they removed that shortly after the building was done, which makes sense if you're trying to hide the past civilization's work. This courthouse stood on Morton Street, where the current town hall sits, and you guessed it again, it burned down in 1930. Did you think that was where I was going to stop? Well, here on TexasCourthouses.com, I found all 5 of these supposed previous courthouses, and I want to know where they all went. Not just one of them. The first one, in 1842, gone, lost to erosion. Here's a second one. Building completion date, 1871. Present status, gone. Burned down in 1887. So we know that this exact same courthouse has multiple fire stories, because we already know that courthouse number 3, built in 1887, also burned down in 1930 from a fire. Oh, and remember when we were told that the clock tower was removed shortly after the building was done? Well, now we're being told that it was conveniently blown away in the wind. Come on, narrator, get your story straight. Oh, and just for fun, courthouse number 2 was $7,500. So courthouse number 4, just throw another 0 on the end of the same exact repeating number of 75. Unbelievable stuff. Between building projects that take less than a year, over and over, to the same names, and all of the old world buildings, somehow, randomly, without any backstory as to how it happened, going up in flames. Brick buildings, when we know that brick does not burn down from house fires. This is a lie and has been right in our faces. And all we had to do was look. It is incredible. Oh, and one more thing about these 2 Charles Page twins, just to end this episode with an eye-opener. And of course, I'll be back with much more very soon. And I hope you all have a great rest of your day. And I want to thank all the badge members and Patreons and subscribers for keeping this channel going. You are all awesome, and I'm very thankful. I'm going to leave you all with this, something that should show you all that this is a controlled narrative with hidden codes and messages. And we have been lied to by a group of people from day one. I have located these Charles Page twins, and I have found their supposed backstory. And not only are they from St. Louis, a place that we have gone to, and we know how incredible that place is now, but their father has the same name of Charles Henry, and the mother's name is Page. All 4 characters sharing the same name, where his father was a Mason, with his brother being named Louis, and another duplicate name, hinting at the city of St. Louis. It's a code, a clear connection, reoccurring names over and over again. A code for only their group to understand. Until now.
Yeah, my lunch break. He puts out a lot of great content. Does some really nice dives. Good info, you know. Okay, so Sir Oliver Pollock put out, you just can't make this up. This is gold. Gotta love at Real Donald Trump, Dan Scavino, and his team. So Dan Scavino, well, you can see he says bloodbath here. Look at the bloodbath. Okay. Well, let's see how many people use the word bloodbath. Fake news made a big deal out of the word bloodbath, knowing it was about our shrinking auto manufacturing business and the fact that they use the same name all the time. They are so bad. Let's check it out.
But as Politico.com reports tonight on the, quote, bloodbath at the RNC, Headlines calling it a, quote, bloodbath. Be a bloodbath. Not only is it going to be a bloodbath, but after they leave New Hampshire, it's a bloodbath on her home turf. That's really tough. Trump has left a lot of corpses in his wake. I mean, we can count the bodies.
As part of the, quote, MAGA drive to take over Maricopa County. And the headline refers to it as an impending bloodbath.
Columnist Charles Blow has a new piece for the New York Times entitled A Biden Bloodbath.
2018 midterms, you can bet that they 100% are fearing a slaughter. In fact, the word bloodbath and massacre come up frequently.
The Republican Party will be destroyed. It's going to be a bloodbath.
There's going to be a bloodbath one way or the other.
Bloodbath for Bernie Sanders.
It's been a bloodbath. They're shaping up to be a bloodbath.
Head off a bloodbath in next year's crucial midterm.
Off-year elections are often a bloodbath.
This week's bloodbath for Democrats.
A bloodbath at the ballot box.
There could be a Republican bloodbath.
They'll talk about a bloodbath.
It's a bloodbath. I have to talk about you. And
It's going to be a bloodbath all day long.
Is in for a bloodbath.
Hasn't been a bloodbath on the way down. Donald Trump, bloodbath. Be a bloodbath.
Predicted to be a bloodbath. May not be the bloodbath.
It would be a bloodbath.
More of a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath in November.
Possible Biden bloodbath this November.
A bloodbath on Wall Street.
There's going to be a bloodbath
In Alabama into a bloodbath.
Obviously, there was a bloodbath. It was a bloodbath. We're down 800 points.
this bloodbath at Department of Homeland Security.
And it's a bloodbath today.
There was going to be this bloodbath.
Election bloodbath.
It could be a bloodbath for them. Bloodbath, possibly.
Bloodbath that went through with the Attorney General. Bloodbath 99 days out.
The bloodbath is going to look like
Presided over a bloodbath in the diplomatic corps.
Absolute, in my opinion, bloodbath. The Democrats are
Calling it ticket sales turned into a bloodbath.
ticket sales for singer Taylor Swift's latest tour.
It's safe to say the fans had a bloodbath for the company after the fiasco.
Wow. Well, you know, when your
But as
friends,
Politico.com
are talking about, oh my God, did you hear about Trump saying bloodbath? Well, send that link to him. Send that link to him and say, yeah, it's kind of funny how they get mad when Trump does it, but not so much when everybody else does. Okay, Nick Alvear. Geez, I can't even pronounce it. Yeah, I'm having one of those. Yeah, mornings. Yeah, it's still morning for me. Geez, I can't even focus on the clock. 10 more minutes, and then I'll be wide awake. It'll be noontime. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, let's check this one out. You know, I've said this before. You know, I think it was wrong what happened to General Flynn in regards to, what he was charged with and all that and stuff. But there's a certain point that I have to draw a line. I do not trust Flynn whatsoever. Not one bit. I think that a lot of what was staged on January 6th was a result of his doing. But we'll find out someday. Not yet, but soon. Say what again, Fred? Ganja, what are you picking on me for? What are you picking on me for? What did I do? Don't do that, Tammy. You might knock me off my chair. No. Oh, I'm waiting to get a response from Ganja. Speaking of ganja, I need a little bit. Yeah, because my brain just is not functioning yet today. I don't know what it is. Okay. He didn't respond. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to get to this video. Here we go.
Lee had been organizing protests inside Capitol buildings in other states. It was apparent that he was planning to do a siege on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Using other state capitals for practice dry runs.
a minute.
We're all actors, but I want to direct and act.
He says he's a Trump supporter, right?
Trump, would you shut up? Would you shut up? Rhetorically, Trump was retarded. Trump was just annoying.
Well, that's exactly how you would do it. Think about it.
Stop the Steal is not just a political movement. It's not even a Trump movement. It's not a Trump movement.
You become the face of your enemy so that when the media demonizes you, they're actually demonizing your enemy.
I'm done with it.
Okay, now I want you guys to listen very closely to this part right here. I said it before. I don't trust Roger Stone with good reason. And this is why.
So that when the media demonizes you, they're actually demonizing your enemy.
I'm done with this president. I'm going to go public supporting impeachment. I have no choice. He has to go. He has to go. Run again. You'll get your fucking brains beat in.
No, I think it's really bad for the movement. This hurts. It doesn't help. I'm not sure what they thought they were going to achieve.
So this says, if Donald Trump decides not to run in 2024, we will be ready to join our group now on Gab. If you're ready to make a true American patriot who knows how to destroy the deep state, our leader. Yeah, I see General Flynn for president 2024, considering the candidacy of General Michael Flynn for president 2024. America is facing Marxist insurgency from enemies, foreign and domestic. America needs a wartime president to lead the counterinsurgency. It is never too soon to plan for the future. Yeah, I don't trust Flynn at all. Not one bit.
Roger as well, and he suggested you may run for president. No, don't worry about that. One day at a time.
One day at a time.
Love you, Dad.
Thank you, General.
You, where you don't want to go into politics, would you consider the vice presidential nod?
Hey, Stu, let's get one thing straight here with Trump. Trump's got to make a decision about what does he believe he must do.
Okay, now here comes another person that I do not trust. Tory says. Everybody goes by what Tory says. Let me tell you something. There's something about this woman that is totally off.
Kind of try to get in their mind. You have to understand how they eat.
Reason being, she consistently tries to play a psychological game on everybody. Psychological manipulation is not. Let me state that again. Is not the way to speak to Americans' hearts and minds. It just tells me that there's something about you that tells me that you're not right, that you're tapped.
How they walk, how they talk, what they like, what pushes their buttons, what drives them nuts, what upsets them, what makes them happy. And then you use that to your advantage to push whatever ideology or product or direction you want them to go. So if I want to blackmail you and put you under my thumb, not only will I know everything, but I will know your deepest, darkest fears. I will know people I can get in contact to find out more about you. Maybe you had like an old hockey injury. So if I wanted to attack you, I'd know where to hit you.
I believe Donald Trump knows everything. Michael Flynn was tied to NSO between Obama and when he came into the Trump administration. NSO produced Pegasus, a surveillance software for phones. I noted that the quote-unquote Biden person, whoever it is, imposed a restriction on any American business doing business with NSO. I think Donald Trump knows.
You understand enough about someone and you can hack their shadow, right? You can use their fears, you can use their anxieties.
So the answer is yes. I could be wrong. I pray that I'm right. But I think that's why people don't understand some of the things that President Trump does. They look at it and go, why would he endorse that person? Trust him that he has a reason. If I'm right, and I believe I am, that he's 20 steps ahead of everybody, he knows where he's going. He has not left. Why did Michael Flynn say Trump gave up on us? No, he did not. He's still fighting. Why did Mike Flynn and Sidney Powell and Patrick Byrne try to get President Trump in December to sign martial law publicly? Because if they had done that, and if he had done that, the country would have gone into a civil war. Because even half of the people that voted for Trump had been brainwashed to believe that he lost and that he was going to try to coup the country with the military. They tried to set him up. He didn't bite. So if I were Mike Flynn, I wouldn't sleep well at night.
Yeah, just too many things. And Linwood has called him out on quite a few things. Okay. That seem kind of off. Cat Turd says, LOL. I meme, therefore I am. A truth bomb explodes as a man reveals who's truly to blame for the migrant crisis in Chicago. Let's take a listen. This is actually kind of interesting how he ends this. This is great.
1980, which of course should have been changed a long time ago. So they bring them in. You wonder where the money coming from? They taking it, the COVID fund that was here, that money. You talking about all the pro housing programs. So when people pay rent, all the rental programs, that money, all the programs that we have in the city of Chicago, they are bankrupting us. They are taking from all of these programs that we have, and they're taking the money and they're funding the migrants. Our taxpayers, we've already paid $32 million out of our taxes to house and take care of the migrants thus far. Now, we already know the only ones who qualify to become citizens in asylum here from the starts of if they were here after August, they don't even qualify. But here we're going to be taking care of them for 5 to 7 years while there's paperwork floating on people's desk. And why? Send them home. Send them back. But Venezuela already said, oh, we're not taking them back. So now,
I got a question for you. Who did you vote for?
First of all, I have no problem with saying that I did vote for Biden because I was not voting.
Okay.
I did.
Okay,
But here it is.
Hold on.
Wait,
that was a question.
Okay.
Now you answered it, right?
Okay.
This migrant influx that we're dealing with right now, this is your fault.
Okay, well, let me say, hold on. First of all, let me say.
And he's 100% correct. Every person who voted for Biden, yep, you are at fault for this. You are the reason that this happened. So, it's just that simple. All right, MJ Truth Ultra put out. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Somebody just sent me a message about puppies. All right. So, MJ Truth Ultra put out Chicago. Notice a pattern emerging. City officials begin to evict illegal aliens from shelters, starting with single adult males. Okay. And this is the thing. I guess there's a time period. They have 30 days in these shelter buildings. And then after that, they don't have it anymore. Okay. Now, if these migrants are smart and they got $10,000 each on their cards, then what they would do is a bunch of them would get together and they could buy a house. You know what I'm saying? They could feasibly buy a house, right? That's just using common sense. You get 10 people together and everybody goes in on it. That's $100,000. And in New York, outside of the city, you can find some places to to buy for less than $100,000, you know, and you move there, right? But yeah, let's take a look.
Chicago is set to start evicting migrants from facilities despite a recent outbreak of measles at one of the city's largest shelters. Now, according to officials, there are nearly 12,000 migrants living in 23 shelters across the city, and Mayor Brandon Johnson says this eviction could impact about half of them. Kelsey has been following this story and joins us live. Kelsey, most migrants that you have spoken with say they haven't even heard about these evictions yet.
Yeah, Marky, I'm sad to say that is the truth. Evictions are going to start as soon as tomorrow for those migrants who have been in the shelter for more than 60 days in Chicago. And nearly every single migrant that I spoke to say that they're completely unaware that they will be forced to move out. Here's what they told us.
No one has told me anything about Saturday.
Do you know what's happening Saturday? Because I don't know. There's been some communication. Everyone has been told they have to be out by the end of this month. It's been very hard with the conditions here, and I don't know what to do next.
Most of the asylum seekers that we spoke to are from Venezuela and Colombia. They say they don't have jobs, no work papers, or any means to try to find a rental agreement. Many of them have several children. You can see there on your screen. Some of them even trying to sell cigarettes and snacks, just trying to make some money. January marked Mayor Brandon Johnson's initial deadline to evict migrants out of the shelters, but the mayor postponed that deadline due to harsh weather. Despite the measles outbreak this week, Johnson said that the city will continue to enforce its 60-day shelter limit, which could affect more than 5,000 migrants. Listen to this.
But again, they can return to the loading zone. That's one place, or they can decide to move on. You know, they don't necessarily have to remain within the structure that we're providing.
So what Mayor Brandon Johnson means here is that the migrants can return to the city's migrant landing zone. This is where the buses drop the migrants off when they arrive from the border. However, a coalition of Chicago aldermen who are against the eviction say that this deadline merely exacerbates and displaces the migrant issue. In a statement, Alderman Andre Vasquez said, quote, "I think people in the middle of a crisis can only see challenges right in front of them, and they don't necessarily play out the next 10 steps of how things occur." Now, critics of Johnson say their biggest concern here is that the mayor is seemingly without any sort of detailed plan for the migrants moving forward. Marky?
So it's kind of funny. All of a sudden, measles is now going to be a thing here in the United States again. You know, yeah, kind of weird. Okay. Mike L. Hashtag said the children put out son of Hussein Najati. Oh boy. He was a WEF co-founder. His father was a WEF co-founder, and his father walked away from Klaus Schwab because of the BS that Klaus Schwab was trying to push. Didn't want any part of it. But let's take a listen to what he's got to say.
I wish that all people around the world who listen to this realize what happened. The facts are clear. It's not for me to be the missionary. I'm the victim. I'm dying from it. And my mother too. Take note of this. And I think represent the light, because we are the guardians of humanity, and our light obliterates the darkness of evil. Always. Have confidence in yourself. Don't be violent. You don't need to be violent. I think lots of love and energy and light will obliterate the bad now. It's coming out. The snake head is being cut off. And the governments around the world, the corrupt governments around the world, should listen to their inner soul and correct the mistakes. It's never too late. We will overcome this. Humanity is stronger. I am a positive thinker. But from hope alone, it is not done. Everybody must now change the spirit. And all the vaccinated, the injected, knowing that they are poisoned, who don't now do something, are protecting a democide. We are the masses. We are billions of people. Let's just stand up and say, stop. We will not comply. And in French, ni oubli, ni pardon. And I thank President Trump, Commander-in-Chief Trump, the Space Force, and I thank President Putin for jointly taking out the cabal in Helsinki to finish this off. They had a press conference, 2018, it was summer, and President Putin gave a football to his colleague in a very good ambiance, by the way. The press was there. And he said, Mr. President, I give you this ball as a gift. The ball is now in your court. For those who didn't understand what that means, read up the documents.info. That was the signal to the cabal. From now on, Trump, President Trump and Commander-in-Chief and Putin, up to now and going forward, with 34 nations are doing their job to liberate humanity from oppression and the lies that we've been told for decades. And I wish that the Creator watches over all human beings and that we are protected.
Yeah, kind of crazy there. We got company. Hey, Dave.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I need to step out of the studio so that I can add those. Channels.
I think I got it. I think I got it.
Well, I have to step out in order for them to become active. So give me 1 second, and
Okay.
you stay on panel while I go do that. I'll be right back with you.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm actually in studio, so I can come at you here. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I am excited about this week. Good things to come for me and the show. So looking forward to sharing more with you. Yeah, how's everybody doing? What's did you go live this weekend at all?
I did. I did one yesterday. I did a about a 4 to 4.5 hours, just basically a catch up. So the month of March is really about the only month that we can do agricultural burning here on the farm. And I needed to clear almost 4 acres. So I got I got 2.5 done completely. I got another one that's I'd say about half done. And I had sunshine during the whole time, which was great. Basically what I have like, I think 8 days or 9 days of rain coming in a row. So by getting this done now, it's going to be great because all that saturation into the ground means that nothing's going to spark back up again.
Right. Yeah.
So it's been a piece of work, but it needed to get done. It really did. But they're very, very strict about backyard burning and stuff like that. So good thing is I'm a farm, so I get that agricultural burn. So at the same time that I'm burning the field, I also get to burn up all my garbage and everything else too. So I don't have to worry about getting a dumpster in to haul it all out and stuff. So, but how was your weekend?
All right. Got some good work done. Well done.
Yeah. How was your weekend?
Good. It was actually busy, like just a lot of work, a lot of setup of stuff, and did some 7K stuff, some gold and silver stuff, and just coordinating that. One of the things that that is a way to monetize the thing that we're doing, other than the gift of donations from so many of the mustard seeds and the Snetheads and just patriots in general, that are supporting the independent researchers. That's very helpful, but it's also difficult. You constantly have to ask for it. So I set up a couple offerings early on, and those things are they're plugging along, but kind of slowly, and but the frustrating part about it is I got to run another business. Like, I don't really want to do that. I want to do this. I want to do more in front of, people, in front of, the things that matter. We're at a war, right? And we're providing information, and in order to keep our ammo dry and to keep our feet dry, sometimes we got to offer some things to the folks, but then you get caught up in another business that's not even the business that you want to be doing. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's. I've been watching some comments in regards to that Goldco / Gold Quiz.
Oh, ridiculous!
Oh man, let me tell you, the reactions of some of these people is kind of crazy. I've noticed quite a few of them are starting to post up onto X their experience with their retirements and 401ks. How much money has disappeared. It's like, wow.
Well, dude, it's like, I think I shared with the audience, I don't know, all the people that are on now, if you heard this, but I had the CEO of 7K call me, I want to say a week and a half ago, and just thank me for kind of defending them when people were talking about Phil Godlewski and being involved in 7K. And we talked about the big difference between Goldco and 7K. I've been offering people 7K through basically it's a buyer's club, right? So you get involved, and here's the difference. If you take your 401k and you take it to Goldco, you're going to lose, like, I'm hearing like 30 to 40% off the top of your retirement.
Yeah, 1/3.
It is ridiculous. And most of that money is going towards the influencers that are offering you Goldco. If I got somebody involved in 7K and they turned over their IRA or their 401k into 7K, I get $0 of that. Zero. Why? Because it's a retirement account. It's turning your retirement money into a self-directed vehicle that you can either buy fractional of gold. Like, let's say you only have 1,000 you want to put into gold. Well, you can put 1,000 into gold, and then they'll send you a coin when you want to, when you get up to enough to buy maybe a 1 ounce coin or whatever. But excuse me, but I get none of that. And so, people don't understand that there's very different companies. Like, you can go buy a burger, excuse me, at your neighborhood burger place, and they use Angus beef. They use, maybe some of the beef that we're going to talk to Donovan about, some great grass-fed, grass-finished beef. Or you can go across the street to McDonald's. They're both burger joints. Okay. Very, very different. So I have always seen 7K as a company with integrity. And the only criticism I've ever seen is when you buy the numismatic coins, they don't always hold their value. Well, that's because you don't buy them so that you can resell them the next week. You buy them and hold them. It's a long-term investment. But in terms of bullion, when people get 7K through me, which they can access through davidsnedeker.com, I don't make any money when they buy bullion either, just the numismatic coins. So it's a very, very different thing. But what people need to understand is that that's what a lot of people are doing, because we're not valuing the education or the information that we're getting from people enough to, maybe consistently donate, or to, because like 97% of the internet doesn't donate. Right. So, Yeah. So at any rate, I had to do a little of that this weekend, which, I love the people. I'm working with Maureen and I'm working with Sandy, and I love working with these folks, but it's another business, and it's not the revolution. It's not the war. It's like, hey, Hawk, listen, you go run on ahead and you shoot the bullets in the direction of the enemy. I got to go hawk some goods. I got to go sell something so I can, pay my rent, that kind of bullshit, and I don't like that. I don't like the fact that that has to take place. And it's easy for people to say, they've been in the game for, a minute, to say, oh yeah, we shouldn't be making money, or the people that don't spend full time doing it. It's another thing to be in it for as long as I have, as long as some people have, and making it full time, and also, which I'm getting back to doing. I haven't been full time, I must say, but so at any rate, that's that's what I had to spend some time on this weekend. And it's not necessarily, it's a great thing, but it's not necessarily the thing I want to be doing. I want to be fighting this information war. So
Yep, I totally get it. Adriana, do you have any sauce on that? She says, I saw on TikTok this morning that they found Powell dead in her home. Is this true? Or you're speaking of Sidney Powell, I would presume, because you said Powell and she, and I'd be curious if there's any sauce on that. I have not heard that yet today. That would be a very interesting event to happen during this timeline right now. That would be very, very interesting. It's so there's been a lot of stuff coming out, Dave. I was looking, I was looking at your ex earlier. You've been kind of going to town too, digging up all kinds of things.
Yeah, X is amazing, dude. X has been incredible, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's that's what we want. You want you want the most cohesive flow of music possible, or music information as possible. And right now we're able to do that. I'm waiting to, I hate to say it, but I'm waiting to see and feel the boot fall, between YouTube, Facebook, okay. So her response on that was, yes, Sydney, but that's all I know. It said they were investigating, but don't think it's an accident. Okay.
And the other thing, Adriana, is it's not enough to say I saw it on TikTok this morning. Who on TikTok? This is we don't put shit out there like haphazardly. Find out who it is on TikTok. Drop a link.
And let us know.
Yeah. It's not good information if it doesn't have the consideration and the focus of real investigative information. It's nothing better than just, what do you call it when you gossip about somebody? It's gossip. It's not worth repeating unless it's vetted at least to the source of who's sharing that information. TikTok is just a platform.
Okay, running through a couple of quick comments here. Sherry Tackett, she says, I can't afford to donate. I'm sorry. I'm eating ramen by the end of the month. I'm helping granddaughter feed grandchildren. Quick question for you, Sherry. Did you sign up for the beef giveaway today?
Yeah.
Because we are doing a beef giveaway as soon as Donovan joins us on the panel. And if you have not signed up, I'm going to drop the link into, no, that's definitely not the link. I'm going to drop the link for the giveaway. Get yourself signed up, because there's always that chance that you could win. It's a $250 meat pack, of grass-fed beef Okay, this is the thing is, when we started promoting Donovan, it wasn't about Dave and I getting kickbacks or anything else. Okay, what it boiled down to was, what can we do for our community? Well, the first thing is turning people on to a good source for grass-fed beef, not the crap you're buying in the store. Okay. And it was Donovan who came to us with the giveaway. Okay. And this is the giveaway page here. Let me move it over onto the screen here and pull it up for you. Okay. It's super, super simple. You don't have to buy anything in order to put an entry in. Okay. Those of you who have not signed up for it. Okay. Also, could I get somebody to drop that link over into Facebook, as well as over on X, and also over on Rumble? That would be a great thing to do. But so this is the giveaway page. Okay. Don't look at the clock at the top, because that always resets automatically. And it's basically a free whole health bundle giveaway with Hawk and Dave. You just enter your name, enter your email address, click the submit button. If you've never been to their website before, you'll get a verification email. Okay. And enter to win. You get you get some roasts, you get a bunch of hamburger, you get a few steaks, different cuts of meat and stuff. And this guy is doing this for us because of the fact that we're in his good work there on the ranch and providing a good quality product. And that's the reason we started promoting him, was the fact that I got a package of meat from him and I was like, wow, this is good stuff. And I decided to talk about it on a podcast. And then I got an email from him a couple of days later asking me, well, what did you think of the beef? And I responded to him. I said, well, as a matter of fact, I'm talking about you on YouTube right now. And then he came on and did his first interview with us, and then came on and did an interview with us as well, and basically giving us all the inside information in regards to the problems that they're having because of the big four processors. Two of them, one of them is owned by China, the other one's owned by Brazil, basically working side by side together, and shipping beef in from every country except for our own. And basically that's why you're seeing a lot of imported beef in your grocery stores now. Okay. And it's, and they don't tell you what it was raised on. They don't tell you if it was grass fed. They don't tell you if it was grain fed. They don't tell you if it's got antibiotics, everything else. So we have basically we have a rancher who lets us know everything that they do with the animals. And we know where our meat's coming from, So instead of me and Dave taking a kickback for promoting them, they offered to do a giveaway where you, the viewer, gets the opportunity to win some meat and better your life right now. So that's so if you have not signed up yet, I recommend doing that before the drawing, because it's going to be a live drawing and it's going to be pretty soon. I think he said he finished at 3 o'clock his time, somewhere between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock his time. So he'll be joining us probably within the next 30 minutes to do this, this drawing. So, okay.
I wanted to just address something.
There are a couple of questions for you in regards to 7K.
Yes.
Okay. You did see them, right?
Thank you. I just want to address, okay, Daryl, let me pull you up. So 7K is a multi-level marketing company, buy from other dealers. Okay. First of all, you're right about that. It is that has different levels, but the only thing that people make money on is the numismatic coins that people buy. So they introduce you to the numismatic coin market, which has outperformed the S&P for like 40 years. I mean, it's collectibles market. So you collect art, you collect coins, and they've outperformed the market. And so that's an investment vehicle. However, I want to be very clear about something. If somebody rolls over a 401k or an IRA, nobody makes money on that. Okay. The company that does it makes a small fee, but that any company that you go to a self-directed IRA will do that. But I want to show you something here. And all dealers have an X over spot, and that's their profit and so forth. So I want to show you two things. So I'm going to share the screen here. And this is the 7kmetals.com Patriot Silver. That's my account. Okay. And when you do this, and you see this, here is the front page, Secure Your Future with Silver and Gold. And 1 ounce American silver, 1 ounce silver bar, 1 ounce American gold. This is a gold coin for $2,200. Okay. And if you go to another company, it's $2,251. Okay. And I'll tell you why they do that. Because they use this as a loss leader for getting you interested in numismatic coins. Okay. And so here's an example. This is a gold and silver company. You can search it yourself, but look for what a gold coin is. And here it is for what, $60 cheaper, $51, $63 cheaper. Okay. Now it's a membership. So you buy the membership up front, but you can get it in as low as $149. But I want to be very clear. They don't make money on the IRA, and they don't make money, very little money on the bullion. And if you buy directly through me, I think I get 1% if it's over a certain amount, just 1%. That's it. So please understand that because they buy so much gold and silver, they get a great deal and they pass it on to their members. Okay. They also have other things in the membership that you can basically get a buyer's club. So you can get easy, whatever restaurant you go to, you get discounts. I mean, people save hundreds a month with this thing. Rental cars, hotels, local restaurants, and chain restaurants. They save a lot of money. So I just wanted to be clear on that, right? It has to do with making good choices, and to make good choices, you need to find out more about it, because the MLM thing is only on the numismatic coins. Okay. So I just wanted to be clear on that and let you know that they've got some of the best prices in the business without question. And you can look it up any day you can look that up. So, and Hawk and I don't bring you a lot of stuff, folks. I've brought you this 7K. I've brought you Jim and Jasmine's colloidal silver, and this new one, Mysterium. Okay. And then I've brought you like a few other things. Like I'm going to have a guy on about this bracelet very soon. And then I share Q streaming, which is we're broadcasting on Q streaming right now. And that's if you want to get rid of your what do you call it? Your cable package, if you have a cable package. So I don't do a lot. I don't do a lot of this stuff, folks. And Hawk, I mean, I think this is the first thing you've ever done, Hawk. And that was just out of like finding good food that we can trust, because we don't know what they're putting in the beef and all the crap that they're doing to our food supply right now.
I just saw a video this morning of them printing meat.
3D printing meat?
3D printing meat.
Oh, that's
okay. It's nuts.
Wow.
It's absolutely nuts. I'm like, what the heck is going on with our food supply? And then we look at what's going on in Texas. Okay. With the fires down there. And, we understand that 80% of the yearly supply of food for these cattle was destroyed. Never mind the percentage of cows that were burnt during the fires. you know.
Yeah.
And it was like Donovan was saying, it's like, you know, some of these cows, they're not even going to be able to get them to a butcher. They're going to have to kill them there because of the damage that's done, you know, to the cows. So there is no income coming from the loss of these cattle. And, you know, in most cases, you know, yeah, it seems kind of funny that that's where they want to build one of those 15-minute cities too. You know, that's another thing. You know, they want to use the town that's right there, Amarillo, in order to turn it into a 15-minute city. You know, and you know, that's kind of you know, we know that they wanted to do that with Lahaina. We know that they wanted to do that in Chile. You know, all these different things, they're really pointing to some very nefarious activities going on. You know, somebody was asking about somebody was asking about the this eclipse that's coming up, you know. And I'm seeing a whole lot of fear porn being put out about this. However, at the same time that we're seeing the fear porn put out, there is the largest activation of National Guardsmen in the United States going on right now. You know, so what do they know that they are not telling us? You know, is always the first question that comes to mind. You know, and the second question is always, what's the event really supposed to be? You know, and you know, is this a point where the activation of all these young military aged illegal immigrants, you know, so many different scenarios can all be wrapped up into one. So it makes it easy to make this fear blanket across the entire country. Okay. That they're feeding off of that fear that you guys have right now. Okay. And we need to take a step back. Okay. In the last, you know, well, I'm almost 60, you know, in the last 50 some odd years, there's been quite a few eclipses. And we've always come out on the other side with no problem, you know. And that's the way that we have to look. We have to look and say, okay, our creator is gonna, you know, is gonna do his thing, and we have to trust him. We have to trust that what he does is for the good, you know. Now we know that there are nefarious and bad people out there with you know, with plans to do their thing. But where our faith, you know, stands grounded, is where we place our fears. Okay, we place our fears there because he's going to make those fears go away and show you how to stand, where to stand, why to stand. And that's so important, guys. So, you know, just we just got to kind of work through it. We have to walk through this. The thing is what's really cool about this is we have about 2,000 viewers between all of the platforms put together. Okay. And if we have 2,000 people who are in communication with each other, and talking to each other and holding each other up, then what we have is an actual community. We have a family, even though it's an internet family right now. Okay. We have a family that we can depend on, that we can talk to, that we can share our fears with and get them quelched and get some prayers said, you know. So look to each other for support. Okay. And those that have fear, talk to us. Let us know what your fears are, and let's talk about it. Let's see if we can put those fears to rest. Okay, because we can't if we live in fear. Okay, I mean, how many times in the Bible did it say, "Be not afraid"? 365 times. That's once a day for every day of the year. Okay, be not afraid, for I am with thee. Okay, we're not alone.
Be not afraid. Not afraid. I go before you always. One of my favorite songs of all time to listen to and sing in church is Be Not Afraid. And it's kind of like, how do we treat information? Well, okay. You're going to go out of your house every day, whether it go down to check your mail or go to work or go to see a friend or family or go to the store. And you're going to check the weather. You're going to look outside. You might check an app. You might, step out on your porch, see how cold it is. But you're going to go out into the world, right? I strap on a gun. I live in Texas, and I haven't been able to do that in California for 25 years, but here in Texas I can. And I'm going to either put a jacket on if it's cold, or I'm going to not put a jacket on if it's not cold. But either way, I'm stepping out onto my porch and into my car or down the drive without fear, because I am prepared. I've thought about the day. I've thought about what's going on. What we're doing here with any speculation about the future and what's happening and what we're seeing has nothing to do with fear and everything to do with preparedness. And so we're basically saying, listen, we don't know what's going to go on. A lot of people are telling you they do. And they're, lying to you because they don't know for sure. We're all just kind of guessing. But, and those that are, trying to pretend that they know more than others out there, well, they've got some self-esteem issues. But for those of us just trying to figure it out, we're just trying to stay safe, right? We're trying to keep our family safe. So when it comes to this stuff, like the eclipse, Hawk, it's like, step out onto your porch just like any other day, but understand that we have extenuating circumstances in our world right now that have been actively sought after, financed, and created in order to cause chaos, right? It's like, when you think about, how did Andrew Breitbart die? Well, many people think it was a heart attack gun that they had at the CIA that they used. And it's like, oh, well, that's conspiracy. Well, we already know they got a fucking heart attack gun. Why would they make it if they weren't going to use it against the people that they don't like or they have a problem with? Okay. Michael Hastings, his car was doing 120 miles an hour down Highland Boulevard in Hollywood and hit a tree and blew up. But unfortunately, the engine was 150 feet behind the car. And people said they saw the explosion before it hit the tree. And so we say, well, they could have operated that car, just like Anne Heche, for example, via a computer. Oh, that's conspiracy. It's like, well, they have the technology. We know they have that technology. Why would they create that technology to let it sit on a shelf? And so we're seeing what they're doing with the border and letting everybody up and in with, very nefarious characters. And why are they doing that? Well, they're getting votes for November, but if you think they're going to plan and wait for them to vote in November, that's, I think, a level of naivety that that needs to be thought through again, because a lot of them are very violent people. So why are they letting them in if they're not going to do something with them? So just, we got to prepare.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the eclipse, just put an extra jacket on, if you know what I mean. A full metal jacket.
Yeah. Well, if you're in a city, yeah. I'm out in the country. I have a very large number of what I call fur bullets.
Built-in protected is what you got.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, I had a
bullets are cheaper, dude.
I had a dog food delivery last week, and I went up to the gate to go and meet the delivery guy, and he's standing back about 10 feet from the gate because all the dogs were lined right across the gate, and he's like, "Oh my." He says, "I am so glad I did not just pull in." I said, "That's why there's a lock on the gate." I said, because they'd be eating the food before you could even get it out of the truck. And then if you get in the way, then yeah, Ganja says, "I got land sharks." You're not kidding. You're not kidding there, brother. Yeah. It's 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 actually honestly a really good selling point for the puppies too. Because when people contact me, it's at first they're looking for a companion, but at the same point they realize that this particular breed is, if trained properly, can be the best protector for you and your family that there is. They are, without a doubt, one of the smartest of the canine breed. And what I really want to point out is that now Malinois are beautiful dogs, great agility skills, can jumping abilities, everything, incredible dogs. But honestly, when it boils down to it, where intelligence is required more than agility, this particular breed of German Shepherd is 100% where a person wants to go. And I have people who say to me that I can't believe how safe my family feels, and they're like, I don't have to worry about locking my door because that dog is gonna, if somebody comes in, the dog gets them, and that's it, and it's not that they're super violent and aggressive dogs. It's that you're now in their territory, and if they feel that you are a threat to the family, they're going to be between you and the individual that just entered your home, and that's what you want. So in my case, it's a river of dogs you have to get through in order to get to me. So and God help you, because they need bones. They need bones. So
I took Magnus back.
Beautiful dog.
My sisters. Oh, isn't he beautiful?
Yeah. He seems to be a very happy dog.
Saying, I dropped a link. You can search to find out what they sell bullion for. You can compare prices. It's changing all the time, but they're very competitive. There was a comment on here that I'm looking for, Hawk, that went away, and it was Lady Hammer. And let's see. And I want to pull it up, but I can't find it. But basically, it was. Oh, here it is. Okay, Lady Hammer. Dave, why don't you get a job so you don't have to beg for donations? Okay. So, and then the follow-up. First of all, I don't beg for donations. I ask for support based on the value that I provide to tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people across the world. Okay. Second of all, this is what I do, and I'm fucking good at it. Okay. So that's what you want to do. You want to do something you love, and you want to do something you're good at, and you want to be rewarded for that in kind. I'm not looking to get rich. That's obvious, because people that started when I started or after I started are rich, and I'm not. And so this wasn't about that. And the other thing is, it's like, who do you listen to, and who do you want to listen to? If I go get a job, you won't see me because the shit I do takes a hell of a lot of time. A hell of a lot of time to know, what I know and to be able to speak to the things that I speak to. And so it's insulting it's a really stupid comment. If you want me to be very, very, honest with you, because this is something you want me to be doing. Okay. It's just that if you had a job, you wouldn't have to beg for money from people who actually do work. So what I do isn't work, Lady Hammer. What do you do for work? What do you do for work? And I can guarantee you that you're probably, don't take the bait, Dave. I appreciate that, but I have to address this because it's a damn shame. What do you do? Because I would be willing to bet that what you do isn't that you're not one of the best in the world at what you do. And I've been told by thousands of people that I'm one of the best in the world at what I do. So should I focus on that and find the people that want to support that work? Yeah, that's the direction I'm headed. And if that's not you, that's fine. That's not what I'm looking for. But I will say this, that you're never criticized by somebody that's doing more than you, but you're always criticized by people that are doing less. So that's all I got to say about that. It's a dumb fuck comment.
Dave, do you see the number at the top of the screen there? Oh, well, it was 777.
oh yeah. Just missed it.
Yeah, you just missed it. It's yeah. Listen, guys, this is the thing. Okay. There are times that I have to say, hey, I need some help. I got my thing scrolling on the bottom of the screen right now. Okay. I got my fair use going. All right. So that YouTube can't say that we don't have a fair use disclaimer up there, informing people of what we're doing, what we're talking about. When we start showing news reports and things like that, that's there. Okay. But if you watch the end of it, it's got my Cash App there. Okay. If you want to donate to help the dogs and to help me have fuel so that I can constantly be here, there are people that do donate and there are people who don't. It doesn't matter to me if you donate or not. Okay. But I know this. If I didn't have donations coming in to pay for fuel, I wouldn't be sitting here with you right now. Okay. I'd be sitting here with no power. Okay. Trying to run a farm with no power. Okay. And, and that would be it. I wouldn't be here at all. Okay. And you guys would be jumping around from this channel to that channel to this channel to that channel to try and get as much information for yourself as you can. The difference with me is I bring it all to one platform, and well, actually multiple platforms, but to one channel, and give you, I give you all those people who were taken away from you. Okay. Risking channel after channel after channel. I got to go out and buy a new phone so that I can get 25 set up. I got to go out and buy a new phone so I can get 26, 27, 28 built. Okay. This is, these are expenses that I incur. Okay. Plus I pay for the internet in order to get on here and research all day, find everything that I find and bring it to you and stuff like that. So, I totally get where the question comes from, but at the same time, I also have to say, there are times that we need to ask for help, and frankly, when I did, how do I put this? When that voice came to me out working on the generator that one day and said, get back to work. And I said, but Father, I don't have the things that I need in order to get this done. He says, don't worry. He said, tell the people and it'll come. And what did I do? I came on, told you what I needed. And before that podcast was done, boom, I had everything that I needed in order to go for a couple of weeks. And, you know, and since then people have been helping as we go along. Generally, I don't really have to ask for it much, you know. But, you know, this is the thing, is that there are people who can't donate. So those that do donate are stepping up and putting in to help where those who can't, you know, do. You know what I mean? And I think that that's cool, you know. And you are, each and every person is appreciated, you know. But at the same time, you know, giving you 12-hour podcasts, you know, 5 days a week is taxing. Is taxing. You know, that's time. That's, you know, everything all the way down the line. So it's, you know, and let me tell you, you know, this is one of the reasons why I've been trying to get everybody to get on to X, get a new account. If you got kicked off before, get a new account going on X. Okay. And you'll see the info that Dave's putting up there on X and what he's sharing, and what his own, you know, breakdown of a lot of these situations are. And, you know, get involved, you know, keep spreading it, you know, because the more viewers that we have, the more people that are getting informed with actual good information. And what you notice, what we're telling you is information. We're not giving you intel. Okay. We're not claiming to have intel. Okay. And frankly, anybody who's telling you that they have intel, if we go from what Q said, no outside comms, that means nobody's getting any fucking intel. Okay. Now you might have a friend who's in the military that's saying, well, you know, I'm seeing this going on. Okay. That's not really intel. That's just hearsay. But when I hear from my buddies from the Marine Corps, okay, or friends from the Navy, friends from the Air Force, so on and so forth, I give you the information that they give me, but at the same time that I give it to you, I tell you to take it with a grain of salt. Do your own research, okay, to verify, okay, or watch certain situations to see if we see some type of military movement or something, okay? There's a difference between intel, okay, and information. If somebody is giving you intel, they're committing a crime. Okay, let's put that out there. If they are giving you intel, they are committing a crime. You know, the next comment, Dave, I'm going to say something on right now. The next comment down from the one you just clicked. Okay. This one here, lots of stealths flying lately from the base where you work. Tennessee Ridge Runner. I actually had confirmation of that this morning. I was talking to a good friend of mine who lives there who lives in Tennessee, and has said that there has been numerous stealths flying over Kentucky and Tennessee. So if they're going out of Missouri, we know what direction they're going. So, and in most cases, you don't really find them up there on the aircraft trackers, you know, which are pretty cool. You know, those aircraft trackers are pretty cool. It's a good little side thing to do, but I don't bury myself into that. Yeah. Oh, what's that? Believing in South Carolina. Oh, Hawk, we know you go over to Phil for intel. You're a funny girl. I wouldn't go over there for a pedicure. He's something special. All right. No doubt about that. And I'm watching what's going on with his little situation, because it's all playing out there on X, you know, very clearly.
What are you talking about?
Phil Godslewski, you know, and you know, and it's you know, and people, you know, we've been warning you about him for years. I remember sitting in Dave's chat back in 2017, 2018, and somebody come in and say, Phil said this, and it's, why are you listening to this guy? We told you back then that he was no good, you know, you know, he's basically copying information from other people who are a couple of hours ahead of him in time zone wise. And you know, and basically putting out the exact same information that they already put out. So it's is he really doing the work? I don't think so. Is he military intelligence? Absolutely not. Because if he was military intelligence, he wouldn't tell you that he's military intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all stuff that leads to great speculation. And it's, you know, and you begin to learn, you know, and by claiming that he is military intelligence, okay, is basically understand that what he's doing is criminal. It is criminal. You know,
Well,
and
go ahead.
It's he can be charged with treason.
Who, Phil?
Yep. Yep.
He
literally could be charged with treason.
Oh, if he was really military intelligence.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Yes. Which we know he's not. So he's not risking treason because he's not. Right.
Yeah.
But
he's telling people he is. So that's stolen valor.
And meanwhile, he's got you know, he's got a $7 million home in Maui. He's got homes all over the place because he's been grifting people through his lies.
Yeah.
And you know, it's that's the direction.
Yeah, Gold Quiz and Goldco give him 26%. 26. Yeah. Understand this, people. Your IRA, okay, or your 401k, okay. Imagine 26% of that automatically going to him for getting you to sign up.
Yeah.
You know,
it's coming right out of your pocket. So it's just, at any rate, folks, here's the thing. You need to understand that there is more bad information out there, misinformation and disinformation, than there is good information out there. And what you can trust with Hawk and I is that we're not listen, we've, you know, I used to, when I was coaching and I was seeing and I was treating my players, I was stern with them, but I was not letting a loss of a game dictate how I taught the game. I wasn't allowing my emotions to run how I focus on my teaching. And when somebody asked me once about that, you know, other coaches losing their shit, and I don't lose my shit. I get in, you know, I'm very active and very vocal. But somebody asked me about that, and I said, well, I've already slain my dragons. I've already played professional basketball. I've already played in the Final Four. I've already, you know, been recruited by all the top schools. I've already been here, done that, played these games, and fought that. For me, my reason for coaching is to help the children become better human beings. And so when that's your motivation, then you come from the teaching at a very different place. And so not to go say anything other than that my self-esteem is in check, is intact. Hawk's self-esteem is intact. We don't pretend to be somebody we're not. Okay. You see a lot of that out there. 107. Okay. We don't, you know, Phil Godlewski, Dr. Charlie Ward, Alien, why can't I ever remember this guy's name? But the other English dude, all the people that came up through Ward, all the way to Simon Parks, you know, these are all people trying to pretend there's something they're not. And that's a self-esteem issue. And you don't want to be listening to people with self-esteem issues. You also don't want to be listening to people who are well paid for the information that they're putting out there. We're not beholden to anybody. And if you can't recognize that, and if you can't support that, then we're not going to change this paradigm. We're not going to change this paradigm. We got to shift the way, the direction that we're going and the direction we're putting our time, energy, and money. Because this is, we're not doing well, people, and we need to shift. We need to be very different than we are now. So, yeah. So, what is Donovan's schedule? When's he coming in? And is everybody?
They're still working on that fence. He's hoping to get it finished as quickly as possible.
Okay, no rush.
So,
we could do some other stuff. There's no rush.
I figure we could start off you pulling up your X and start going through some of the stuff that you've been sharing for the last couple of days. You've got a lot of good information in there. You know, me, I just kind of go through what everybody else has been posting. But you put out some good stuff, and I think it would be a great place to start.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's start with Michael Rappaport, shall we? Speaking of my basketball coaching, I coached against him once and met him. And it was, pre-Trump. He hadn't completely lost his mind. And yet it's very but anyway, let me share with you something that somebody posted. And
I shared it out last night, that video.
Okay. So here it is. Let me stop it here and let me back up.
And folks, tune in, turn up your speakers a little bit and listen to this conversation.
Okay. Now, Michael Rappaport has been notoriously anti-Trump to a level of what Q said, beware those who scream the loudest.
Price for the videos I'm thinking. If I say Israel, you got to pay me a certain price. If I say Zionist, you pay me a certain price. If I say Zionist, Israel, and Jewish, that's the big three. I get paid for that. Right. Same as always. Yeah, just keep paying me the same thing. Zionist, Israel, Jewish, you pay me. No problem. If I do what if I do a watermelon emoji and if I say something about fuck Palestine? If I say fuck Palestine on camera, okay, you're gonna give me more. Okay, cool. Film me. Nice.
And he turns around and he says, "Don't fucking film me." This is like, it looks like it's in a hotel or something. He's out in the lobby having this conversation, probably because he can't have it in his room with whoever's in there. So he goes out for privacy and has an honest conversation with whoever he's talking to about getting paid for saying these things. And I want to play it again, Hawk, because just in case somebody didn't catch all that, I think it's this important. Let me play it again.
For the videos I'm thinking. If I say Israel, you got to pay me a certain price. If I say Zionist, you pay me a certain price. If I say Zionist, Israel, and Jewish, that's the big three. I get paid for that. Right. Same as always. Yeah, just keep paying me the same thing. Zionist, Israel, Jewish, you pay me. No problem. If I do what if I do a watermelon emoji and if I say something about fuck Palestine? If I say fuck Palestine on camera, okay, you're gonna give me more. Okay, cool. Film me. Price for the video.
Don't fucking film me. So you think he was making that shit up, or do you think that was a joke?
Nope.
Folks, this is how it's done. This is, you know, the Krasensteins on Twitter get paid for doing the shit that they do. That's what people are. And you got some asshole telling me to get a fucking job. Fuck you. Like this is the war. This is what I do. This is what we do. This is what we have committed our life to. You know, it's unbelievable. And Jordan, and I want to say this too. Janine, Christine, Dave already explained. If you want more explanation on people who use you for them to earn a living, go to Jordan Sather's channel. He explains in detail about the shills. Okay. Well, let me tell you about Jordan Sather. I don't trust him. I used to watch him. Okay. He was a Q guy. So I could relate because I was a Q guy. But he discredits those in the truth movement who talk about the shape of the earth. Folks, if you're still thinking we're living on a globe spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, I just invite you to go to 200 proofs the earth is not a spinning ball and give me one proof that it is. Okay? So this is it, you know, and here's a guy who is discrediting people that have done their research on that. So I don't trust him. That's an example. That's one example. You know, look at the number of people I've done shows with over the years. I could have done shows with everybody. And I didn't. Why? Because I knew they would eventually show their colors. And they did. They have. And people are finding out about them. Amazing Polly has exposed the wellness company and as not being a good group of people. And they need to be exposed. And I used to share Polly, and I can't tell you that she's 100% infallible. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that to anybody. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of people are being exposed for being less than what they thought they were. That they're not, working in your best interest at all. So, something to consider. This is the Amazing Polly channel, and she's going after a lot of people that are involved with this company. Okay. So check her out and tell me what you think. Okay. Check her out and tell me what you think. Maybe you don't like her. Maybe you find something that she's doing that is not to your liking. Well, that's fine. Bring it back. Bring some receipts. That's what we do. That's what we talk about. So
Dave, I just sent you in on X there. Go to the last thing that I just sent you. Seeing that you wanted, you mentioned the globe earth and everything. So, and this is what we're talking about, guys. This is where, it's Dave was saying that there are videos out there that, many reasons as to why you can, kind of discount the globe earth. This guy put out a really great video. I thought that this was really good. So if you don't believe the earth is flat now, by the time you get done watching this video, which is only about 7 minutes long, you will. This is really good, Dave. You should go ahead and play that.
This is Owen Benjamin, who I want to set the stage of who we're talking about here. And this is Oliver's share. How many? But this is Owen Benjamin, who was a comedian, is a comedian, but I say was because he was a rising star, good looking guy, very funny, does not compromise his values. And he is a great follow on X. Okay. I believe it's at Owen Benjamin. But go ahead and we'll share this this video with you, because this is him trying to debunk the flat earth theory. And this is exactly the process I went through. Okay, but he captured it live, which is brilliant. So check this out.
I don't believe the earth is flat at all, and I think I can disprove flat earth. The earth isn't flat. There's no fucking way the earth is flat. This is a lot harder than I expected, proving that the earth is round. It's fucking weird. It is way, way, way harder. Dude, I'm telling you, it's fucked up. I know the earth is round. This is a fucking nightmare. This is literally a nightmare trying to fucking disprove this thing. The earth is not flat. That's fucking psychotic. I really, really don't want to believe the earth is flat, guys. Fuck! This is so fucking depressing. I can't be a flat earth person. This can't be reality. Some people are terrified of the flat earth shit. I'm not. I think it's fascinating. I've enlisted the help of literally some of the best scientists in the world, and they suffer the same hubris that I see a lot of people suffer from. Again, I still believe the earth is a sphere. I'm just having a very hard time proving it. Flat earth sounds completely insane still to me. I can't wrap my brain around it, but I'm starting to think that I may be at the edge of my own ability to shatter what I think. I'm open to it. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. The earth may be flat. I'm dead serious. I can't imagine the earth being flat. I think that's insane. That to me is so unnatural. What I'm pretty sure it isn't is a ball of magma and water spinning 1,000 miles an hour through a vacuum. God damn it. The earth is clearly not a fucking spinning ball. How the fuck are we supposed to handle all of this? I get it. I'm having a hard time with all of it. So fucking stupid. The earth is flat. It's all a lie. And of course I want to believe it. I used to want to be an astronaut. I'm not a quote-unquote flat earther. I just find it very interesting. I just think that's very interesting. I think the fucker's flat. I don't give a fuck. I'm not buying a lot of this shit anymore, guys. I don't know if it's flat or not, but it's not moving. I don't think it's spinning for shit. Every instinct of my body thinks it's a globe spinning through space. Because I've been told that my whole life so many times, I revert to it no matter how I think. That being said, none of that makes any sense. All right, there's no evidence that the earth is a globe. None. It's not even that it's like people being angry. It's people desperately hanging on to a lie. It's so sad. The despair that people feel because of these lies is unbelievable. And the crazy thing is how many people are so beaten down that they're like, don't ask that question. Isn't a spinning ball. It's provably not a spinning ball. When someone first proposed flat earth to me, I said that they were insane. I get it. Trauma is real, man. The trauma from public school and media and shame and all this stuff is very real. You saw some of those awakening videos with me where I was begging to not be a flat earth person.
Have the same story that we all have. All of us that have become flat earthers had the exact same thing, except you did it live on the air. That's how you become a flat earther. You try to debunk it or prove the ball. You have to be willing to admit you were wrong. And that's what I like. That's what you did. You didn't want to be wrong. You wanted to find evidence. And when you couldn't, you realized you were wrong.
I hate being wrong. I used to call flat earthers retards, like a ton. Like I would aggressively, average person thinks they're standing on a spinning ball. right now, 2022. They think they're standing on a ball that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour in infinite blackness. They're literally like, I'm standing on a spinning ball right now. Zero evidence you're on a spinning ball. Look around, guys. Does that look like you're on a ball going 1,000 miles an hour? It's so fucking stupid. Most globe people have never thought about anything. They're just like, y'all so very stupid. Everyone's, prove you're on a flat plane. Okay, there it is. It's right there.
That's the flat, not moving plane.
How about you prove you're on a spinning ball?
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
So is ignorance bliss? No. Sometimes I wish I could go back. I don't. I mean, I've enjoyed my journey. There are no former flat earthers. None. Not one. Nobody's ever seen what the actual shape of the earth is and then been like, you know what? Neil deGrasse Tyson really does give me a good argument because it's literally ridiculous. I've heard all your dumb arguments. We were raised with this bullshit. Elementary school, middle school, high school, college, all of it. It's bullshit. It's retarded. Like, they act like we're the crazy people. You sound so fucking stupid when you talk flat earth. There's literally no curve. It doesn't exist. It's not real. And that terrifies a certain type of human being. And so then they'll just latch on to anything that allows them to stay in the lie. It is a lie. You have to be fucking retarded at this point to not see that no one played golf on the moon and broke the technology and can't return. Those are the childlike lies of a psychopath, okay? That's not even close to a sophisticated lie. Not even close. All such a low-level psychopathy. It's such low-level lies. Think in abstract thought without commitment. You just think. Some people can't do that. Some people are incapable of abstract thought. Can't you just think? Can't you just ponder? They can't. I've looked myself into the nature of this reality, and it is not a spinning ball. And it's the reaction shows the lie. They're so stupid. They're so crazy. You make yourself look really dumb when you say that. I'm like, of all the things that makes you react with such vitriol, ego, intensity, it shouldn't matter at all to people. Oh, it just makes you sound totally insane. No, that reaction showed me that there's truth to it. What's seen as crazy is just looking around and saying, okay, my eyes tell me this is not a curve. Why wouldn't someone trust their eyes and their ears and their hands and their nose and their mouth and their logic? I think that there's things in the sky moving over us. Yes. Yes, I do. They have drones, balloons, huge network up there. Do I think they're going 15,000 miles an hour so they fall with the gravity of the earth and they stay there for decades without needing any maintenance or running into space junk or any particles and destroying them? And their fragile tech just keeps working and broadcasting things? No, of course not. That's retarded.
Okay. Now, Dave, I'm going to send you another one to bring up on your screen. Okay.
So, first of all,
I think that's it. Okay. Now look at that comment though that I sent to you before you make your response here.
So I'm clicking on it. Can you send it to me again? Because when I click it, it says choose your existing from your existing conversation, start a new one, or just keep swimming. I don't understand how that works. Can you try that again? Because it's taken me into a circle.
Give me 1 second here, Dave. I'm going to I'm just going to tell you which number to go to. Whoop, wrong one. Dang it. I clicked the wrong name. There we go. I believe it is post 2622 on the Q board.
We talking to Q? Oh, okay.
Yep.
2622.
Yep. And I'm going to let you run with that while I take this phone call real quick.
Okay. Okay. This is regarding the flat Earth. Let me pull this up for you. Okay, so December 12th, 2018. There's a post by Q. Assumption correct. 10K YE 2019 1 + 2 should be closely evaluated. Help will be provided. Senate to investigate 2019. Now, I'm not dialed into this particular one, so I'm not really connected with what it's talking about and all the connections that it has. I have to go before and after. But somebody asks, one of the Anons asks, just to shut the flat earthers up, Q. Okay, so we already know there's an agenda here to shut the flat earthers up because they haven't looked into it themselves. Is the earth flat? Okay. Q's answer is no. No. Okay. Now, I also want to take you to something where disinformation is necessary. Okay. And some disinformation is necessary. Now, I believe that's disinformation by Q. Okay. Because they talk about the disinformation and how the bad disinformation and the fake news putting out disinformation. But Q also said sometimes disinformation is necessary. And I'm going to, here we go. Now do you understand why mirrors and disinformation is necessary? Logical thinking. Okay. This is the QAnon conspiracy has stumbled into real life and it's not going to end well. Armed men showing up and demanding answers to conspiracies, that can't be good. Well, this is the mainstream media painting the picture of QAnon, which it's not QAnon, it's Q and then the Anons. So anybody that doesn't know what they're talking about calls it QAnon. So now do you understand why mirrors and disinformation is necessary, okay? Putting the mirror back on them and also disinformation because they're trying to discredit Q here. Okay, and the mainstream media has done everything they can to try to discredit Q. Operations underway, operators active, disinformation is real, disinformation is necessary. Silent War, Some Gets Out, The Great Awakening, Iron Eagle, Godfather 3, The Hunt for Red October. By the way, who has all the information? No such agency. Q saying NSA. The hunter becomes the hunted. Operators underway, operators active. So the reason that I bring this up is because, and by the way, so many of you have asked me about this drop, okay, which was basically the drop that, you know, once and for all was supposed to negate the flat earth. Well, two things. One, it's not perfectly flat. Okay. You got mountains, you got lakes, you got rivers, you got streams, you got canyons. So it's not always, you know, it's not really flat for starters. So Q is not lying here. But here's the other thing. Folks, ever since I started doing shows in 2019, I didn't tell you out of the gate that the earth was flat. I didn't do that. I knew it, but I didn't do that. Why? Because I didn't think it was necessary. And I didn't want it getting in the way of what we were doing, because what we were doing was we were in a war. And it's almost like, you know, we're in the war, we're in this foxhole, and instead of talking strategy on how we're going to win this particular battle we're in, we're speculating on things that really aren't related to that particular time and place and task. And it was at a time when people were being discredited, not just for following Q and researching the drops and researching all of that, but they were also being discredited even in another level for believing in flat earth and also believing in the serpent race that David Icke was talking about for decades. And people used that to discredit David Icke. So what else could they use to discredit Q? Well, if Q said the earth was flat, boy, at that timing, that was going to be a problem. But then I'd drop clues here and there along the way about the earth and about questioning it and challenging it. And many of you took that and ran with it, and or you heard from somebody else that it was flat. And it is a circle, by the way. It is the UN symbol, the UN map. We've seen the map of the flat earth. The North Pole's in the middle, and Antarctica are the borders that hold in the water. So, hi, Mary. Good to see you. I owe you an email. And so yeah. So that was a very similar process to what I went through, because I was trying to debunk it, because it was. I tore apart. Listen, when I saw a rat in my attic, I didn't just take care of that corner of the attic. Okay. I took out everything in the attic. I cleaned, I searched, I did everything. And then I started putting stuff back. That was my awakening. Everything in the attic needed to go. Because if they're lying to me about box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4, box 5, and I think for some reason they're not lying to me about 6, 7, and 8, I must be a fucking idiot. Question, challenge everything that you have been told. It is absolutely imperative that we shift out of this way of thinking that the information that we've been given since birth and since kindergarten is accurate. It's not. It's not. So, yeah, that's the real deal. And you've got misinformation agents out there, and all of the astronauts are Masons. That's what people need to understand. They're all part of the club. They're all part of the club. Michael Rappaport, what was the last movie he did? What do you think he's doing to make money? Being outspoken against Trump, and now he's for Trump, but yet he's also pro-Israel and anti-Palestine, as he said the first time he said it. Listen, this guy is no brainchild. I'll tell you that right now. He couldn't think himself out of a wet paper bag. But here he is, shill, getting paid to say things and say them loudly. And I think those who scream the loudest, I believe, is the drop that I'm looking for. And those who scream the loudest. This one case has the ability to bring down the many rich and powerful people. Those who scream the loudest. Here is Eminem with Rachel Chandler. Okay. And what's Eminem? Has he been vocal about Trump? I would say yes. Very. Those who scream the loudest, the national sex offender, Mossad, alternate media, and U.S. media. By the way, the alternate media, that's the media that has been exposing themselves, talking about Israel and Palestine the way they have been. U.S. politicians. This is straight out of Mossad. And then goes to these next two levels, those who scream the loudest. Find the connections, 1-to-1 to 1-to-1. Primary, affiliate A, affiliate B, affiliate C. March to the same beat, coincidence, logical thinking. This is the following the money train. How are these people making money? Affiliate, affiliate, affiliate. Maybe some of the companies like what Amazing Polly's talking about. Those who scream the loudest have the most to hide. Tom Malinowski, who is lobbied to protect sexual predators, and who worked to make sure that they would not have to join a national sex offender registry, and pushed for sexual predators to receive more lenient sentences. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Condemning QAnon and rejecting the conspiracy theories it promotes. It was literally a bill condemning the group that started this revolution. The group that started this revolution and is calling out child predators. Those are the bad guys now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And you don't think this is happening. We know that, what is it? Haya, the Jewish group that's funding the migrant invasion. We know that that there is another group, the AIPAC, that's funding these politicians. Okay. You don't think they're grabbing influencers like Michael Rappaport? You think he's that concerned about the world he lives in that he's going to get on and do that naturally? No. No. It's they're getting paid to lie to you. Do you get that? Across the board. Across the board. Any thoughts on that, or I could jump back to my queue or to my timeline?
No, you go ahead. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. I'm seeing a lot of people putting stuff in the chat about King Charles. Any sauce you got on that? Drop me some links so we can so I can check it out and verify.
So here's I'll do an Ariel post because I enjoy Ariel's work, and I've been turning you all onto Ariel for quite some time. And Ariel's following me, by the way. And I'm very grateful for that, because I do believe that that he's doing some really, really great work here. And he's got almost 300,000 followers. He's only following 2,400, and one of them is me. And because I've shared a lot of his stuff, and I think I've dropped some really good stuff in his lap as well. The British Crown, King Charles, I'm sorry, MIA or RIP. Vanished sovereign. Where in the world is King Charles? Place in peril. Has illness or intrigue struck the king? Coronation chaos. Is the throne now empty? Corgus cryptic. I don't know what that is. Have the king's loyal companions seen him lately? Whispers in Whitehall. Is there more to the story than meets the eye? Flags at half-mast. The nation waits with bated breath. His spelling and grammar's off sometimes, but the content is king, and the content is fantastic in most of the cases. Social media in a frenzy. Can you crack the case of the missing monarch? Those are the questions that would be more entertaining on the Wheel of Fortune or The Price is Right. But I prefer Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which is the only time I would really give a fuck about what's going on in the monarch. So a couple things. One, did you notice that people have been paying more attention to where Kate Middleton is rather than the king? Right? And what's interesting about that is that they always use these deflections to take our sights away, excuse me, from where they should be, right? And Chillum, who's another one I follow quite rigorously, and I recommend you do as well, says she's alive. Now, first of all, I don't know much about this woman, but that doesn't look like her, the pictures I've seen. Maybe because she's lost a tremendous amount of weight. I don't know, but Chillum is pretty badass, so I would not. Oh, here's the video. Princess Kate seen on video for the first time since surgery, looking happy and relaxed on shopping trip with William. Okay, and this is the first time we're seeing her, if that's her, which is, by the way, sus as hell, because why would they not announce certain things? Why would they keep this quiet? Maybe this is the time to replace her. I don't know. Maybe this is the time that they're they're taking care of business, and she's being replaced. But that's the question, right? And this is what's very very odd, that we're seeing things the way we are, especially with the monarchy.
It's almost like a repeat of Diana. Is how I'm, the sense that I'm getting out of this is,
I've felt that too. Yeah.
There was a period of time in which Diane was the complete limelight, and then all of a sudden she was tossed off to the side, kind of thing. Didn't see or hear from her for about 6 months to a year. Finally, people, started clamoring, "Where's Diana? Where's Diana? Where's Diana?" And they finally announced that that they were getting a divorce and all that.
Right.
So, and I'm seeing a lot of different reports in regards to Kate, but the thing is everything's entirely speculation, between some people saying that she had a nervous breakdown. She's at the hospital having a nervous breakdown. Another one was that she's at the hospital. She's been in a coma. It's like, it's just so many things. And, and then another report saying that she was sacrificed, which I wouldn't put it past anybody. I mean, knowing what we know now, I don't put anything past anybody where it comes to that. Andrea Bayer Tucker says Kate's dead. They're cloning her. It takes 4 months.
Well,
that's actually pretty accurate. So,
I've heard that as well.
Yeah. So,
and by the way, okay, is that a crazy conspiracy? Because what does make sense? If that's the conspiracy, then what are we calling the thing that she's disappeared? Nobody's seen or heard from her, not on social media, not in person. The monarch has not mentioned anything about her. Okay. No, she's resting, she's doing fine, none of that. So what is the rationale for that conspiracy? That's what I want to hear from people. Like if you're saying that, that she's being cloned, Andrea says they're cloning her. It takes 4 months. Wow, that's a crazy conspiracy. But okay, let's just say that's a crazy conspiracy for right now. Okay, let's just set it over here. and not judge it. Just say, okay, that's a conspiracy. That's a theory. Okay. But what's the theory for over here? You know, what's the theory that we're supposed to be passing around that, you know, where they won't communicate? They haven't said anything. She's disappeared. We have to balance these. You can't just call Andrea's comment nuts without having some sort of an explanation for the narrative that they're trying to shove down our throat or trying to ignore. Because then there's no balance. There's an imbalance there. Everyone's jumping on, oh, it's crazy conspiracy, and they stop thinking about it because they disregard it. Meanwhile, what about over here? What is the explanation of all that? So so this is interesting. Did you talk about April 8th eclipse and National Guard being deployed in several states? Okay. Do we have a count on National Guard, Hawk? Do you know as to how many have been deployed?
There's quite a bit. Actually, I have a report that I can pull up. Give me a second to get to it. I got to find it, and I'll send you the link. And this was a report that was put out by, oh boy, the pups are waking up. Oh boy. Mom, get in there and give him a boob, please. Mom, get in there. Mom, please get in there and give him a boob. Please. Give me a second. I'm scrolling through to find the link here, because there's a few of them. Okay, so this is I'm gonna drop you a few of them, Dave, and all of these surround the eclipse. Okay.
All right. Real quick before you do that, I just want to address Anne Marie. She says, Dave, you're the one that taught me no outside comms and believe nothing without receipts. Now you're saying, yeah, that's what I heard. What are your receipts to the Royals? We don't have receipts right now, Anne Marie. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's like they're not giving us any receipts, so we're trying to come up with our own explanation about what's happening. When it comes to no outside comms, Anne Marie, I want to be very clear about what Q is talking about. Q is saying, don't listen to Phil Godlewski, Charlie Ward, Simon Parks, all these clowns that are telling you that they have information. Okay. That's what Q is talking about there. Q is very clear about that. And that's what they're trying to, make you understand that you need to be listening to the people like Hawk and I that are saying, we're not sure. We don't know what's going on, but we're trying to figure it out. And
the point of it is we're trying to figure it out together. You know, that's the big thing. We're trying to figure it out together. We're not just trying to do it. We're not trying to do it alone. We're trying to figure it out with you, so that we, that basically, through researching together, we're finding a basis for an opinion, and basically that's what it boils down to: our own speculation, our own opinion. But the more of us that look at it, and the more we talk about it, the more definitive we can come with, finding more proofs and everything, all pointing to, all pointing to an answer, But the thing is we have to locate, as much information as possible, and make sure that there's sauce, with the steak, because we can get the meat, okay. But if you ain't got the sauce to go on it, then the meat's no good.
Right.
Yeah.
So go ahead and drop those comments if you want.
I put 3 of them in there. Each of them is relatively short. And then I have one more that I'm getting in regards to the military that I got to scroll down farther for.
I'm sorry, you put in where? You put in where?
Into your in messages. I'm only using messages on X to send stuff to you right now.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do that clip. I'm going to do the video that I shared on my timeline. And that should explain a lot, and then we can have some chat after that.
Yep.
But let me do this. So, folks, I posted this on March 15th, 3 days ago, and I said, how many coincidences before mathematically impossible? This was a Q quote. Look at this path. What are the odds? Okay, this is the best video you'll see, I think, on this topic. Okay, so let's watch and take this in.
Very clear, and it's not a coincidence that God made the first sign go through 7 cities named Salem on August 21st, 2017. And it's not a coincidence that Jerusalem was first called Salem, and this was the first sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And again, August 21st, 2017, the first sign, the eclipse went through 7 cities named Salem, and Jerusalem was first called Salem. And God has made it very clear and confirmed it over and over that the latter sign, the eclipse goes through 7 cities named Nineveh in America, and 1 city named Nineveh in Nova Scotia, Canada, which makes 8, like 8 people on Noah's Ark. And the eclipse is on the 8th, April 8th, 4/8. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign, the sign of Jonah. And the eclipse goes right through Jonah, Texas, and then Nineveh, Texas, right next to each other, then Cross, Texas, then Groom, Texas, then Bride, Tennessee. This eclipse goes right between Groom, Texas and Bride, Tennessee, family, like the bridegroom. And then it goes through a city named Elijah, and Elijah was raptured in a whirlwind. And then immediately after that, it goes through Rapture, Indiana, right in the middle of the Tav. But here's where it gets beyond gigantonormous. Not only is it the sign of Jonah, it's a much bigger sign. And they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And I showed you all glory to our Father in the name above every name, Jesus Christ. All the planets are lined up on this eclipse with all his signs, and they look like a ladder. But this is off the charts, what I'm about to show you. It's the most gigantonormous thing I've ever seen. All glory to our Father. Before the devil had the Romans start worshiping these false gods and naming these constellations after false gods like Aries and Pisces, when you go to Sky Cultures, the constellations, and you switch to the ancient Arabic stellarium of the constellations right here, the eclipse is in the latter constellation, family. It's right there. You can't make this up. This is Jesus Christ's design, God Almighty. And we've all been looking for the sign of Jacob's ladder. Well, you're looking at it right now. The ladder. And the ladder sign, the eclipse on 4/8 is on the ladder. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on. I'll jump to verse 16. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of God. And this is the gate of heaven. As you can see, house is right there, right next to Christian, a follower of Jesus Christ. And remember, right at the top of the ladder in the ancient Arabic stellarium is flood. Right next to Venus is flood at the top of the ladder. And you already know what flood means. And when you look up the meaning of flood, the first noun is an overflowing of a large amount of water beyond the normal confines, especially over what is normally dry land. But look at the second meaning, an outpouring of tears or emotion, a flood of tears. But it gets way more gigantinormous. Not only is the constellation called the Ladder, where the eclipse happens, right next to it is the star, the asteroid, the minor planet, Bridges. And the Bible says that he that believes on Jesus shall not be confounded. 1 Peter 2:6. And the Lord Jesus Christ is Jacob's ladder. John 1:51. Jesus is our ladder to heaven. He is the entire ladder, rungs and all. And rung is there too, which means rungs. And it's actually pronounced runga, and it's right there, runga meaning a German surname that derives from a word meaning staff. And when you look below that, in English, runga can also mean one of the bars or rods that form the steps of a ladder. And not only did Jesus Christ say in Luke 21:25, and there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, and runga, the steps of a ladder, right there in the signs in heaven. Not only that, Acts 2:19 says, and I will shew wonders in heaven above, and signs in the earth beneath. Well, there's only one place in the whole world named Runga. And it's Runga, Texas, right there in the path of the eclipse. Runga, steps of a ladder. And this sign starts out with Runga, and then the next sign is Jonah, Texas. And I will shew wonders in the heaven above. And the sign Runga is right there in the heavens next to the eclipse. The steps of the ladder. And signs in the earth beneath. Runga, the steps of a ladder, right in the path of the eclipse. It starts out with Runga, the steps of the ladder. It's right there, the heavenly staircase. Jesus Christ, he is the one who bridges the gap between heaven and earth. It's all over the internet. It's right here, Christ, the ladder between heaven and earth. It bridges the gap between one place and another. In this case, Christ has bridged the gap between earth and heaven. He is the one who bridges the gap between heaven and earth. And I'll walk you through today's date with bridges all the way to the eclipse, and you could see it moving past the ladder. And there it is on the eclipse. Bridges right next to the comet, Pons Brooks. And I'll take you back to the Western sky culture. And remember, Jesus Christ is Jacob's ladder. He bridges the gap between heaven and earth. And I'll take you to today's date and walk you through to the eclipse again. And as you can see, Bridges goes through the gap while the eclipse is being set up right there. It bridges the gap. Jesus Christ. He is the bridge. He is the ladder. From earth to heaven, family, that's where we're going. And Bridges is in the earth beneath. And the eclipse goes right through Bridges, Mississippi, and Bridges, Ohio. Jesus declared himself to be more than a prophet, more than a rabbi, more than a political deliverer, and more than a king. He declared himself to be the bridge between heaven and earth, the link between God and man, the portal that God has opened on earth, giving us direct access to heavenly realms. and I'm being filled with the Holy Spirit. All glory to you, Father, in the name above every name, Jesus Christ. And he's coming to get us. And he bridged the gap. And he's Jacob's ladder. And we're about to be caught up. And all glory to our Father in the name above every name, Jesus Christ. I showed you that Spirit is right there next to the eclipse. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith. So hold on to your faith, family, in Jesus Christ. Do not depart from the faith, because we're about to go home to our Father's house, where there are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you, and if I go to prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. They will believe the voice of the latter sign. Exodus 4:8, family. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, nor hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And there's a lot more. And God willing, I'll be back. But I'll wrap it up with one more confirmation that this is the sign of Jonah. And this is the sign of Jacob's ladder. And we're going to heaven. And it's right there in the path of the eclipse. Jacob. So keep your heads up, family, and hold on to your faith in Jesus Christ, because we're saved by grace through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast.
Yeah. You're muted, Dave. You're muted, Dave.
So how many coincidences before mathematically impossible?
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
How many coincidences did we see on that video, Hawk?
Yep, quite a few. And those other links that I dropped into messages there on X for you. One of the last one I sent you was in regards to military. The other three are just more information to add to that, including Gene Ho. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I sent you 5 altogether in regards to this. So I would say go through all of them. Just so people can get a different perspective from different from different people.
Yeah, I shared a few of these. Looks like we got 4, but they're short. So let's check them out. Here we go.
Don't forget to share screen.
Sorry, bud. Thanks. There we go.
Okay, I just found something else insane about the eclipse. How many coincidences do we need? So do you remember a couple days ago when there was those really, really, really bad storms, bad tornadoes, all that? Remember this path. See that same path? Listen to what the meteorologist says. This is actually bizarre. Again, he sees weather every day, and this is bizarre to him. And I'm not just saying that. This will be one of the more notable severe storms nights in March in recent memory. In the past hour, over 16,000 individual lightning bolts from western New York to northeast Texas, spanning 1,200 miles. Again, in the same exact path as the eclipse. And here is another glimpse of it in the same exact path. And this storm was so dangerous. And again, it connects at the New Madrid fault line and also at the gravity low. Now, if there was some kind of cataclysm at this New Madrid fault line, guess what? Scientists already drew up what it would look like. And this right here is what they believe the outcome would be. Here, I'll give you a second. Is your new location in the ocean, in a river, or on land? Let me know in the comments. Me over here, I got a new beach line 20 minutes from the house. But if you're over here, and all this controversy going on with Texas right now, they'd be the best place on the map. Y'all, I think this is a warning. I didn't think anything was going to happen. I really didn't. I thought it was a sign of judgment from God, but I don't know now. I mean, you got National Guard, them warning people to get flashlights and batteries and water and all this stuff. I don't know. It is 2024, and with the first quarter of the year, I would not be surprised. David Shane, you better be recording this for us.
So that's very interesting. I have not seen this one, Hawk. So thanks for sharing this.
It's you know, what's crazy is the storms that he was talking about there. One of our viewers, Navy vet, who we were doing the fundraiser for, was supposed to be able to bury his grandmother and everything, but now that went right through his area. Tornadoes, everything went through his entire area. They haven't had anything like that in years and years there. So he just kind of blew his mind.
I was this was let me see, what night was it? Saturday night. Off my deck, I recorded some unbelievable lightning. One I missed that was the strongest lightning, Hawk, I've ever seen. It came down, you know, this way. It starts at the bottom, but it looks, and then it like shot out like it was fireworks from there.
Yep.
It was, I've never seen anything like it. And I was literally just setting up the camera when I saw that, but I didn't get it on camera, unfortunately. But here is, this is, but it's like the lightning was really, really intense. Like it was very, and Magnus was freaked out. He does not like storms. But a lot of that lightning that this man is describing in the path of the eclipse. So very interesting that this part of the story. And I'm going to have to pull them all together, but because I missed some, but it was pretty intense.
Gene Reedy says it was eight confirmed tornadoes on Thursday. So far, 8 dead. It was
right.
And he said the hail came first. The hail came first, and then after that, he heard the sirens. The tornado sirens were going off like crazy. But he's okay. Just for those of you that are asking. Yeah.
All right, let me go to that next one then. Let me do this first. Let me get to the your first. So I'll go to the second one that you sent me.
And Third Eye, you can't drop your links in here because you're not an admin. We don't know who you are. And frankly, I don't appreciate people coming in and just dropping their stuff and taking off. So bye.
Okay, here we go. This is Gene Ho. Here we go.
Because Herod, Illinois is right there.
All right, now that Gene Ho's saying it, can we now say that we're Israel? Can we now say that? I've been saying it. My video, I said we had a Galilee, we had a Israel, we had a Bethlehem, we had a Nazareth, we had a Lebanon, we've got an Egypt. Egyptian artifacts, hieroglyphs have been found in the Grand Canyon. Come on, guys, come on. All the places these people could go, but they come to America. Why? They could have went to Russia, China, South America, Iceland, Greenland, Antarctica, Australia. They could have went anywhere. Anywhere. Why the United States? Because we are one nation under God. We are the Holy Land. We are. And guess who's coming back? Guess what nation is going to have a judgment on them? We are. It's here. This is what it is. And then I'm also going to blow your mind with this, right? 2017 eclipse come through then, right? 2024, how many years is that in between? 7. All right. We don't do dates. That's not what we do, but we go off events or markers. So 11/11, mirror it, is 5/11. What's 5/11? May 11th, right? But okay, we're not going to do that date. We're just going to go 5/11 though.
She's basically saying that 6 months, half the year, is the mirror of 11/11. So November 11th to December 11th is 1, January 2, February 3, March 4, April 5, May 6, and that's 5/11. So it's 6 months from 11/11.
Right? So you add 5 plus 1 plus 1 is 7. 7-year tribulation. We are done. It's going to be 1,000 years peace. Trump said it. This is not another 4-year election. I'm telling you guys, God is around here moving, working, helping, listening. Keep praying. Keep your faith. Faith of a mustard seed. We're learning new things every day, guys, but it's for the best. And watch out, Mandela effects have been happening. What we once thought was is going to be no more.
Faith of a mustard seed.
Yeah,
Right
I
there.
like her. She needs to join us. You know.
And I've seen something from her before too. She has been talking about this quite a while. Yeah, let me pull up the next one you sent me here. This is
and this is just different perspectives coming together, you know,
Yeah.
and this is what we do, folks. We look at it from every angle that gets put out there, and it allows us to be able to discern and pull bits and pieces of information together in order to complete a picture or complete a map. And that's what we're trying to do, complete a map. You know, so yeah, I can drop the link for that. Yeah, absolutely.
okay. Let me pull the next one up.
Y'all, the way I literally just sprung up out of bed. You're gonna want to hear this. You're gonna want to hear this. It has everything to do with the TikTok ban in America. Ooh, I love how God works. It literally just landed on my heart. My poor husband, he's probably filing a missing persons. I got out of bed so fast to come make this video. Follow me here. I figured it out. Have you ever heard of the National Guard being deployed nationwide for an eclipse? Not me. Not in my almost 50 years. Well, okay, I'm 47. Let's not rush things. In my 47 years, I've never heard of the National Guard being deployed for an eclipse. Have you? This April 8th eclipse has everybody kind of on edge, a little bit wondering what's going to happen. Okay, follow me here. I'm just going to say it. No script. I'm literally just fresh out of bed. Guys, it seems as though a lot of people are forgetting one thing that is extremely active and extremely present in America. And that is the millions and millions and millions of military-aged males that have come across that open border that have been planted like little seeds all across our country. I don't know what type they are. They're ready to go. Some cannot contain or control themselves, and they've gotten themselves in trouble with the law because, well, it seems that is kind of the type of person they are. Aggressive and ready to rock. Guys, do not forget they are in our country. Oh, and do not forget, this is purely for entertainment purposes only. All things stated here are just speculation. We're just goofing around. You know how we are. We're just goofing around. Goofing. Let's get to it. It's a Republican.
Yeah.
Finally agreed on.
Oh, there she is.
Strange. That's strange. Because half the time, Democrats and Republicans can barely even agree on the fact that, I don't know, the country's called the United States of America. They cannot agree upon anything together except this. And then that one guy comes out, I don't know what his name is, Jay or Jack or what. The congressman who's been on TikTok, who has 2.2 million followers and has been everybody's buddy. But then, he voted against it. He wanted TikTok banned too. Yeah. Okay. Trust no one. Anyways, why is it that Republicans and Democrats alike would want this app shut down? And he even admitted himself he is privy to information that we ourselves are not. something is going to happen. And they do not want us to communicate something only here in America. Guys, just a couple of weeks ago, Facebook and Instagram went down. And you want to know why? Because they can. Because, oh, well, I'm not going to name names. They have control over it. It's American. They can do that. Elon Musk tweeted the other day, this is just a test. They can control Facebook and Instagram at a whim, shut it down, but they cannot control TikTok. They cannot shut it down and keep us from communicating with one another when something major happens in the United States. But they can if they have it banned. So what's the rush, oh Joe? What's the rush, Congress, Senate? And what's up with that old Facebook and Instagram shutdown test the other day? Guys, something is coming, something big. Yeah. I don't know about you, but the fact that the National Guard is being deployed for an eclipse, yeah, get ready. And you know, Auntie, my number one advice, you can have all the water and batteries and candles in the world, but if you're not right with the Lord, none of that matters at all. I love you. Oh, and FYI, get Clapper. Oops. Same name, different channel. See you there.
Thoughts on that, bud?
She's got a perspective, doesn't she? And it does seem kind of funny that they're trying to push this ban of TikTok so quickly with the eclipse coming up. It's like they don't want us talking to each other for some reason, you know, while this is going on. It just seems kind of funny that they're kind of preparing in a way for telecommunications to be out, you know, maybe internet be out, you know, kind of thing. It's yeah, there's some things there, but at the same time, I also remember that 5 months. We have 5 months to beat Biden, and that falls right there in the first week or two of April.
When did he say that? I thought that it was supposed to happen in January based on his 5 month.
No, it's supposed to happen around the last week of March, beginning of April.
Okay.
Was the 5 month mark.
Well, remember, March 31st is the date that I did that decode on Ingersoll Lockwood when I told Nino, Ron Partain, and Mike King that we were going to be hearing out of Davos the next day. Look to Davos for the announcement. And Tedros came on and announced Disease X. And I mentioned Disease X.
Yeah.
And he came on the next day and mentioned that at Davos for the WHO, because they're pushing to get everybody into this WHO. Let WHO take care of you. Let you know, the WHO make sure everything's okay. So they're trying to get all these nations to sign on.
Yeah, sign away the sovereignty of your nation, and don't worry, we'll protect you. You know, sorry, but when the government comes and says we're here to help, don't believe them.
Reagan said the words, the scariest words in the universe. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And so at any rate, the other date that was in that decode, which was in the basic decode, it was in the actual address bar. Okay. The other date was March 31st. So something's going on around Disease X, and that's March 31st. And I think they're going to, that it's going to be exposed before then, some kind of a pandemic driver. And then March 31st is going to be action taken around that, like March 11th years ago when they did the lockdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're coming up into some very interesting spaces. And I do believe that it's important to look at all the information out there and try to just figure it out from there. So let me play this last one regarding this. Now, I did want to remind everybody that the reason why we're looking at X is because they're the bottom left to upper right is the one that's happening April 8th. The one that's upper left down to lower right that creates the X, that finishes off the X, that was the one that happened in 2017. Right. So let me pull this up. The Fall of Babylon, America. Here we go.
So the 2017-2024 solar eclipse, a lot of people should notice by now. If you don't, then I'm guessing this is your date of you finding out about this. So the coincision of this eclipse pass is here in southern Illinois, also known as Carbondale, also known as Little Egypt. And this X right here is actually not the 2017-2024 total solar eclipse pass, but it's actually two fault line cracks that is going across America. 1,700 miles one way, 1,600 miles the other way, and the coincision is, as you can see, is the same, precisely the same location. X marks the spot. And that area just happens to be the New Madrid seismic zone. I showed this map already, and I'll just show it again for context. The New Madrid seismic zone is known for 3 great eclipses. It's also, 3 great earthquakes, and it's also known as one of the biggest dangers to America. This is a map from USGS, and as you can see, talking about the highest hazards and lowest hazards, this is the bar, this is the meter, all right? And as you can see right here, where the X marks the spot, simultaneously with the eclipse and the earthquakes, the activity is very, very high, and threat level and danger level is very, very high. So this is an exodus sign, This is a sign of an exodus, a physical, spiritual, mental awakening, and exodus out of a system, and it's also a prophetic sign for a people. Book reference. The intersection of these two fault lines create an X at the New Madrid seismic zone, located in Missouri, just an hour-and-a-half drive, a 30-minute flight from Carbondale, known as Little Egypt. What's particularly unsettling is the striking resemblance between the map of the seismic cracks and the paths of totality observed in the solar eclipse. The correlation in the paths and locations might invoke a sense of awe or terror, depending on one's perspective. It invites contemplation on the possible means or connection these natural phenomena might hold. And you can see the striking resemblance in Forbes magazine doomsday map or doomsday crack, because this would be the precise location of X marks the spot. The unsettling parallels between the seismic crack and the path of totality are not lost on those who study them. Yet, the lack of public warning from scientists or authorities are baffling. It calls to mind scenes from disasters, movies like 2012, where the government concealed imminent catastrophic to avert panic. Could we be living in such scenario? Have those in power suspected a looming threat and chosen silence over alarm? These questions linger, leaving us to ponder the cryptic message that nature seems to be signaling, and wonder if humanity is truly ready to face whatever may be coming. Now we see where Forbes get their prediction from. But trust me, it's way much more deeper than you think. This is an Exodus sign for a chosen people, for the people, for humanity, for the world.
He's got a very interesting take on it there, huh? Oh, you're muted again.
What do you think?
Well, I dropped a couple more that I had in my feed into the thing there, that you're gonna, that I would say definitely we want to play them, because they're gonna give us even more sauce to add to this, because they're going to talk about what the implementation of these organizations as well as the military. Okay. Organizations as well as military. Organizations is the key word in this. And you find out who's involved. And like the last one I sent you is talks about even brings into mind, okay, you talked about virus X. Okay. Well, they talk about yellow fever.
What, in the one I'm about to play?
Oh yeah, it could be. It depends on which one it is, because I know I sent you. The next one should be the military one from outside. That's outside the matrix, and then I sent you another one after that.
Yeah. So, one of the things that I picked up on in that video that I wanted to mention, and that is that why isn't the mainstream telling us about all these interesting coincidences? That is your first clue. It used to be people were like, well, I didn't hear this on the news, as challenging to anything that a truther or a conspiracy theorist would say. Well, now we're not really doing that, are we? We're basically, we've flipped the tables to the point where if it is in the mainstream media, then it is not to be trusted.
Yep.
And so, and the exclusion, the lie of omission, omitting the facts that are before us regarding this X, marks the spot kind of a vibe. That should be very telling to us, right? And so, and one of the things that you'll notice is the Yellowstone is on the path of the 2017, but also on the path of the fault line.
Yep.
And Yellowstone, the Hopi made the prediction of the Yellowstone, a major cataclysmic event coming out of Yellowstone. And they basically said, you need to be east of the Rocky Mountains. They called it the Great Turtle, the Hopi. And so that brings, Yellowstone into play as well. So let me pull this up here.
Warnings are going out in different states. This is getting wild. The National Guard is going to be here now for the solar eclipse. This article today was released in an Oklahoma newspaper saying that they will have guardsmen present in McCurtain County for the solar eclipse. But things get much weirder. The 22 members of an elite chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear unit will be housed in Broken Bow, in addition to 110 to 150 Oklahoma Highway Patrol troopers. They're also urging residents to stock up with 1 to 2 weeks of food in advance of the event and to have full fuel tanks. They're also saying that it's likely that communication facilities could be overloaded, possibly making it difficult to make cell phone calls. Similar warnings are going out in different states, including Noblesville Fire Department in Texas. And apparently schools are canceled this day, and people are going on Twitter writing statements like this: something strange is definitely happening. My kids in 3 different schools all got notices that school will be closed that day. What do you know about this solar eclipse? As always, let me know what you think about all of this down below.
Well, I'll tell you that this is something that our school is closed, my daughter's school, and but that was just a recent decision because we were already going to take her out of school, and I think a lot of the families were going to do the same for 2 reasons. One is so that we could witness this as a family. Okay, it's what happens. How often does this happen? Every 200,000 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a crazy number, right? Like I don't remember exactly,
So,
right?
so
But-
it's science numbers. It's science numbers,
yeah, but
Trust
it's once in
science.
many lifetimes. It's a once
Yeah,
in many
yep.
lifetime opportunity, right?
Yeah,
Let's see.
but we got to trust the science, Dave. We have
Yes.
to trust
Yeah.
the science.
Yeah. Like they know what happened 200,000 years ago, which I'm going to get to once we get through these videos. I'm going to expound upon what I think this is all what's all happening here. And it's very significant. But the other reason is, so the first reason is to be able to see it as a family. The other reason is because the traffic is going to be really, it's going to take traffic into places that aren't prepared for it to see this. But because there's so many places around the path that they could, they could spread that out quite a bit as well.
Yep.
But does it call for National Guard?
Well, I mean, think of it like this. Think about 4th of July. Okay. With the 4th of July, how many people do we have, gathering for fireworks? Thousands and thousands and thousands in every city. Okay. In every city, especially the big cities that do the big shows, you can end up, places like New York, you're talking 1 million, 2 million people. Okay. Showing up just for the fireworks. Everybody else is watching it from home, and just a heads up, Dave, you got a bot over in the, over on the Rumble.
Okay,
there.
thank you.
Yeah. Bamlo, Bamlo, I think the name is,
Yep.
gives you the name of the bot there.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yep. Just so we can try and keep that site clean, but when you think about these big events, think about the Super Bowl, that's a large gallery. It's basically, these cities are going to be having the capacity of a football stadium going in to experience the eclipse together, come to our park, kind of thing, everybody's going to, make money off of it and everything else. But in all actuality, where that last video was going is where these big gatherings are going is exactly where somebody would release something that is biological.
Yeah. So, that could have been done at the Super Bowl. Well, let's continue with these, and then I want to. These are great videos, bro. Starting
Thank
with the one I had dialed in and
I've
shared.
I've seen about 30 of them, but I only shared like 6 or 7 of them that really had information that was a little bit different than everybody else. And that's
Cool.
where I was trying to go with it, was to try and give as many perspectives as possible.
Yep. All right, here we go.
The total solar eclipse. Travis County is preparing for a wave of visitors by issuing a declaration of local disaster.
That's
So
Austin,
declaring a
Texas.
disaster
Travis
allows
County.
Travis County to take steps in order to prepare for the solar eclipse. One of the things is asking those who are going to be hosting watch parties with 50 people or more to please register with us.
Bell County is issuing a disaster declaration more than a month ahead of the eclipse.
Kendall County is the latest to issue a disaster declaration ahead of next month's eclipse. At least 3 other counties in Central Texas and the Hill Country, located in that path of totality, have also issued disaster declarations. Kerr County has also made a disaster declaration specifically requesting additional fuel, drinking water, and medical supplies.
A disaster declaration is now in place for one Texas county, all because of next month's solar eclipse. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine signing an executive order to assure state agencies will be prepared.
Hey, Inspired Tribe, my fellow freedom lovers, it's John Nolan here. Thank you so much for tuning in to another Inspired live stream. It is Friday, March 15th, 2024. We're healthy, we're wealthy, we're whole, we're free. And today we're talking about, this solar eclipse event. It's kind of really weird, the stuff that I'm reading about it, that we're hearing about it, how they're reacting, what they're putting out there. And I wanted to invite a dear friend of ours, someone you might know. He's on TV all the time and phoning in today, retired Brigadier General Blaine Holt. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, happy Friday. Thanks for having me.
Always an honor to have you, General. People know you. You're on Newsmax all the time. You have your column there too, The Irascible Disruptor, and you are on the pulse of so many things. Now, as a retired general in the Air Force, preparation is kind of a big part of what you guys do to, to really have mission success. That's the key point. What do you make of this whole thing here? What are we looking at? And is it just strange to me, or is it strange to you as well?
No, it's very strange to me. It just gets weirder and weirder by the day. And the thing that I worry about is that the public is actually getting very used to outrageous things in the paper, so outrageous that the public just becomes numb to them. Let's go back a couple of days, and the headline was, the Haiti government is toppled by a gang leader who engages in killing people and cannibalism thereafter. And we're just at the end of that in the news cycle. And that's what passes for, oh, well, yeah, I mean, who wouldn't bat an eyelash at that? And so back to the Air Force planning and my career as a strategist, in military planning to be successful, what in the civilian sense we might call preparation or prepping, you call anticipation. And with any mission that you have an environment that you're operating inside that mission. And there's two conditions that you have to plan for that you don't know what those things are, but you need to forecast what those things could be. One is the most likely scenario. What are you most likely to face? What do the probabilities tell you is likely to happen? And then the other one is the most dangerous scenario. What's the worst it could be? How bad could be? And for today's crazy headlines, going back to the first thoughts of COVID, BLM, Kabul falling, stolen elections, all kinds of stuff, all the way to get to today. Wars everywhere, a wide open border. We worry that the most likely thing we're going to see is a black swan event, and that could be financial, could be illegal aliens turning on us because their UN money dried up. It could be cyber attacks. It could be EMP, electromagnetic pulse. Could be any of those things, but it's likely, we think, that in the next several months or even in weeks, you could see one of these black swans become an event for you. But the most dangerous thing would be all those things I mentioned, a flock of black swans, all at the same time that we as a public have to deal with. And,
I think that was it.
Yeah. It was kind of short on that. But the thing that stood out to me was the black swan events, and that's where where him and that one lady that we had on there kind of coincided with each other, because we have all the illegal immigrants here from all around the world. And we know that the border didn't, that there were gotaways, from Border Patrol. There's a very large number of gotaways, and those gotaways are going to be the guys who were trained in avoidance, tactics and basically infiltration and avoidance are the two big things. And so when you look at that, it kind of goes with what the general was saying there, that would be an ideal time in which to in which for them to carry something out, because again, large groups of people. So the idea of it is and this is the thing, guys, is I it's not saying it to fearmonger anybody, but always be prepared, for that somebody's going to try something stupid. Maybe it's a cleanup phase. Maybe it's a time to scoop a whole bunch of people up. because everybody's focused on the eclipse, So what do they got us focusing on in at the same time as to what the event actually is and what could they pull off during that event?
So let's talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, on a military wise, think about the amount of arrests that they could make during an eclipse. People coming into the cities to do damage would be easily, if people are positioned properly, you could see every person coming in and out of your town. So you would know if you have a bad element coming in in your front door, and are prepared to scoop them up, So there's, there's just so many different avenues that this could go into. But again, it boils down to, do you have a reason to be afraid? The only thing that you should fear is God. And even then, he tells you not to be afraid, So if he's telling you not to be afraid, then don't be afraid, Just have the shit that you need for a couple of days and, just in case. But that should be an everyday thing.
That's what I was saying about walking out of the door with the jacket on. You got to be prepared for whatever you're going into.
It's like, I mean, when we were kids, our parents were, that's what pantries were for. That's what canning was for.
Right.
That's what stocking up on meats was for, making jerky and things like that. Why do they do that? Well, because in case of an emergency, you're going to be glad to have that, because you maybe you'll be without power for 3 days. If you're without power for 3 days and you don't want to have to open your refrigerator or freezer unless it's absolutely necessary, so you can try and keep everything in there that you can, then wouldn't you have food storage that is quick and easy to access without having to open those up? Yes, you would.
I need to get a generator because I'm now a 2 household, second household, and so left the generator with my ex, and so now I got to get one because everyone should have that, and that's probably the one thing that I don't have that I should. But for the most part, somebody asked if we were preppers early in the chat, and I would say that I am, because I've got guns, bullets, food to last a couple of months, and water I don't have. I need to get more water too, but for the most part, flashlights and radios and and all that, pretty much have all that. But it's just like, when you're prepared, you don't fear. But when you're unprepared, you fear. The more you're dependent on somebody else, the more that you are, the more the government has the ability to control you. Anybody that you're dependent on has the ability to control you. So the goal there is, don't be dependent on anybody but yourself, so that nobody can control you in the way that they like to. That's all.
I mean, if you think about it, what would be the one thing? Everybody's going to be looking at the sky. Okay. If we really wanted to go crazy whacked out, hey, that's when an alien invasion would be best, because everybody's looking at the sky.
All right. Well, let's think about this, right? Okay.
You know what?
Because
it's go ahead.
Well, okay. Everybody's that is here is pretty aware of Project Bluebeam, And this was a project that they used to be able to project something into the sky that makes it look very, very real. And so but here's what's important to understand. There are still people that believe that this eclipse is a natural phenomenon. And I want you to just take that and just check that coat for just a moment, folks. Take this mentality that the eclipse is a natural phenomenon, and I just ask you to wrap that up in your coat, take off your coat, check your coat, grab your claim ticket, just set it aside just for a moment, and think about this a little bit differently. If you do believe in the flat earth model, and that flat earth model is the UN map, I believe it was the Gleason map. Yeah, the Gleason map that I'm sharing here. This was a map, I believe it was 1890, something like that. Let me see if we can find out. 1892, November 15th. The patent was allowed. Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, an experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth. This was Samuel Robotham. Samuel Robotham. And I studied his work, and his work leads us to flat Earth. And the white part that you see here is Antarctica. Antarctica is not a continent. Okay. There are 7 continents: South America, North America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Okay. Did I get all those? Let me see. North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia. And was Antarctica the 7th? I can't remember, or am I missing? Yeah, so I might be off there a little bit, but at any rate, Antarctica is not a continent. Antarctica is the bathtub that holds the water for our realm. Okay? And so when you look at this, you also see the space that the sun projects to down here in this lower right hand and the lower left hand. And they talk about the June solstice, okay, and the December solstice. So, and also if you follow the flight paths, they make sense on this model, not on the globe model. Okay, now, if this exists, and why did they keep this from us? Okay, why did they keep all of this information from us? Well, they did so because this model proves a god or gods or sentient beings of some type that created this realm. It was written about in Genesis and all the ancient texts. The firmament separated the waters from above and below, and the waters must have a container to hold them. The atmosphere must have a container to hold them. The atmosphere cannot be above the atmosphere cannot be below a vacuum without something separating the two. That's scientifically impossible. And so when you look at this model and you understand that everything that we're seeing here in front of us was created because the flat earth model completely blows away any thought of Big Bang or explosion in a vacuum in space, and we're here through, the psyop of Darwin and the evolution of man from ape and from the sea, the fishes from the sea into the land. It is all a complete psychological operation in order to make us believe that we are infinitesimal, that we are not special, that we are a speck on the ass of a small being in the middle of a vast, expanding universe, is all bullshit to control us and to get us away from the belief and understanding that we are special and that we were put here for a purpose. And so when you look at this map and you understand how things are moving, and let me find that for you, which is how the sun and the moon move within the firmament. Let me see if I can find that for you. And here we go. Not seeing that. By the way, sundials only work on a flat Earth model. You could look into that. And let me see if this takes me where I need to go. So, my friends, if we're looking at this flat Earth model, and we understand how the sun and the moon move in circles at different points in the time of the year, right? Then okay, this is what I'm looking for right here. Okay, this is great. Okay, so check this out. Okay.
So I dropped something else into the chat there for you, or into the X side.
Okay.
Yeah. What I dropped in there was first you'll see that there's a bill, right? The second one that I gave you, save that one for last, because that's just a funny that I think you'll freaking love, and so will everybody else. But the last one that I just sent you was the person who broke the story in regards to this S686.
To the what? Broke the story what? About the bill S686 that I put into the messages over on X. Okay. You'll see one that's done by I think it's Sassafras 84 put out, and then you'll see the bill two above that, and this vote is going on. Guess when? During the eclipse. What's the vote for?
The
we
bill.
We can go to that one.
Yeah, we'll go into that. Finish with the maps first. The maps first, and then you can.
So let's go look at this map. Now this is the top down, the Arctic here in the middle, and then you have the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn. And what's important to understand is that these are the two different cycles of the sun. So watch this. See, the sun is right here. where is the sun right now? Right there. The sun is on the Tropic of Cancer. It's going around right here. Okay. And all the other planets as well. Right. And the moon follows at a different speed. This is the 3D version of it here. Look, the moon and the sun are at the exact same spot, and they're both in the Tropic of Cancer. Okay. Now, look, you see the sun is going outside of the Tropic of Cancer. Okay. We are now in, what time of year are we in? But now the sun is moving. It had moved to the equator and now is back in the Tropic of Cancer. Okay, and you can see how they move about. Again, my friends, these are in the firmament. All of these planets are in the firmament. They are lights in the firmament. Now, these lights have been used, these planets, the stars, have been used since the beginning of time to navigate and to be able to figure out where on Earth you are. Okay. And so you can understand how this moves. So when the moon crosses in front of this sun, then do we understand that this has been orchestrated? Almost everything that we see in nature is mathematics, has been built on mathematics. This is no different. This is why we're seeing the same things that they saw 200,000 years ago, or however far ago, long ago it was. And so this is very special, but please understand that this has been written. This is a code of some sort that has been written for this to happen when it happens. My point is that this is under control. This has been created to be on this pattern. So the question is, what is it that, what else would they create? And so, and who is it that's creating it? Is it the people that have created the sun and the moon and the stars and the firmament? Is it the gods that created this, that have something that's coming on April 8th? Or is it the cabal who are going to make chaos reign or make something happen on this particular day because they're taking advantage of where the focus is? Or is it a white hat operation that they use such an auspicious day, like Q said, this is going to be biblical? And so is it the white hats that are using this biblical happening? And the Bible is all about, by the way, if you understand the Bible, you understand that it's more about astronomy than people would like to believe, and astrology than people would like to believe. And so, and there's a whole other video for that I've shared with Hawk that we'll have to do together. But this is the model. So if this was created with the exact precision for the sun and the moon to line up and blot out the sun literally for minutes at a time, if we can start to begin to understand that alone, that event has been mathematically calculated and orchestrated to happen on this particular day, then it's not hard for us to think about what else could be orchestrated or what else could be created on that day from the people that have the power, or the beings that have the power to blot out the sun for 3 days. And back in the day, you know, if Hawk and I figured out that the moon was going to block the sun and make it dark for 3 minutes, we could go to the villagers and we'd say, if you don't crown us king, we're going to blot out the sun. And everyone's like, yeah, whatever. And the next thing you know, the sun's blotted out for 3 minutes. And they're like, praise Dave, praise Hawk, right? It's like, what can we do? And next thing you know, we're wearing crowns and we've got slaves waiting on us. Well, they've used this kind of information that they have kept secret from the normies, if you want to call it, that they keep this information, and by hoarding this information, they're able to make certain predictions and they're all able to make certain things happen that make people believe that we're more powerful than we are.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that's important to remember. Go ahead.
And it's also the fact that they can feed fear to you. You know, they feed fear to you, and then they feed off of that fear growing inside of you. You know, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute here. You know, so much of this really makes a lot of sense. And Sherilyn, that's perfect. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. You know, so when you're looking at this, understand that that there are again so many viewpoints, and you know, if you look at it just on that flat, I love that flat Earth model there with the planets there, because everything is inside the firmament, guys. Everything is inside the firmament. These planets that they're talking about, they're inside our bubble. Okay. And they don't want us to know that they've been there and everything else, because if once you know that that's possible, then what happens? You know, people want to they want to become more involved and get out there. You'll want to get away from this. You want to join that, you know.
And it's the stars are in the firmament as per Genesis, and the sun and the moon are like these magnetic discs that float in the ether.
Yep.
And they get their energy from the ether. And when you start to look into what powers airplanes, you come to understand that it's just as much ether as it is gasoline, if not more so. That they're using the ether, and Tesla tapped into the ether as well. Without question, Tesla tapped into the power of the ether, and that is why. So I want to show this here. The sun circles above the Tropic of Capricorn from December 21st to January 22nd. And then the sun circles above the Tropic of Cancer from June 21st to 22nd. That's the orange one. Okay, the yellow one is Capricorn. The orange one is Cancer. And the equator during both the fall and the spring equinox. So it's in the equator here in the middle of these two things. Okay. And so that's why the sun sets and rises at different points on the horizon. It's not actually the sun rising and setting. It's the sun coming towards you. It's the sun coming into view. And that's a very important distinction to make. So when we're looking at this eclipse, we have to look at it from a standpoint of this is a controlled event, controlled by those who created this realm that we are currently existing in. And once you wrap your head around that, okay, then you can understand that this was easily predicted in the Bible. I've talked about how did Q do so many predictions that have been proven out. And the answer is that either you have something that can look into the future, or you've traveled into the future, or you have the power to create the future. And the people that were responsible for getting us the books of the Bible that we were able to read, which, by the way, they kept away a lot that they didn't want us to read. But once we got to read the books that we wanted, they did allow us to read, we're able to predict these things, some of the things that are happening. Why? Because if I set a course from Los Angeles to Miami and I stay on course with the airplane the entire way, I'm going to end up in Miami. And that's what they're doing with these predictions. They're setting the course, and they can calculate mathematically the exact day and time that these things are going to happen. And so we know that this was planned. We know that this was orchestrated. There's no way in hell that the moon is the perfect size to block the sun, the perfect size. They're the exact same size, but we're led to believe they're not, and that the moon is 93 million miles away, and it just so happens to be the exact same size as the moon. That doesn't happen in science, in mathematics, or anything. The sun rising is the sun coming into our purview. That is all.
Dave, I hate to interrupt you. Donovan's in the chat.
Oh, great.
He says, hey, everyone, just getting the final list ready for the giveaway. If you haven't entered already, you have about 15 minutes. Okay. So I dropped it over on Rumble. Okay. I'm going to drop it in both of the X chats right now. I'm at Dave Snedeker's right now, and then I will drop it into mine as well. Okay. And I just dropped it into the YouTube chat. If I can get somebody to drop the link again over on the Facebook side one more time, this way here, we don't miss anybody, and we're able to get everybody, everybody up to par. Now, why is that doing that? Come on.
I believe that was Eric Dubay, by the way, that posted that video. If not, I recommend he is the one that does 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. This is the This is the UN map, which is the exact same Gleason map that we were just looking at.
Yep.
And
now, why would they use that as their logo? You know,
Exactly.
why wouldn't
And all
why,
and
why
the
wouldn't they put
reefs,
yeah
the
you know,
reefs
why,
are
why
Antarctica.
mhm.
And also, what you're about to see is 1,000-year-old flat Earth map that is the exact same map, and it gives us the Cancer and Capricorn and equator, and then the border, and then look what's outside the border are more worlds. If there is a Mars, it's out here, not up there. If there is a Venus, it's here, not up there. Of course, the thing that we're looking at up in the stars are they are these places that we've named, and they're all aligning. But my point is that if there's civilizations, they're here to the side through the Antarctic wall. Was this world map made 10 centuries ago? It was found at the turn of the 20th century. And it was found, it was a Tibetan manuscript. And it makes sense to pay attention to it. It was found in a copper cylinder, which came across seas to Honolulu from a Buddhist temple in the mountains of central Japan. It is a map of the world made 1,000 years ago. Dr. Kobayashi, the well-known Japanese physician and surgeon of Honolulu, has received a copy of the map, which he believes to have been made by Chinese priests 10 centuries ago. The map is drawn on the principle of the Mercator projection, which Mercator is another one like the Gleason map, showing the North Pole as the center of a circle in which are the continents of North and South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Australia. So I was correct. So the two Americas, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Australia. There are 6 continents. The map was found by my brother in a Japanese temple in the mountains of Japan, said Dr. Kobayashi. It has been hidden from the Japanese government in modern times, just as it was in ancient times. For in olden days, such a map would have been destroyed by the authorities. According to a letter, the original map was brought from China by a Buddhist priest and concealed in this temple. 10 years ago, my brother was a consumptive. Although I was a physician, he did not wish to be treated with medicines. He decided to go into the mountains and attempt a cure by himself. For 10 years, he has remained there and used his willpower to effect a cure. Today, he is a well man. During his stay there, he found this map. He evolved from it a theory of the flatness of the earth, despite all modern facts showing it to be a sphere. They're not modern facts. Those are all choreographed. This theory has been his one aim in life. He is an artist, and in order to demonstrate his theory, he made beautiful drawings, picturesque and attractive to the eye, in which mechanical, astronomical, and engineering methods are shown. So this is, this is a real map. And what do we make of this map? And also, what's important to make a point, I believe McMurdo Station is somewhere down here to the at about 3 o'clock on this dial. Okay. And there was what Admiral Byrd said was he took off from McMurdo and flew 3,000 miles and saw a continent bigger than the United States of America. This would be that continent right here. That's one of, I believe I counted 33, which is also the 33 sections in the UN map. These sections total 33. Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 8 times 4 is 32. And then you have the one in the middle. That's 33. And who are the people that are keeping this from us, that are keeping this from us learning about it? Those would be the Freemasons, which are 33rd degree Freemasons. And this is the path of the sun. And this is the deception that we are a part of. False dilemma, a type of logical fallacy that involves a situation in which only two alternatives are considered, when in fact there are additional options, sometimes shades of gray between the extremes. So the false dilemma that we've been placed in the United States of America is a Republican Democrat, is a right left, is a very a very false paradigm that we've been given, that we have to choose between the two. And and that's how they've used much to control us.
And when he's using the word gods, guys, okay, what you have to understand is that throughout time, okay, our belief in the one creator, okay, is one thing, okay, but through histories of all the different nations and all the civilizations that have come before us, okay, there has always been the convolutance of more than one God, okay, the God of Israel, the God of Egypt, the gods of, I should say gods of Egypt, okay, the God of the Sumerians, okay, understand that when we're talking about this stuff on the scientific side of this, okay, you have to reference what would be the gods, okay, because those were the things that people, they prayed to, okay. You think back to the Roman times, they our planets, okay, to them are all gods, that, whether it be Mars, the god of war, okay, Venus, the goddess of love, okay, understand the breakdown of that, okay, that you have to you have to understand that when you're looking at it in a scientific way, instead of looking at it just in the biblical sense, okay, one of the wise men said to Herod that or said to the other two wise men, that there's only one creator, and the others were either vain or parts of him. Okay, so like a certain manifestation with a particular individual that gives them godlike credentials would be like Buddha. Okay, Buddha was moved to godhood. Okay, no different than what what the Romans did with their emperors. Okay, their Caesars. Okay, they were God on earth, right? You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that when we're saying the gods, okay, we're talking about throughout time. Okay, so each culture has their own belief system. So in that is where you get your explanation for all that. So yeah, just a little, just a little tidbit for you, but understand that, we're covering more than one thing and more than one culture at the same time, and go with it from there. Dave stepped away for a minute, so
I just saw a couple deer out my window, so I went to feed them a couple apples.
Oh, right on.
Monotheism didn't come about until the 17th century. And mono is singular. Theism is God. And I think Thomas More came up with that. And in Genesis, it said, let us create man in our image, our own image. So there's, we need to think outside the box, because what about this world have we been lied to about? And the answers are endless. And we should consider alternative views on things, because our job here is to figure out what we've been lied to about and what we have not been lied to about. And almost everything we've been lied to about. The video I recommend, first of all, Eric Dubay, and it's 200 proofs. I'm putting it in the chat. The Earth is not a spinning ball. Folks, that will rock your world. I promise you. I promise you. And so
basically, guys, type that title into whatever platform you're going to look up for the video, and it'll come up.
I know it's on YouTube, but I also know that many of his videos are blocked off search on YouTube. But it's legit stuff, my friends. I promise you, you'll enjoy that journey down that rabbit hole. And so, but the reason I brought this up in the way that I did is so that we keep in mind that this is all a creation, and that, oh my gosh, the Bible is predicting what's happening right now. And well, yeah, it's almost like 1980. People are still baffled at how George Orwell was able to predict 1984, and so much of it is accurate. People were blown away that Aldous Huxley was able to predict A Brave New World, and how all of those things have come to fruition. Well, they were given the blueprint back at the Fabian Society at Eton College at the turn of the century. Okay? Orwell titled it 1984 because it was the 100-year anniversary of the Fabian Society, 1984. That's why he did it. His name was Eric Blair. He was a student of Aldous Huxley at Eton. His pen name was George Orwell. People can't believe, wow, they were so accurate. Both the oppression and the titillation and the bread and circus. Well, they were given the blueprint. All they had to do was forward that blueprint 100 years into the future to see what it would look like. It was the blueprint of socialism. And socialism is the well-strewn pathway towards communism. And that is how a couple 100 million people lost their lives in the 20th century because of the spread of socialism. The wolf in sheep's clothing. Yes. Yeah, John, that's the link. Thank you. 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball, 2024 remastered edition. And I'm gonna do a Steven's asked me to do a show. We've been talking about that for months, about on the flat Earth, and I want to bring that to him, and might center it around that 200 proofs. So David Bann said, you learn the devil's name when you become a 30th degree. That's interesting.
Yeah, the 30. Yeah. Actually,
I
you know
think
what, Dave? It's
Yeah.
funny that he said that, because there is something, a connection of 322 with this eclipse. I'm getting ready to copy the link here. I'm waiting for my signal to open on the computer, and I'm going to send it to you. I'll drop it on the Twitter side. Okay. This is kind of interesting. Here it comes.
Is it the... Okay, I see it.
Should just be coming to you now. And that person talking there in the video above it, that's the one that's talking about the bill 686.
Okay.
That I want you to check out. But the one there by Script Keeper is the one I want you to check out.
Oh, yeah. I've seen this. The solar eclipse will last 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Maybe this is what's meant with the blackout theme, not blackout of the electric grid, but the blackout of the sun around the solar eclipse. Blackout of the sun is when major shit would go down, quite possibly. Yeah. So yes, I have seen that. It's Script Keeper shared that, who's been blowing up Phil Godlewski in a really positive way. And then let me go to this one. Which one do you want me to do? The 118th or 686 Restrict Act first?
Yeah. So go to that one first, and then go down to do it that way. Do the 686 first, and that's an interesting one. Because that basically obliterates the First Amendment in the United States.
This is Mark Warner, by the way, who I know, and he unfortunately has been completely co-opted. I think he's been promised the presidency down the road after Obama, after Clinton. Because he was the keynote speaker at the Democrat National Convention for Obama, which kind of predicts future, because Obama was the keynote speaker of the Democrat National Convention before he ran for president. Shown here, introduced in the Senate on 3/7/2023, about a year ago. Restricting the emergence of security threats that risk Information and Communications Technology Act, or Restrict Act. This bill requires federal actions to identify and mitigate foreign threats to information and communications technology products and services. It also establishes civil and criminal penalties for violations under the bill. Specifically, the Department of Commerce must identify, deter, disrupt, prevent, prohibit, investigate, and mitigate transactions involving ICT products and services in which any foreign adversary, such as China, has any interest and that pose an undue or unacceptable risk to U.S. national security or the safety of U.S. persons. Additionally, Commerce must identify and refer to the President any covered holding, e.g. stock or security, that poses an undue or unacceptable risk to the U.S. national security or the security and safety of U.S. persons. If the person determines that the holding poses such a risk, the President may compel divestment of or otherwise mitigate the risk associated with the holding. Commerce may designate any foreign government or regime as a foreign adversary upon a determination that the foreign government or regime is engaged in a long-term pattern or serious instances of conduct significantly adverse to U.S. national security or the security and safety of the U.S. persons, and remove such a designation. Commerce must notify Congress before making or removing a designation. These actions are subject to congressional disapproval. The bill outlines the enforcement mechanisms, including actions by the Department of Justice and civil and criminal penalties for violations.
Now, to add context to that, go to the video of that's 2 down.
This is Bill S686, also known as the Restrict Bill. You'll probably know it as the TikTok ban bill, but it does so much more than just that. It actually does more than any bill I think we've ever seen. I encourage everyone to read it by going here and clicking the text tab, but here are the main takeaways. Foreign adversaries can change by definition, but a few are already listed. They are the People's Republic of China, including Hong Kong, Special Administration Region, the Republic of Cuba, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and of course, the Russian Federation and Venezuela under the regime of Nicolas Maduro Moros. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but these definitions can change at any time. The bill covers hardware technology like modems, routers, and home cameras, and virtual tech like VPNs, and basically bans them if they are manufactured by or used to contact and deal with foreign adversaries. Speaking of VPNs, using VPNs to bypass banned apps such as TikTok is made a criminal act under this bill, and the penalty, it's a minimum imprisonment of 20 years and a minimum fine of $250,000 or $1 million, depending if you knowingly did so to access banned content. The bill gives the federal government the power to monitor any activity used by these suspected devices, virtual or otherwise. Essentially, they can monitor what you are doing at home 24/7 without even informing you. This includes things such as routers, video games, streaming apps, smart thermostats, Ring cameras, basically anything that uses the internet. Now, the real terrifying part of all of this, as if that all wasn't terrifying enough, is that the bill goes on to state that this will happen by the president appointing a secretary of communication. That secretary then forms a group on their own without any voter input whatsoever. This group can have meetings behind closed doors. They don't have to disclose anything. They can ban and deem anything inappropriate or a risk to security at any moment in time. And if they do, they can go through your instant messages, your emails, text, basically anything that uses the internet, and they can censor it. So in summary, this bill can effectively ban anything the government deems inappropriate extremely quickly without warning. The ramifications of this range from breaking up mass communication methods to even watching the cameras in your home, aka spying on you. It really is that bad, and I am not speaking in hyperbole. Please contact your reps. I have a video on my TikTok ban playlist on how to find your representatives and tell them if they vote for this, you will support their opponents in their next primary. If I missed anything in this bill, please let me know in the comments. Share this information.
We lost you, Dave. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, it's the entire bill broken down the way that he went in and got the full context of it there. We just gave you a snippet. That was just one summary. Hang on one second. Hey, I'll be right back with you, Dave.
Sure. Excuse me. Let's see. Just checking the comments, folks. Oh, thank you. Great surprise for Monday Eve and here in Georgia. Thank you. Appreciate that. Many individuals, John, have compared the bill to the Patriot Act. Yeah, it's getting into a heady situation here.
Yeah. Yeah. And the vote for that is on the day of the eclipse. That's when it's scheduled.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah.
So, Now, the one that's in between the two that I put in there, Dave. Okay, it's in between the two. That's in
I
your
see that.
messages there.
I have it pulled up.
Could you please play that for everybody, because you guys got to understand sometimes that's exactly how I feel. Okay, and I know that a lot of you are feeling just this way right now.
Yeah, this is how I feel as well. Here we go.
And then it's January, and then it's Christmas in July, and then today's not really today because the numbers are missing, and then it's because it's the Julian calendar, and then it's the Gregorian calendar, and then it's the Q calendar, and then it's the Mickey Mouse clock, and then it's the mirror inside the Mickey Mouse clock, and then it's the mirror beyond the other Mickey Mouse clock that's in the other mirror that's in the other dimension beyond the ice wall, and then Pompeo's got the timestamps, and Scavino's got the comms, and the comms are in the burgers, and now they're in the ice cream, and the timestamps are in the comms, and Grassley's got the comms, and the comms are in the corn, and now the corn is up his ass, and Durham's got the briefcase, and Trump has the football, and Barron Trump's really 85 years old, and Putin's got the codes, and he sends the codes to Elon, who has the magic Starlink, and then the cabal is going to try to resurrect hell from the portal of CERN. Then the Nephilim are going to come down, fight alongside the Blackhawks with large Hadron Colliders, then the Earth's going to flip over on its head, and we'll be walking upside down. And then Trump's going to step in, and Elon's going to reset the codes, and Trump steps in, and then it's all finished in one day. Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. But I saw it on TikTok. It was on TikTok. I saw it on TikTok.
Yes.
I couldn't resist. I could not resist, Dave, no matter what. I could not resist. I was like, okay, Dave's got to see this one.
Oh man.
It's because we can identify.
Oh yeah. I watched that. Oh God. I think I got to sleep at 5:11 this morning. It's weird, man. My sleep has been really off. And but I watched that last night and I thought, oh my God, he nailed it. It's like just really priceless. That we got to keep tongue in cheek, folks. We got to make it through. We got to make it through this.
We've got to have things to laugh about. We really do. You know, that's one of the reasons why I play so many of Queen Letty or Queen Petty Lex. Queen Petty Lex. I got to get her name right. Queen Petty Lex is because it's like she takes these, just everyday situations and just makes them something to laugh about, because we've got to have that every once in a while. I mean, it's great to learn everything that we can learn, but it's another thing just to be able to let loose and laugh every once in a while. We get, believe me, I bury myself in research so deep that sometimes, middle of the night, I'll wake up thinking about what I've been researching all day, and I'll turn on something just to make me laugh. And then I can go back to sleep. It's
It's I mean, this is the thing that we have to do to keep our sanity. That's the bottom line. Is we got to keep our sanity, and it's not easy to do in this world that we live in. So where are we at with the giveaway? Are we ready to
he'll be coming up any minute. I told him to come on up as soon as he's ready. So he's got the link already. I made.
Awesome.
I sent it to him. I sent it to him via email. So he's got that. So
cool.
Yeah, exactly, Susie. Yeah, Tin TV helps me to rewind or unwind, and he's getting on right now, Dave. He says.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you guys ready? We're going to be giving away a beef pack here.
Yeah, this is exciting.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's you know, yeah, I think it's great. Go ahead. I'll let you bring them up. And
Donovan, what's happening?
Nothing much. How are you guys?
good.
Good.
You got something really bright above you. It looks like you got a halo.
Yeah,
above your head.
that is the window. Maybe I'll have to adjust a little bit.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
So
There
how's
we
this
go.
week gone for you?
Pretty good. So far, so good. Had to pull a calf today, but you know, everything besides that's been awesome. So
Yeah. How's the fence coming along?
great. Yep, did a little welding on it today, and it's coming along super good. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, just a lot of work to be done trying to get ready for springtime and trying to keep up with orders. You know, we shipped out 110 pounds of beef this morning. So
Wow.
There you go.
it's been pretty
Nice.
awesome. So yeah, just
Very
trying to
cool.
get my feet underneath me here. So
Well, thanks for hustling in and making the time, because people are
course.
excited about the giveaway and anything else you want to share as well with that you didn't get to share maybe on our last show, and that you were like, oh, I wish I would have said that, or I wish I would have said this, or
no, not particular. I think we covered it all, but from the last show, actually, we had the idea from Auntie Well, I think it was.
Yep, Auntie Wells.
Uh-huh.
To start a way for people to donate beef to other people in the community and stuff like that. So we actually set
Amazing.
that up on our website. I sent you a link, Hawk.
Oh, did you?
Emailed it to
Okay.
Yeah, it was just barely. So yeah, we set that up so that people can donate to people in need, and we wrote a whole thing on there. So if we could pull that up real fast, let me see if I can get that link.
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I'm opening up my email right now.
Yep.
So, by the way, yeah, buy a burger for someone.
Yeah. Somebody asking here if how long our delivery will be if they order a full cow, and we could deliver if you bought a full cow, we could probably do it within a month and a half. So just answer that question real fast, but.
So
Yep, there it
here's
is.
I have the website up. Do you want me to go to a certain link? Or?
Yeah. So if you scroll down a little bit,
Okay.
a little bit more, and then right there where our logo is, that's our Lightning Springs Ranch Community Freezer. Right there, we're on one of those products.
Sorry.
Right there.
Here we go. Community freezer.
Yep. That is the one. And then right there, just a little description about what it is and what we're trying to accomplish here. So
Nice. Would you like to read that, or would you?
Sure, I can. Yeah. Yep. So, this is just something I wrote up, kind of telling you what we did. It says, we believe that getting essential nutrients from a pure source like our beef isn't just a luxury, but a necessity. We want as many people as possible to experience the difference that our grass-fed, grass-finished beef can make for their health and overall well-being, while at the same time providing food for people in need. Not everyone is financially able to have our beef shipped to their doorstep, but are in need of nutrient-dense food, which is why we started Lightning Springs Ranch's Community Freezer. We have many kind-hearted individuals asking if they could donate to help other people wanting to join the farm-to-table community get a bundle of beef. To make sure that your donations are actually going to people in need, we have set up an application process so we can vet potential candidates. As our commitment to help as many families get beef as possible, we will be sending out our beef purely at our cost. There are significant costs associated with producing and shipping beef across the country, so we need your donations to make this possible. And just as a bonus for your generous donations, we will put an extra pound of ground beef per every $10 donated with your next order, up to 5 extra pounds. We thank you for all making this possible and all your donations to help people in need. And if you're in need of some beef, you can email us at lightningspringsranch@gmail.com and we can help you start the application process. So yeah, if you need beef, we can help. We can try to help you get there, but without donations, we can't. I mean, we'd go out of business trying to give everyone free beef. So
Sure.
it's expensive
Yeah.
to ship it everywhere. So, yeah, we're not making any money doing this. We're actually probably losing a little bit. So, if you want to donate, that's the way to do it. Yeah,
That's awesome. Well, thank you for that, and thank you, Auntie Wells, for mentioning that. What a great great idea that is.
Yep. And we already got, I think, 3 people from this community here that have been like in your chat and stuff are lined up to get some beef. So we're ready
Beautiful.
to rock and roll. So, yep.
Beautiful. That's awesome. Well done. All right. Shall we do the giveaway?
That sounds great to me. Yeah. Yep. So I got a list here. We had 222 people enter. And 71 people commented back or emailed me back and got double entries. And then 6 people got triple entries. So Wendy, Dolores, Betty, Julie, Jesse, and Heather all put in orders. And they got 3 extra entries. So we got it all listed out here. And we just need you guys to pick a number between 1 and 367. So I don't know if you want
go
to
ahead.
randomly pick it or pick it on your phone or whatever you're thinking. And I'll try to get it up as fast as I can. I have to pull up a couple different things. So
I'm going to go with the number that you gave us. 222.
222. Okay. That is a great one. Let me pull up real fast right here. Oh, that is the wrong list. Okay.
Some people were asking for 17, 222, 54, 50. Getting a lot of.
I could have. Yeah, I probably should have said 17. Shouldn't I?
No, that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, let me 222. That is okay. Let me copy this email and then we will, if I can. Man, I'm not as technically advanced as I thought I was.
That's all right. Take your time.
So-
We can't all be experts like Hawk and I. You know what I mean? It's,
Yep.
We're screwing up all the time, Donovan. It's hilarious. It's quite it's quite comical at times.
They actually have apps for these things that you can hold contests and it'll draw. You know,
We
you
need to-
enter everybody's name, and
We need
then
to
you-
get to one of those.
Yeah.
We're just adding suspense, you know. Just making
Yeah,
it more
exactly,
suspenseful.
exactly.
Caveman Look says wheat is perping 101. You mean where is prepping 101? I'm not sure. I haven't seen him in a while. I know he lost one channel and he was trying to build another. I don't know if he ever got another one going.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Go ahead.
Peggy Whitehead is the winner.
Peggy
Got your
Whitehead.
email. Yep. I got your email here. I'll send you an email here in the next 10 minutes or whenever we're done doing this. And I'll send you an
Peggy
email. You got
Whitehead.
24 hours. 24
Right on.
hours
Peggy
if you
Whitehead is the
respond,
winner.
and we will get it sent out to you. So, yeah.
All right. Peggy Whitehead is the winner. Peggy Whitehead, come on down. You're the next
Yeah.
contestant on The Price is Right. On The Beef is
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
You
the
have
beef
won.
is right. It's more like it.
Yeah, I'll shoot you an email and get your details and everything. And if for some reason we can't get a hold of you or something, we can, we can always choose another winner or something. So we will see.
Yeah, and I think she's from the Facebook crowd, if I'm not mistaken, Dave. I think she's one of yours from the Facebook side.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, everybody let Peggy know she won if she's not in the chat right now. And congratulations, Peggy. And you know, folks, I know you all get that feeling of like, oh man, I didn't win, and you know, that's all right.
There'll be
We'll
more
have other
opportunities.
opportunities.
Yeah, we'll try to get another one together here soon, and you know, try to give out as much beef as possible. So, yeah. But right now, if you didn't win and you want to order some beef, we actually only have 2 bundles left in stock. So you might have to wait a little bit, or if you can buy bulk, that's a great way to do it. But yeah.
And which bundle do you have in stock
We
right
have
now?
one of our ground beef bundles, so our heel burger bundles, and then we have one slow and low bundle, so our brisket bundle and some roasts and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's
So
the
you've got a heel bundle here.
Yep. We have
The
only
heel
one
burger?
of those. Yep.
You got one of those left, and then you've got the low and slow bundle.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, that's the one. And because we ran out of our stock so fast, we are extending our spring harvest date for our bulk beef. We're extending it into April, so you have until I think the 25th of April to get it on that. Or so yeah, so that might be the best way to get beef, because we've got one being processed right now, and half of it's already sold, and you know, so that might be the only way to get beef at this point. But we're trying to keep up.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Is there? Go ahead.
I'm reading the comments. Michelle Clifford says, I'm sorry Peggy could not be here. She asked me to get it for her. But what I love is Chessboard's response was, where is it? Michelle Clifford, Peggy might have a beef over that. it's these guys will go all day on this beef now. It's you know that. It's
No, I eat meat, Christine. I eat meat. Matter of fact, yeah, a lot of animals need to die to keep this locomotive running. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
What was I just gonna say? I was just gonna just mention something. I just wanted to say that we've got almost 2,000 in the on the show right now.
Awesome.
Got 1,071 on my X, 76 on Hawks, 32 on Hawks Facebook, 353 on the YouTube, and then another 300 over on Rumble. So just under 2,000. So, folks, what we're doing here, we just did a giveaway, Lightning Springs Ranch, and that is we have Donovan Lamb on with us from Lightning Springs Ranch, and they are doing some great, grass-fed, grass-finished.
Yep.
You want to give a quick elevator pitch on your ranch, Donovan, and I'll bring it up one more time.
Sure. Yep. Sorry, just reading a couple of the comments there. So our ranch, we are just a family ranch located in La Pointe, Utah. I'm the 4th generation, and my kids are the 5th generation. We're just trying to keep our ranch going, and we run our cows up in the high Uintas. And our beef is all grass-fed, grass-finished. We don't use any vaccinations or growth hormones or anything like that. All they eat is natural forage their whole life, and this is just our family's our ranch that we're trying to bring direct to consumer, so that you can know exactly where your beef's coming from and what's in it. Just because there's so much going on nowadays with the beef industry and the meat packing industry in general, we figured it was a need for the consumer to build a relationship with their farmer. So that's why we started bringing our beef direct to consumers. So that's kind of what we're doing, and we're sure appreciative of you guys having us on to help give some beef out to your viewers. And
Donovan, I have a question. When you guys go out and about and you see other farmers that are doing the, the injections of, the different antibiotics and the feeding them, grain and corn and just doing things very differently from the way you and your family have done it. What is the, when I go to the gym and I see the guys all roided up and I show up with, impressive features like this, where people, they claim that I'm roiding up, but I'm telling you folks, this is completely, natural. Completely. It's hard for people to believe, I know, but it's complete no. But at any rate, when you go to the gym and you see these guys roided up or whatever, you're like, that's just not my choice. And I question their
Right.
thought process, Does that go on when you go out into these,
Yeah. Yeah. It just like the steroid stuff. It looks like they're skipping a step, or not skipping a step, but taking shortcuts, and to get the results they want without the input, So like with the corn stuff, they want the fat, but they don't want to keep them for too long because that raises their input costs. And so at the end of the day, they're making more money, but it results in I don't know, that corn's not a super great analogy, but at the end of the day, it results in a worse product, and that cost is on the health of the consumer in the end. So if you can take the time to do it the right way and put the right inputs in, you get so many benefits from it because you're not cutting corners just to make money. So that's how we've always done it. We've always done it my whole life like that. We let the animals grow at their own pace and, just let them do their thing. And we just try to work with them as they're growing, so.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
And so is there kind of a different level of respect from them towards you, do you feel, for doing things the natural way?
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like there's more respect towards the animal based on letting them live their life and rather than trying to fatten them up as fast as possible. And so, I mean, and if if you like grain fed, that's great. And if you know a local farmer that's doing it, that's even better because they probably are doing it the right way. But the industrialized farming, they don't respect the animal much. They're just trying to make money off of them. So I think that's kind of something that they've lost is the respect for the animals that they're raising,
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Great
Yeah.
stuff. Great stuff, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Donovan. This has been
thank you for having
great.
me on. And there's a bunch of questions in there that I can't answer because they're coming in so fast. So if you have a question, just shoot me an email at lightningspringsranch at gmail.com. And I'm happy to answer them. I'll answer them all right after this. And we should be, all good to go. So if you have any questions, just let me know. I'm happy to talk to you guys and build a relationship with all of you, trying to get you some beef. So, yeah.
Awesome.
It was great to have you. Thank you so
thanks
much
for having me on.
And my viewers appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
Peggy's going to be very happy. And folks, we'll do this again. This isn't the last time. Just keep a watch when you see me start posting links and everything, you know that it's make sure you take the time and sign up.
Yeah. Once we get some beef back in stock, hopefully we can do this again. So,
When do you think that'll be?
Oh, so we are probably 2 weeks out from having another one in, but half of it's already sold. So we'll call it about 3 weeks, but we'll see. We're trying to get as many dates out of the processor as we can. So, yeah.
Awesome.
We will let you guys know.
Well, tell your family thank you.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, very, very much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and thank you to everyone who's ordered beef and supporting our family farm. So thank you.
Beautiful. You're welcome, man. All the best.
Okay. Have a good day,
a little
guys.
something to get that fund started.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, Hawk
Yeah.
donated $50 and help us get in there. And we got another one. John donated too to help us get some beef. So we'll get some beef sent out this week and get some family some beef.
We'll have somebody. Yep, that's exactly it. Taking care of each other. Making sure
thank
that
you guys so much.
everybody
that really helps.
And Auntie, thank you for mentioning that. What a great suggestion that was.
Caveman, look, yes, he raises all the beef himself. Well, along with his family, of course.
Right. Yeah, with my grandpa.
It's
and
a
my
big
dad.
family operation. So.
Yep, a lot of us around. So. Yeah. Well, thank you guys.
All right, man. Take care, Donovan.
Thanks
Yeah,
again,
you
Donovan.
too.
All the best. Talk
See ya.
soon.
Bye.
Take care.
Mr. Sciatica says, Hawk, how long would it take your dogs to eat a whole cow? I'd say about a week and a half. They're pigs. They'll eat anything. With the amount that I have here, probably a week, maybe a week and a half at the most. I wouldn't go much longer than that.
Right.
Yeah. Bones wise, it'll take them a month afterwards, but meat, they'd be picked clean. So, So I got that fundraiser on there started so that people who just don't have enough money to order stuff like that, we can get you guys some help. Michelle Clifford said she wishes she was my dog. Well, you'd be fed well, but you'd have to fight Honey to get a piece of the bed. So that little, I'm gonna call her a little biatch. She's a pain in my ass. Let me tell you, when I was sleeping on a cot here in the office, okay, I would have to wake up and do a whole maneuver in order to get rolled over on the cot, but now I got, one of those rollaway beds. It's a little bit wider. Okay. And I was able to roll over. I didn't have to wake up in order to roll over. I could toss and turn all I wanted. But now she takes up half the bed, if not a little bit more. And I'm back to waking up to make sure I don't squash her,
That was great, man. That was great. Way to make that all happen, Hawk. That was really cool, buddy.
It's it's one thing to get something for yourself, but it's another thing when you can do something to help the community, and it's way too big, it's way too big, and there are just too many people out there hurting, at the same time,
So speaking of red heifers,
you saw all that stuff going on in Israel.
Yes, I mean, if you have a particular link you want to jump to, but I think we kind of covered the I think we did a nice job of covering the eclipse, right? And very very interesting takes on so many patriots out there doing some really, really cool stuff, looking at all angles. But I will say this, that from this is very important. I want everybody to kind of get this, please. And that is that when I was awakened, it was after 9/11. And when I went back in and I started looking at all the predictive programming that was happening around 9/11, before 9/11, right? Now we're looking, it was significant. There were movies, the Back to the Future, there was The Simpsons, there was The Money, when you fold and you see the different buildings collapsing when you fold the money. There were many predictive programming. And so since I saw that, and I thought to myself, why didn't I see any of this, or why didn't any of this connect with me? I have since gone into some of this predictive programming as a way to try to predict other things that may or may not happen. And one of the things that I've seen is all of the New York Times articles about 6 million Jews that occurred long before the 6 million number was thrown out as part of the Holocaust. And then the word Holocaust itself wasn't even mentioned until 1971. And so was the New York Times predictive programming the 6 million number to be readily acceptable after the war because of the predictive programming they did around 6 million leading up to that? And if anybody has a link to that, all the New York Times articles, please send it, put it in the chat, and I'll share that.
I'm sending you something right now on the red heifer.
Cool. And so what I wanted to say about this predictive programming revolving around the April 8th eclipse is the following. X marks the spot. Disease X. Okay. And we're talking about the 2017, or coming at your way, 2017, and now the 2024. X marks the spot. Where was that? Carbondale, close to Carbondale, which is Little Egypt. Okay. Look at the Nineveh pathway. Look at the Salem pathway. And all those connections. And now X, Twitter is now X, changed the name to X. Disease X. The actual path is an X. There were a few others as well. But there it's like this predictive programming of X. But so kind of wrapping up what I wanted to say about the eclipse is also the fact that the 3:22 Hawk, the 3 minutes and 22 seconds that it's supposed to be blocking out the sun, that's the skull and bones. That's the cross of the bones, right? The X of the bones. And so go ahead.
So I sent you 3 links. Okay. You'll want to go, the first one would be the last one I sent you. Okay. The second one would be the one that's sent to you through Urantian Lady is the second one you need to play. And then the third one would be the one from Nomad Groiper.
Okay. The first one is Urantian Lady?
No, first one should be Henry Joseph Grant. Okay.
So I'll get to that in a moment, but I wanted to wrap up that particular topic, and also, is there a way to take John's comment and cut and paste that? Because John put in the newspaper articles. Thank you for that, John. 1915 to 38, the use of 6 million Jews in that. But I can't copy and paste that the way he sent it to me unless
John, send that to my phone. John, send that to my phone, and I'll drop it into the private chat for Dave.
Cool. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, because in StreamYard we can't copy your text, so that kind of sucks.
Right. So, Hawk, this whole eclipse that's happening. Okay.
So the red heifer has something to do with the eclipse.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So that's why I said those 3 videos that I sent you. The first one just basically explains what the red heifer is. The second one talks about the building of the altar to kill the red heifer. And then the one that's in between those is the one that explains the correlation between the eclipse and the red heifer.
D is saying that the path of the total solar eclipse will be 4 minutes and 28 seconds. She just checked. D did. That's interesting, D, because I have not really spent much time on the actual time. If you could double check that and triple check that, that would be appreciated. Rainbow Eagle, X is the 24th letter in the alphabet, equals 6. 6 is the Christ number as well. We actually have 24 strands of DNA. Thank you, Rainbow Eagle. So, anyway, so I'll come back to the final thoughts, because this will spark some things, I'm sure. But this is the importance of the red heifer and what's happening in Israel right now.
Tory act for beginning the temple. According to Mosaic law, burning the ashes of a red heifer is a mandatory act for beginning the temple offering to God. The ashes of the red heifer is a key element in a biblically mandated purification ritual. These ashes are required for purification in a range of situations, including contact with dead bodies. Numbers chapter 19. Now, with all the bloodshed on the Temple Mount down through the centuries, the mount itself must be cleansed before the temple can be built. According to the Torah, Moses prepared the first red heifer, and from that time until the destruction of the temple, only 9 heifers were prepared. There has been no proper red heifer in Israel for the past 2,000 years. The difficulties of finding red heifers anywhere is that they are not only rare, but the animal must meet the requirements as stipulated in the Torah and in the Oral Talmud. The 5 main criteria for establishing the proper red heifer for the holy purpose of purification are: it should be completely red with no spot or blemish. Actually, the heifer can have no more than 2 non-red hairs, and the hooves also must be red. It must be a female. Heifers are female. It must never have been used for labor. It must never have been pregnant, and it must be between 3 to 4 years old. In Judaism, this prophecy signals the coming of a time that includes the return of biblical laws of purity, thus allowing for truly holy life. For evangelical Christians, it heralds the end of days, the return of Jesus to earth, and the rapture. This belief has long driven Christian Zionism and Christian lobbying on behalf of Israel. In September 2022, through a joint effort established between a Christian ministry and the Temple Institute in Jerusalem, 5 red heifers from Texas were transported to Jerusalem and now graze at a secure, undisclosed location in the Israeli-occupied West Bank.
Okay, so that just basically gives you a brief description about the red heifer and what they need the red heifer for. Okay, the priests have to be anointed with the ashes of that red heifer, or else the temple cannot be built. The blessings can't fall upon them. Now, the second one goes more in depth in talking about the altar itself, how the altar is built, and gives more information in regards to the red heifer.
Is it Nomad Groiper or the other one?
No, hold on. Let me look again just to make sure. No, Nomad is the one above it. Urantian.
Okay.
Urantian lady.
A massive altar already awaits, where the heifers are to be burned.
According to some believers, the ceremony needs to be performed right here on the Mount of Olives, looking directly into where the temple once stood. But something else now stands in its place. The Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Infowars.com/show.
You now have CBS News putting out full-fledged reports. The full report is 5 minutes long from CBS News, entitled "The Unlikely Role Red Cows Play in War Between Israel and Hamas," where they're talking about the ancient prophecy that a red heifer will be sacrificed to inaugurate the building of the third temple and the bringing about of the Antichrist. I thought we had a corner on this market, but this is how regular it is now. So we'll go to a snippet of it, because I don't know if you're aware of this. They are planning to bring back animal sacrifices in the temple, the third temple, and they've already built an altar upon which the slaughter will take place. It's very strange how many places in the world are like reverting to a pre-Christian status. Haiti just collapsing into total barbaric, like African stasis, just like just like where you return to without imposition of outside control. Where in Israel, they're returning to paganistic, 2,000-year out of date animal sacrifices. What is going on? Here is a report from CBS News telling you that they're already building the altar upon which the red heifer will be sacrificed. Here it is.
The conflict in Gaza now entering its 6th month. The Israeli operation to root out Hamas terrorists there has resulted in the deaths of 30,000 Palestinians and 242 Israeli soldiers.
Hey, sorry, we don't have the whole time to play the whole 5-minute segment. Let's go to clip 11 here. Here's a selection from that 5-minute CBS video.
A massive altar already awaits, where the heifers are to be burned. According to some believers, the ceremony needs to be performed right here on the Mount of Olives, looking directly into where the temple once stood. But something else now stands in its place. The Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque.
So there you go. I mean, they're literally, they built the altar. They've built an altar, a sacrificial altar in Jerusalem to burn a red heifer in order to bring about the Antichrist in fulfillment of a warped and incorrect prophecy. And of course, this is really at the heart of everything going on in Israel and Gaza right now, as the Israelis had plans to basically take over and destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The operation on October 7th was called Al-Aqsa Flood, in an attempt to forestall that eventuality. We told you so. I guess the only thing to say is, like, yeah, the world is being run in accordance with ancient prophecy, and that may have seemed crazy a little while ago, but now it's just a CBS News report. So there you go. The altar is already built. The red heifer already genetically engineered, which I don't think is how prophecies work, but hey, do what you got to do. You have this prophecy that's like a red heifer will be born. And so they're just gene altering cows to make a red heifer to fulfill the prophecy. Not how it works. The Kwisatz Haderach. Are we in Dune? Just crazy. Just absolutely crazy. So, you know, it's going to be the Antichrist. We don't know who he is, but he's probably walking around right now. Getting ready. We'll go out to your phone calls now. John in Alberta, thanks for calling in. You've got some medical tyranny news to tell us about. What's on your mind, John?
Hi, Harrison. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm calling today because I'm in a little bit of a desperate rush to save my own life.
Okay.
I'm suffering from a tumor in my face, and the doctors here in Canada, at the point now where they're literally hiding my records from me. And I'm calling looking for a way to get in touch with a private doctor. I've tried to contact Rebel News about this. I still haven't been contacted back. And this morning I asked Jesus for help in figuring this out. And when I turned you on, I saw that you were taking phone calls. So I decided to call in, and maybe there's a way that the crew could help get me in touch with somebody, or somebody's listening that might want to help.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we have a huge audience. Do you have a way for people to reach out to you?
Only X. My Facebook, I erased that years ago.
Well, that's fine. What's your X account?
It's at Mr. John Jones, Mr. John B. Jones. I'm sorry.
At Mr. John B. Jones. And
there's a picture of myself with my little golden whippet.
Okay. Yeah, I think we found it here. Just being me 100%. So what's the issue? You're having to leave Canada because you can't get the medical care you need?
That's where I'm at now. As I said, I'm at the point now where the hospitals and doctors are actually not allowing me to see my own records. I have a record from a city in Prince George, BC, which shows the tumor in my face, to which my doctor in Alberta told me he tried to get the records and he hasn't had any response. And I've been calling the hospital records department with no luck. So I'm at the point now where I either have to try to do a Freedom of Information request to get said records,
your own records,
or
okay.
I have to go there. Yeah, I know. It's
So
horrifying.
what's the barrier for you coming to America to get health care?
For now, well, that would be cash. I've recently started a fundraiser to which I'm using to pay for ozone treatments and high dose vitamin C IV to help hold off. You see, it's spread into my lymph nodes. And even though it's spread into my lymph nodes, the doctor admitted he saw it, but he's still trying to convince me that it's all in my head, that the tumor is not the problem. And I see it is because I've said no to chemo already, so they don't want nothing to do with me. And in Canada, it's near impossible to find a private doctor.
Right.
This is socialist crap hole. It's horrific. It actually is. So, God willing, somebody out there is listening. Somebody who could help get me in touch with a private doctor who will be willing to do the scans I need and show me what's going on in my face. Because this tumor was found in 2015 and I've been fighting it ever since. And now I'm starting to lose my battle. And I'm just reaching out to the universe for help.
Well, hopefully we can help you. I mean, obviously this is the consequence of having publicly controlled healthcare is the control is taken out of your hands, which is just a tragic example.
It's horrible.
So if anybody knows a way to help John from Alberta, at Mr. John B. Jones on X, and I just followed you, and I'll retweet you. If people follow me, they'll be able to see you. And it looks like your DMs are open, so people can reach out to you. And you can feel free to DM me, and maybe we can tell your story and see if we can't
God bless
get some
you.
help.
Thank you for your help.
Well, thank you. Hopefully we can make a difference, folks. Tragic.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. InfoWars.com/go.
Survival Shield X3, now back and better than ever with a whopping 40% discount. It's your ticket to a healthier you.
You there, Dave? He might have stepped away for a minute. All right.
Sorry about that, my friends.
Yeah,
I grabbed a snack and I heard it, so I came running.
Yeah. Okay, so now you want to hit the one that's in the middle there.
Yeah. All right. Okay, here we go.
What if I told you that the world is ending and it's all because of a red cow? What? Sounds crazy. But stay with me, because as unusual as this sounds, this isn't sensationalism or clickbait. You see, on January 14th, 100 days into the war, Hamas spokesman Abu Ubaidah released a statement reiterating the motives for the October 7th attack against the state of Israel. During his speech, he cited the arrival of the red heifers into occupied Palestine and described it as a provocation, which seems like a totally random point, especially against the backdrop of the other justifications for the October 7th attack, such as the ongoing occupation, the expansion of illegal settlements on stolen Palestinian land, the thousands of Palestinian hostages illegally held in Israeli prisons, the blockade and siege of Gaza, and the normalization deals between Israel and the Arab states. But upon closer examination, the arrival of the red heifers is a significant event, not only for the people of Israel and Palestine, but for the entire world. You see, the red heifer plays a central role in a prophecy of epic magnitude. It isn't just a cow, it's a domino in what many around the world perceive to be the end of times. By the end of this video, you will understand how the religious beliefs of the world's most influential religions regarding the final destiny of mankind, known as eschatology, are converging onto a single point, a single event that could have ramifications so great that it brings about the end of the world as we know it. And it all starts with a red cow. Now, before we continue, I need you to understand something. It doesn't matter who you are or what you believe, whether you're Muslim, Christian, Jewish, agnostic, atheist, these ideas are real to the people and influential groups acting upon them. These ideas can thus affect you, regardless of your personal beliefs, because their actions could trigger catastrophic events for not just the Middle East, but for the whole world. Let's start off with a brief introduction. There are many who insist that the Palestinian-Israeli conflict isn't a religious one, that it's a geopolitical one, and a story of settler colonialism. While this is true, the religious undertones at play cannot be denied. We all know that Jerusalem is one of the holiest cities in the entire world, revered by the three Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And at the very heart of Jerusalem is a very important site, the Al-Aqsa Masjid compound. And at the center of the compound is the Golden Dome of the Rock. To Muslims, the Al-Aqsa compound is the third holiest site in Islam. To Jews, it's believed to be the site of the Temple Mount, where the first and second temples once stood. The first temple was built by the prophet king Solomon, destroyed by the Babylonians when Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem, rebuilt as the second temple by King Herod, and destroyed again by the Romans when they conquered Jerusalem in the 1st century. This temple is central to the Jewish faith, and there is debate within Judaism over how and when the temple will be rebuilt. To Jews, this isn't just wishful thinking, it's a prophecy. The construction of the temple and the arrival of their Messiah is an event that will come to pass and vindicate the Jewish faith. Religious Jews long to reestablish not only their historic kingdom, but also their relationship with God. It is believed that before the first temple was conquered and destroyed, the spirit of Hashem, or God, abandoned the temple. So in a way, the relationship of the Jewish people to God has been severed and cannot be fully restored until the temple is reconstructed. For God's promise to the Jews to be confirmed, the temple must be rebuilt and the Messiah must appear. For thousands of years, this was completely out of reach until Israel reconquered Jerusalem from the Arabs in 1967.
When Commander Gore declared that the Temple Mount was back in Jewish hands, it rekindled hope for a long-awaited Third Temple.
The Six-Day War was a miracle of biblical proportions and was a cataclysmic opening of a new era for Israel and for the whole world.
This was seen by some as a divinely ordained event and a necessary step towards the re-establishment of the Holy Temple. But there's a problem, a massive problem. The Jews believe this temple must be rebuilt on Temple Mount, meaning the Al-Aqsa compound, the Islamic holy site, must be destroyed. And so despite controlling Jerusalem for the last 60 plus years, Israel has been quiet about any intentions to rebuild the temple, as this would be seen as a major provocation and incite a war between Israel and the Muslim world. But working in the background are groups dedicated to the destruction of Al-Aqsa and the reconstruction of the temple. One such group, the Temple Institute, has worked diligently for years, raising money and awareness, and building relationships with powerful forces both in Israel and around the world to facilitate the construction of the Third Temple. And after decades of occupation and growing disinterest in the cause of the Palestinian people, their calls for the reconstruction of the temple have grown louder and louder.
Talk of rebuilding the temple is no longer considered a fringe idea.
Today, there is a lobby in the Knesset of how many members of Knesset that are constantly speaking about Jewish rights to pray on the Temple Mount. There are members of Knesset that actually talk about the rebuilding of the Holy Temple. Do you understand that 20 years ago, these people wouldn't have been given a moment on prime time television in Israel to say these things? They would have been laughed out.
So a few years ago, this was considered fringe?
Zealots, lunatics, peculiar. Today it's mainstream.
And this group is also supported by powerful evangelical Christians in the West. For evangelicals, they view the construction of the temple as a necessary precursor to the return of Christ. It's a bit of an unholy alliance because the Jews believe that all Gentiles, aka non-Jews, will serve the Jews when the Messiah returns, while the evangelicals believe that Christ will return and either convert or kill the Jews. Bit of an awkward relationship. The means to get there are the same for both groups, however. Al-Aqsa must be destroyed, and the temple must be rebuilt. And this puts them at odds with the Muslim world, primarily the Palestinians, who view themselves as the defenders and custodians of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Okay, so we have historical context now, but what does this all have to do with cows? Well, according to Jewish theology, the temple cannot be reconstructed until the Jews of Israel are purified, and the process of purification requires the sacrifice of a rare type of cow.
It says that God spoke to Moses and Aaron saying, "This is the ritual law that God has commanded, instruct the children of Israel to bring you a red cow without blemish, in which there is no defect, and on which no yoke has been laid." So it says that we're supposed to take a perfectly red cow with no white hairs or dark hairs at all, and a cow that no yoke has ever been on. So as a result, it's very, very rare to find a baby cow that is completely red.
It's basically the bougiest cow of all time. This kind of red heifer has been incredibly difficult to find. Even with genetic modification and breeding, finding the perfect red heifer domestically in Israel has been near impossible. But in 2022, 5 of these perfect red heifers were discovered on a ranch in Texas. The Temple Institute in Jerusalem spent over $500,000 to airlift these red heifers to Israel, where they were placed on a secretive farm for protecting and grooming. Now, they were too young to sacrifice in 2022. Per the rules of their theology, the Jews cannot sacrifice these heifers and purify the Jews of Israel until they reach a certain age.
The book of Numbers explains that ashes of the red heifer are used to purify priests for their service in the temple. These red heifers are now between 1.5 to 2 years old. To replicate the ceremony mentioned in the Bible, they need to be at least 3 years old.
In April of this year, these heifers will be of age, and the sacrifice can commence. To prepare for this, the Temple Institute and other groups have been making all sorts of preparations. Firstly, the sacrifice must be made by the perfect priest, not only trained in the process of sacrifice, but also with a direct bloodline to the prophet Aaron, the brother of the prophet Moses. The sacrifice must also be made east of the Temple Mount, around the Mount of Olives, where the priests can be within sight of the compound itself. And this land has already been purchased.
According to those working on the project, the ceremony of the red heifer needs to be performed on the Mount of Olives and in a place that would have looked directly into where the temple stood. The land I'm standing on, bought 12 years ago, fits both of those standards.
It's had to be exactly at the front, a place that the priest that made this ceremony can see the holy of the holy place.
Rabbi Yitzhak Mamo owns the land here on the Mount of Olives.
And we hope that in a year and a half from today, we can make here in this area the ceremony of the red heifer. That actually will be the first step to the temple.
Mamo says the ceremony needs priests who have not been defiled by touching anything dead.
The Temple Institute actually has 9 pure priests, and they are pure, and they are waiting. So we have the priest, we have the red heifer, we have the land, and we have everything ready. We just need to wait another 1.5 years.
The Temple Institute is so serious about these preparations that they have already used diamond cutting tools to form the massive stones that will be used for construction of the new temple. As per Jewish creed, the stones cannot be carved with metal tools. And they have even prepared the ornaments that will be placed inside the temple once it's rebuilt. And there are many other specific requirements for the temple's construction that have been undertaken. Okay, so now you should understand why Abu Ubaidah made it a point to mention the arrival of the red heifers. To you and I, it may seem like a superstitious ritual with no bearing on the situation, but as I have already laid out, it is the first major step in a series of steps that will facilitate the destruction of the Al-Aqsa compound. And this is what will trigger a catastrophic showdown between civilizations. Once the heifer is sacrificed, it will be burned and its ashes will be mixed with water, which will be used to purify the Jews of Israel, who will then be allowed to construct the temple with the ornaments and construction materials already prepared in accordance with Jewish law. This process will be rather quick. Another thing to keep in mind is the archaeological excavation that has been taking place underneath the Al-Aqsa compound. The Israelis claim it's for archaeological purposes, but they have never allowed Palestinians to participate or even observe this process. Many believe that this excavation is part of a dangerous agenda to weaken the foundations of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and bring about its collapse. There are reports of growing cracks in the foundation walls and ceilings of the mosque itself. Any attempt to repair them has been ignored and rejected by the Israeli government. In 2023, these excavations reached their most extreme point, with unprecedented levels of digging taking place underneath the compound. And in May of 2023, just a year ago, Netanyahu's cabinet held a meeting underneath Al-Aqsa. If you still aren't convinced of the intent of the Temple Institute to destroy the mosque, just take a look at this purpose statement on their website. In it, they detail that the Temple Mount rightfully belongs to the Jews, that the Palestinians are the modern people of Amalek, a tribe which the Jews destroyed thousands of years ago. This is pretty crazy, right? This isn't just the mission of some NGO operating in Israel. It's an entire movement picking up steam that is pervasive in Israeli society. The Temple Institute has given custom-made battle horns used during the war with the Amaleks to the IDF so that they can blow them in the Gaza Strip. And soldiers can be seen erecting signs, flags, and graffiti on homes in the Gaza Strip, announcing the coming of the temple and the destruction of the mosque. The writing is literally on the wall.
Most Christians, I think, don't think about the third temple, but those who do believe that it will be built before Jesus returns and that the Antichrist will take over that third temple during the tribulation and try to rule the world from there. Could it happen in our lifetime? That to me is intriguing. I think we don't know, but there are some Jews who are really making, as you're reporting on, preparations to get ready for that moment, and that's something to watch close.
To many, this isn't just a war between a rebel group and an occupier. It's a war of conquest by religious zealots in the same vein as the Crusaders and ISIS. And it's all coming to a head. Hamas felt so strongly about this provocation that they cited it as a motive for October 7th.
نذكر بعدوان بلغ أقصى مداه على مسرانا وأقصانا وبدأ تقسيمه الزماني والمكاني فعلا وأحضرت البقرات الحمر تطبيقا لخرافة دينية مقيتة مصممة للعدوان على مشاعر أمة كاملة.
It wasn't only a desperate plea to the world to pay attention to the plight of the Palestinian people. It was a warning to the entire Muslim world that one of their holiest sites is under threat of destruction, because they see the writing on the wall. They see the calls from organizations like the Temple Institute and the people who fund them. They see the policies being enacted by the violent and religiously extremist Israeli government, working hand in hand with evangelical Christian extremists.
They see the indoctrination of their children, the future generation,
where they make their intent clear to destroy the mosque and replace it with the third temple. They understand that these people are working towards their prophesied end times. And they understand that these extremist Jews and evangelicals believe that the key event to triggering this violence, destruction, and chaos is the construction of the third temple. And the construction of this temple doesn't begin until the red heifers are slaughtered, sacrificed, and burned on the Mount of Olives in East Jerusalem. Now, if you think all of this is nonsense, that it doesn't matter, well, it does. And this kind of religious extremism should be worrying, because just imagine what the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque would do to a world currently reeling from the conflict in Ukraine, the genocide in Gaza, the Houthis' blockade of the Red Sea, and the Iranian proxy skirmishes with the United States. Such an event would have the potential to kickstart not just a wider regional war in the Middle East. At best, it would result in global energy and economic crisis, and at worst, nuclear world war. So I don't know about you, but I'm kind of hoping these red heifers grow a few strands of white hairs to invalidate them for the sacrifice, and that someone starts reining in these Israeli and evangelical extremists, the same way they reeled in ISIS, because at least ISIS didn't have nukes. Now, if you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing to our channel and donating to our production process. This content takes time to produce, and it's impossible without your support. To a better world. Peace.
Pretty interesting, eh?
Yeah, it is. Sorry. Yeah. So, what's your take on all that? You know the Bible more than most.
Well, it's you know, it's like you said, it's they're trying to usher in, you know, actually all three of them basically stated it, that they're trying to usher in the Antichrist, because the Antichrist has to come first.
Mm-hmm.
Christ's return can't happen until the Antichrist is present. So this ceremony has to happen, and the third temple has to be built. You know, so it's almost like they're pushing it to try and make it happen as quickly as possible. You know, and it's I mean they tried for this back in the 60s. But the Palestinians wouldn't give them the land that they wanted at that time. Now Israel's got that land, you know, so the Palestinians can't stop them, you know. So yeah, it's yeah, very, 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 you know.
Yeah, it feels forced.
Yeah. And but I mean, it's a, you know, look at Warp Speed. You know, people think that Operation Warp Speed was just about the pharmaceutical industry. No, I think it's about all of their plans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I really do. I think it was about all of their plans. All of their plans are going to be exposed now, and that's going to be a big one. Did somebody just say that Joy Behar was the red heifer?
Yeah, Mr. Walleyes. That was a good one.
In Tennessee says he asked me if I was had been in communication with his ex, because she's a red heifer.
Yeah, I saw that. That was good. So, you know, honestly, this kind of stuff, I don't buy. It's you know, that, you know, the red heifer has to be perfect. It has to be burnt. The ashes have to be mixed with water to purify, da 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 da. man, it sounds like a bunch of primitive bullshit. And one of the things people ask me about, Q, what do you think it means when Q said we're saving Israel for last? And to me, it is every institution has to collapse. The hospital system, the university system, Hollywood, the music industry, the news media, the fake news media, the alternative fake news media, the abortion clinics, the gender reaffirming reassignment clinics, all of these things have to fall. Why should religion be any different? Okay, if I'm a Jew and you're a Christian, and I know you are, but let's just take this down a path. I think you're going to hell and I'm going to be saved. You think I'm going to hell and you're going to be saved.
Right.
So here's something for you. And I'm going to share this a little bit later. I did something last night I want to drop on my my podcasts, folks. And if you're not listening to my podcast, please go and just Shattering the Indoctrination on podcasts, or just search my name. But and it's just talks. I'm just talking with you. It's a really chill vibe. But I did one of those last night, late night, and I think it was powerful. But I went down a thought experiment of what if we all have already lived a life and this is hell? What do we imagine hell to be? What do we imagine hell to be? Is hell pain, suffering, fear? Yes, yes, and yes. In this realm, who's going to be in charge of hell? The devil and his managers, middle management? I don't know how he does it, What does it look like? Well, who's in charge of this world? The devil. Hollywood. Who's in charge of Hollywood? The devil. The movie industry. The grooming of our children. The abortion. The depopulation. The pharmaceutical industry. Pharmakia. Okay? Look at all of these different organizations, and the devil is in charge. They drive the nicest cars. They have the most money. They have the most homes. They're flying private. These are the people that have sold their soul to the devil to get the riches of this realm. So in a sense, even though this is an incredible realm and we've got a lot of positives, what if this was hell? Because it sure looks like it.
Feels like it sometimes too.
Right? I mean, our physical pain, our mental pain, our emotional pain, our absolute, the pain of our youth that stays with us forever. Okay. But here's the thing. You see all these things. Oh, you guys are going to go to hell, or you got to read this and this shit. It's all bullshit to me. Honestly, it's all divisive. Religion has been used to divide humanity. And if we don't see that, then we're missing out on this whole picture, and we're buying into this primitive, archaic bullshit that was written by man that had some control over being able to see into the future or to predict the future because they're a part of creating the future. You really think that these heifers were found by accident? No. They were genetically modified to be exactly what they're being used for right now. This is orchestrated. every step of the way. And, you know, anybody that is willing to relegate good people, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, children, to hell, I don't want your religion. I don't want it. You want to send 2/3 of the population or 3/4 of the population straight to hell based on a book and based on these ridiculous, archaic principles? I don't want your religion. I don't want a club. I don't want to join a club that would keep me from joining. I don't want it. And I think this is what Saving Israel for Last is, because it is the Jesuit Vatican control, the black nobility control of the Vatican and control of religions worldwide. All of them. And they are being used to divide us ever since they came about. And the most recent Christianity is no exception. I mean, Christianity thinks other Christians are going to hell. You know, it's like, come on, people. Are you not getting how they're using this to their advantage and how they're using this to divide us? Religion has divided more people than has brought together. It has been responsible for the deaths of more people, responsible for more wars. To me, one thing we can all agree on is a creator and or creators that created this beautiful, beautiful realm that we're presently living in. Once we start bringing in the prophets, the Christ, the Antichrist, the Jewish Messiah, once we start bringing all that in, it starts dividing us. So somebody please, tell me how we're supposed to justify the sending good, beautiful, sweet human beings to hell. Yeah. Just pray to God our Father like Jesus does. That's what I do. I don't need anybody talking for me. I don't need a go-between. No more middlemen. No more brick and mortar. Exactly, Mr. Walleyes. And folks, listen, you may not agree with it. You might be strict into the book of the Old Testament and the New Testament, but I got to tell you, that book was written by man. Was it inspired by God? Yeah. You know what else was inspired by God? What I'm saying to you right now. That was inspired by God. Because I am a child of God. I am a creation of my God. And picking and choosing verses and books from the Bible for humanity should tell you what their intention was with the Council of Nicaea to begin with, to withhold so much of information of our past and of our human history. It just doesn't sit with me, folks. It doesn't sit with me. It doesn't pass the smell test. This is all bullshit. And I will tell you that they will use this against humanity just like they've used everything else. The Project Bluebeam, the reason why they've been planning on using this is because everybody is waiting for Jesus to come back. So guess what? They know what they can show you to control you. And
Dave,
I've
let
said
me,
this before. Go ahead.
if I could, let me share this with everybody. This is just a few minutes long. Take a listen to this, guys. This is Paul Harvey from
Love Paul Harvey.
From
Love Paul
1967.
Harvey. Do you want me to play it, or do you think you're good? There's no sound, buddy.
Are you hearing it?
No.
Here, I'll get a link and let you play it.
Okay.
I thought I did the audio too. I'm dropping it in the private chat here on StreamYard.
I'll
Quick
grab
and
it
easy
now.
to find.
Got it. Let me start it over. Get this.
From now on, I'm quoting an open letter from God. My dear children, and believe me, that is all of you, I consider myself a pretty patient guy. I mean, look at the Grand Canyon. It took millions of years to get it right. And about evolution, boy, nothing is slower than designing that whole Darwinian thing to take place, cell by cell and gene by gene. And I have been patient through your fashions, your civilizations, wars, and schemes, and the countless ways that you take me for granted until you get yourselves into big trouble again and again. I want to let you know about some of the things that started ticking me off. First of all, your religious rivalries are driving me up a wall. Enough already. Let's get one thing straight. These are your religions, not mine. I'm the whole enchilada. I'm beyond them all. Every one of your religions claims that there's only one of me, which, by the way, is absolutely true. But in the very next breath, each religion claims that it's my favorite one. And each claims its Bible was written personally by me, and that all of the other Bibles are man-made. Oh, me. How do I ever begin to put a stop to such complicated nonsense? All right. Listen up now. I am your father and mother, and I don't play favorites among my children. Also, I hate to break it to you, but I don't write. My longhand is awful, and I've always been more of a doer anyway. So all of your books, including those Bibles, were written by men and women. They were inspired men and women. They were remarkable people, but they also made mistakes here and there, and I made sure of that so that you would never trust a written word rather than your own living heart. You see, one human being to me, even a bum on the street, is worth more than all of the holy books in the world. That's just the kind of a guy I am. My spirit is not an historical thing. It's alive right now, as fresh as your next breath. Holy books and religious rites are sacred and powerful, but they are not more so than the least of you. They were only meant to steer you in the right direction, not to keep you arguing with each other, and certainly not to keep you from trusting your own personal connection with me. Which brings me to my next point about your nonsense. You act like I need you and your religions to stick up for me or win souls. For my sake, please don't do me any favors. I can stand quite well on my own, thank you. I don't need you to defend me. I don't need constant credit. I just want you to be good to each other. And another thing, I don't get all worked up over money or politics, so stop dragging my name into your dramas. For example, I swear to me that I never threatened Oral Roberts. I never rode in any of Rajneesh's Rolls Royces, and I never told Pat Robertson to run for president. And I have never, ever had a conversation with Jim Baker or Jerry Falwell or Jimmy Swaggart. Of course, come Judgment Day, I certainly intend to. Now, the thing is, I want you to stop thinking of religion as some sort of a loyalty pledge to me. The true purpose of your religions is so that you can become more aware of me, not the other way around. Believe me, I know you already. I know what's in each of your hearts. And I love you anyway, with no strings attached. So lighten up and enjoy me. That's what religion's best for. What you seem to forget is how mysterious I am. You look at the petty differences in your scriptures and you say, well, if this is the truth, then that can't be. But instead of trying to figure out my paradoxes and unfathomable nature, which, by the way, you never will, why not open your hearts to the simple common threads of every religion? You know what I'm talking about. Play nice with each other. Love and respect everyone. Be kind. Even when life is scary or confusing, take courage and be of good cheer, for I'm always with you. And learn how to be quiet so that you can hear my still small voice. I don't like to shout. Leave the world a better place by living your life with dignity and gracefulness. For you are my own child. Hold back nothing from life. For the parts of you that can die surely will, and the parts that can't won't. So don't worry. Be happy. I stole that last line from Bobby McFerrin, but who gave it to him in the first place? Simple stuff now. Why do you keep making it so complicated? It's like you're always looking for an excuse to be upset. And I am very tired of your main excuse. Do you think I care whether you call me God or Yahweh or Jehovah, Allah, Wakatonka, Brahma, Father, Mother, even the void of Nirvana? Do you think I care which of my special children you feel closest to? Jesus, Mary, Buddha, Krishna, Muhammad, or any of the others? You can call me and my special ones any name you choose, if only you will go about my business of loving one another as I love you. How can you keep neglecting something so simple? No, I am not telling you to abandon your religions. Enjoy your religions. Honor them. Learn from them. Just as you should enjoy, honor, and learn from your parents. But do you walk around telling everyone that your parents are better than theirs? Your religion, like your parents, may always have the most special place in your heart. I don't mind that at all. And I don't want you to combine all of the great traditions into one big mess. Each religion is unique for a reason. Each has a unique style so that people can find the best path for themselves. But, my special children, the ones that your religions revolve around, all live in the same place, in my heart. And they get along perfectly, I assure you. The clergy must stop creating a myth of sibling rivalry where there is none. My blessed children of earth, the world has grown too small for your pervasive religious bigotries and confusion. The whole planet is now connected by air travel, satellite dishes, telephones, fax machines, rock concerts, diseases, and mutual needs and concerns. Get with the program. If you really want to help me celebrate the birthday of my son Jesus, then commit yourselves to figuring out how to feed your hungry and clothe your naked and protect your abused and shelter your poor. And just as important, make your own everyday life a shining example of kindness and good humor. I've given you all of the resources you need if only you abandon your fear of each other and begin living and loving and laughing together. Finally, my children everywhere, remember whose birthday you honor on what you call Christmas Day, December 25, and the fearlessness with which he chose to live and die. As I love him, so do I love each of you. Now, I am not really ticked off. Not really. I just wanted to grab your attention because I hate to see you suffer. But I gave you free will. So what can I do now other than try to influence you through reason, persuasion, and a little old-fashioned guilt and manipulation? After all, you know, I am the original Jewish mother. I just want you to be happy. And I'll sit in the dark. I really am, indeed, I swear, with you always, always. Trust in me. Your one and only God. End quote. Paul Harvey. Good day.
Great timing on that, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's believing in the Creator is our first and foremost thing, you know, is believing that there is a Creator and that, you know, something made all of this, you know. That is an important lesson, you know. Now, you know, it doesn't matter what religion you come from, The Creator created everybody. The thing is that man has found a way to create separations. And in these separations, we develop war, we develop hate, we develop discontent, we, and it's, right now, we're at this point now. In the Bible, it says, that our relationship with Christ is just as important as with the Creator, because he's part of the Creator, but what Israel's trying to do is not for the Creator, it's for the ones who are battling the Creator, that want heaven, that want to take heaven, that want to be in control, that want to be that power. They want to say that they're the creators. No, what you are is basically you're pro conformists, is these demons, devils, whatever you want to call them, Satan's, because where Satan's concerned, there's definitely more than one of them around here, and the thing is that, love is the key for everything. If we love everything, we can find ways to get through any topic. We can find ways to be able to have conversations about anything, and it is important to make sure that we look at everything where it comes to the Creator, because he put that all there for us. He put it there for us to see it, to recognize it. And the churches, well, they've created more. Well, there's more war has been created about religion, than there has been about money
and land, too. I mean, it's ridiculous that the amount of people who have died at the hands of the prophets. My prophet is better than your prophet. My prophet can beat up your prophet.
And Andrea, that's called the Tov, is what the X is. It's called the Tov. She was saying that X in the eclipse is also the last letter of the Jewish alphabet. Learned that from Trey Smith. Yeah, it's called the Tov. I actually had a post just a couple of minutes ago that flew across my screen that was just talking about that very thing right here. Dave, I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
This was put out by Moreau, that girl who does the economic, the debt clock ones. Yeah.
Yep.
Here you go. I'm going to drop it in right here.
She's great.
She's
been doing some great stuff.
Yeah. So, and guess what? It's crazy too, is looking at the connection between the debt clock, and that is crazy. And Matthews, there's no reason for that. Why you got to come in and drop your trash in here? Ain't nobody going to go to Telegram for you.
Yeah, it's just a bot, dude. I'll get rid of it. That's the one. That's the one that they've been fewer and far between, by the way.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not a person, because it's the same message about Jim Caviezel.
Yeah.
That they try to get everybody to just click on. It's just clickbait. But this is the thing about the all this that they're drumming up, and all this biblical stuff. It's important for us to be discerning about all of the textbooks. Okay, that including the one that they put together that's called the Bible, and the one that they kept books out of. We have to challenge everything. Nothing is off limits. I'm sorry, folks. If you have a problem with this conversation or this thought process, this thought experiment of, looking at religion a little bit differently and from a viewpoint of all the deaths and all the wars and all the rapes and all of the justification for war, pray for our troops. If you really have a problem with that, this might not be the particular day for you to tune in. But I would challenge you just to, maybe, question yourself, challenge the things that you've been taught, not just Monday through Friday in school, and not just, when the TV comes on at the news hour and the nighttime show programs and the grooming and all that. That's not the only place that propaganda is happening, folks. A lot of it's happening on Saturday and Sunday. And the sooner we can wrap our heads around that, the sooner we can truly understand what Q meant by we're saving Israel for last. And also why this ending is going to be biblical.
So I sent you two things. I sent you the one from Moreau in regards to the eclipse, and then I sent you Michael Rappaport's response to that video being posted.
Dude, I was looking for that, so that's perfect. All right.
It's in your messages on X.
Okay. I think I have to re-engage. Yep, here it is. Okay. So first, the solar.
I'd go to Moreau first.
Yeah.
So that way there we're we finish off that topic.
Okay. The only conclusion here is America repent. Okay. Think of the coming eclipse as nothing. Think the coming eclipse is nothing. I did too until I discovered all these facts. I don't claim to know what all this means exactly, but I believe it's important enough for all of us to be aware that this is happening and pray for wisdom. On April 8th, 2024, there will be an eclipse. One eclipse is already amazing, but this one is actually the last in a 3-part series that has so much meaning behind it. It is important that we recognize that God said that he would use the sun, moon, and stars to communicate with us. Now, folks, do you think that God could use the sun, moon, and stars to communicate with us via navigation or things that are happening or things that are coming if they weren't already calculatedly, orchestratedly put into our lives? Could this happen if we were hurtling through space with infinite, expansion of the universe and stars and sun and everything going every which way? No, but they can in a program. They can in a program without question. Now back to this. Genesis 1:14, then God said, let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. Luke 21:25, there will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars. On the earth, nations will be in anguish and perplexity at the roaring and tossing of the sea. So now we know that God said that he would use the sun, moon, and stars to communicate with us. So let's break down this 3-part eclipse series. With the path of this last eclipse combined with the first two eclipses, one in 2017 and the other in 2023, it will create the Hebrew letter over America that is Aleph Tav, and in Greek it is the Alpha and Omega. Both means the beginning and the end. God said in Revelation 21:6 that he is the beginning and the end, and this Aleph Tav is like his signature. Why would he use an eclipse to put his signature over America? Let's dig deeper. God has used eclipses to warn nations of coming judgment so that the nation can repent of their sinful ways and come back to him. This happened with the story of Nineveh. God told Jonah to go to the wicked nation of Nineveh and warn them about coming judgment. Jonah ran away from the assignment and while out at sea got swallowed up by a huge fish and was in its belly for 3 days. Jonah repented of running away, so the whale spit him up. He then went to Nineveh and warned the people, but there was something that also happened while he was warning the people. An eclipse came over the land. In the 19th century, ancient tablets were discovered that described an eclipse called the Ber-Sagal eclipse, where the totality of the eclipse landed right over Nineveh while Jonah was there preaching of the 40-day warning before the coming destruction. Because of this, the people realized that this was a sign from God that what Jonah was saying was true, and they repented, and God spared their nation. It is amazing how much America mirrors Nineveh. If you don't see it, you may be part of the problem. To make this even more clear, this last ellipse on April 8th will be going over 7 cities here in America called, yep, you guessed it, Nineveh, which we just showed you with those videos at the beginning of the show. For those of you coming on, please go back and watch those videos. Hawk and I shared about 5 videos that break down what's happening with the eclipse. I honestly didn't even know that we had any city here in the U.S. named that, but here we are with this eclipse going over these cities, and there will be an 8th one that it goes over, also called Nineveh in Canada.
Yeah, Nova Scotia, I think it is.
Yes, up in the upper right-hand corner of this picture. You can see it right there, right up here. Here are the cities: Nineveh, Texas, Missouri, Indiana. This will be the highest magnitude of ellipse, magnitude 1.023. The local time predicted for it to occur is at 3:07 p.m. Nineveh, Ohio, Nineveh, Pennsylvania, Virginia, New York, Nova Scotia. Could this be that God is warning us just as he warned Nineveh? There have been many Jonahs in the past few years warning the nation that we need to repent and add in this sign above our heads. We can't turn away from the fact that this is not a coincidence, but if you need more proof, let's keep going. The first part of this 3-part eclipse series was in 2017. The path of that eclipse went over 7 cities named Salem, which is short for Jerusalem.
Okay, so real quick, let me insert there. Okay. Up until 500 years ago, there was no J in the Hebrew alphabet.
Right. I remember.
That's why that. Salam is yeah. So it wasn't until 500 years ago that the J came along, and how it came along, no idea. But part of that is the masking of the rightful seat of God. Okay, the rightful place that he would establish his kingdom on earth. So it's so Salam. You know, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nice. No, good addition. So Salem, Oregon, Idaho, Salem, Wyoming, Salem, Nebraska, Salem, Missouri, Salem, Kentucky, Salem, South Carolina. The mathematical chances of there being 7 Salems with the first eclipse and then 7 Ninevehs for the third eclipse is unthinkable. which is why I said, how many coincidences before mathematically impossible? Q told us that. And Q is the one that told us this would be biblical as well. But what about the second part of the eclipse? Perhaps the most striking piece of the second eclipse is that the precise center line of eclipse path exists the U.S. directly over Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi means the body of Christ and is only one of the only towns named that in the world. But let's go back to this upcoming eclipse and dig even deeper. Jonah was given a 40-day warning to Nineveh during the eclipse. If you look at our April 8th eclipse and fast forward 40 days, then you will get to May 18th, 2024, the day before Pentecost. The history of Pentecost is that the last spring feast that the Lord has given us, there are 4 in the spring and 3 in the fall. This is the day that the Lord sent the Holy Spirit down to all those who have accepted Christ. We are told that the restrainer, many believe this is the Holy Spirit, will be removed before the tribulation. Could it be that this is a warning for that? I'm not sure, as that is a worldwide event, and this eclipse will be just over North America, but it is something definitively to think and pray about for more clarity and wisdom. No matter what, there are too many things lining up for it to not be nothing. And so my job is to get the information out to you all so that you can at least be aware of these signs that God has given us so that we can pray about it, that you can pray about it. But let's keep going. From the start of this 3-part eclipse to the end, it will be 7 years. God uses numbers a lot to communicate with us, and 7 has a ton of meaning. A few examples are, He created the world in 7 days. There will be a 7-year tribulation. 7 is used for completion, etc. And also it refers to God. 777. Going back to how this correlates with Jonah and Nineveh's story, at the time of this eclipse, there will be another sign in the sky. It will take place under the constellation Cetus, which is the whale constellation. And not only didn't Jonah get swallowed by the whale, and not only will it pass through the 8 cities in North America named Nineveh, it will also pass through Jonah, Texas. Speaking of other towns that it will pass through, these are some of the other city names that it will go right over. Rapture, Indiana. Williamston, Kentucky. This is where the Ark Encounter is located. The Ark Encounter is a full-size replica of Noah's Ark. Eagle Pass, Texas, where we are having so many border issues. That's where I was a couple weeks ago. And the point where it crosses the 2017 eclipse to mark the center of the X is an area in southern Illinois called Little Egypt. What is even more fascinating about this is that Little Egypt is sandwiched between 2 other cities called Alpha, Kentucky, and Omega, Illinois, both having the 2017 eclipse come over their cities. Furthermore, the intersection of the 2017-2024 solar eclipses occurs directly over the New Madrid fault line, a major seismic zone. An earthquake along this fault line could potentially destroy the U.S., making it one of the most perilous fault lines in the country. I have no idea if this will happen or not, but there are too many things here that are all literally lining up to not share with anyone. One more interesting fact is that there are 2,422 days in between the 2017 eclipse and the 2024 eclipse. If you look up 2422 in Strong's Concordance and Bible Concordance that has every word of the King James version, takes us to Exodus 1:19, which says, "The midwives answered Pharaoh, Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women. They are vigorous and give birth before the midwives arrive." Why would this be of any significance? Well, to me, it reminds me of how Jesus said that his return would be like a woman in labor, with the signs of his coming growing stronger and closer together. We are at a point in history where we are seeing all the signs that he gave us happening before our eyes. In fact, we are even seeing things that will happen during the tribulation get set up now. If we're seeing those things being set up now, that must mean that we are super close to it actually happening. Going back to God saying that he uses the sun, moon, and stars to show us signs, and then Jesus saying that the signs of his coming will be like a woman in labor. Well, this information leading us back to Exodus 1:19, explaining that the Hebrew women have labor fast, so it's interesting to me. Could we be on the brink of the rapture and the tribulation? I don't know exactly when it will happen, but Jesus did tell us that we would know the season, and I do believe that we have been in that season for the past few years and are pushing closer and closer to it. So what do you do with all this information? It's no secret that this world has gone mad, and everyone knows that there's something happening behind the scenes that feels really uncomfortable. If you have that feeling, you are right. There is a major push for things to happen that were predicted to happen over 2,000 years ago. That's back to the predictions I was talking about. Most people seek their understanding in the wrong place, though. They look to the news and the world to guide them. However, these sources will only bring more questions, not answers. It causes people to live in fear, anxiety, and depression. However, Jesus didn't want us to live that way. He gave us the information so that we would know what is happening when we see these things. And when we see these things, the first piece of living in his knowledge is accepting that God sent his son Jesus to die for our sins, and on the third day, Jesus rose from the grave and conquered death. The second piece is to repent to God of your sins and turn away from your sins. Most churches only teach how God loves you, but don't teach repentance anymore, and that is a huge part of your faith. Jesus said that there will be many who come to him and say, Lord, Lord, I knew you, but because they didn't repent of their sins and seek Jesus' ways instead of their own, he will reply, get away from me, I never knew you. We cannot just live however we want without any consequences. Even little children understand this concept, but it has been lost on most adults. This is why Nineveh was going to see destruction, because they were a self-serving, sinful nation, just like America is today. But you can change your heart and lead your homes to do the same. Third, pray for wisdom in these areas. I know this has been incredibly deep, but just like Proverbs 25:2 says, it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. This sign in the sky will be right over your head in just a few weeks. Will you have the eyes to see what it really means? And here we have the different.
Pretty deep, eh?
Yeah, that's intense.
It is. It is. And what do you mean you refreshed in the live stream? Is no more work? Yeah. This is the thing is, whether you believe in God or you believe in Jesus or not, that's totally up to each person individually, how you connect with the Creator. Okay. And we've heard many examples about how one does lead to the other, and one is the latter to the, I understand the middleman concept, but at the same time is that if he came from him to begin with, he's not really the middleman. He's a piece of himself that came to give us the opportunity to restore our relationship with him, and in doing so, basically started a whole bunch of more wars, so we have to look at this rationally. Okay. And, and the big thing is pray about it. Pray about it. if you're questioning things or feel things different, then pray about it. That's where your answers are going to come from. You know, there's been times in my life that I'll just like open the Bible to any page, just to any page, and I'll start reading, and generally I'll find the answer to the question that I have in that moment. But this is a little bit deeper than that, it's a little bit deeper because, some people have a hard time believing in Christ, they really do, because of the fact of the fact that the scriptures were written by man. Okay. But again, like Paul Harvey was saying, inspired by God, but they were written by man. Follow your heart where it's concerned. Now, but also understand at the same time that I tell you to follow your heart, that understand that your heart can deceive you the same way that your mind deceives you. Okay. You remember that one person that you dated in your life that you thought you were happy, you thought everything was going to be great and golden, and then all of a sudden you discovered a different person there and you got away from it. Okay. The heart can be as deceiving as the mind, and Jesus said, all he wants is your heart. That's it. He just wants your heart, that he wants you to love the Creator is what he kept saying. He says, honor the Father, honor the Creator. It's pretty simple. So we honor him. Everything else will fall into place for you. It's and go from there. It's I actually have a new scriptures book that was sent to me from Dean, friend. He's also in chat, and I just opened up his book called The Scriptures, the Holy Scriptures, and I'm just starting to get into that now. A little bit of difference between that book and the other books, and the Geneva Bible of 1533, and 1560 are a lot different than what you see in the King James Version. And if I knew the Hebrew language, I'd go back to the original book and I'd start all over again. It's an ever evolving quest for the connection, and to understand where deception has been inserted onto paper, to dissuade, and we were warned that in the end days that there would be a great falling away. Okay. But Christ isn't going to come until all are what? Holy. It says that there in the book of Revelations. Christ's not going to come until all are holy. So it's, we're a long ways from that. We're a long ways from that. Maybe we might be closer because of this eclipse. Okay. Now, say for instance, we take the story of Jonah and how he spent 3 days in the whale. He was what in the whale? He was in darkness. Okay. He was in darkness for 3 days. Okay. Yep. Now we're hearing some people predicting that this eclipse is not going to be just a 4-minute long eclipse, that it's going to last for 3 days. So this is what I will tell you is if this eclipse lasts for 3 days, you better be praying. You better be praying.
Hawk, I think this would be a great segue into a video I shared with you a while back that rocked your world. What do you think? Because I think we really need to see the whole picture, especially as it relates to the stars and the planets
And the
and
sun.
how and the sun. And you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. I actually started to play that one day and I ended up losing, I think it was 19. I think I lost channel 19 or 17 from playing that.
Really? It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, it might be because of copyright from the person on YouTube. It's a good possibility of it.
Well, the person that has it on YouTube,
got it from somebody else.
Yeah, it isn't Peter Joseph, the creator of it.
Yeah.
Is it possible something else tanked your channel on that particular day?
You never know. I probably dropped one too many F-bombs and somebody probably complained about it, so I don't know. It's it was that wasn't a curse word back in Jesus's day, okay? Because the word hadn't even been invented yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, when I drop F-bombs and people are like, oh, God, wouldn't like that. It's like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what God likes and what God doesn't like. And he never mentioned that word. It's like, just get over it. Get over yourself and get over your childish programming that has been programmed into us since the beginning of time. Yeah, but
how long is that video?
Well, the part that I want to show is 28 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That'll give me time to go up and get my mail and everything. So
great. I think, and I just want to preface what I'm about to share with everybody. I want to kind of set the stage for this. I have not shared this. I have shared this with my audience that this was the movie that began my awakening. And I would just invite you all to check your coat. Hold on. I'm looking for that one. Just imagine that you're coming in out of the cold and you've got a big heavy coat on and you're coming into the Sned Shed, the Hawk's Nest, and you're not going to need your coat because it's nice and cozy in here. But before you take your coat off, imagine that it has all of your preconceived notions and your unconscious bias and all of your programming indoctrination that has been funneled to you, shoved upon you, shoved down your throat your entire life. And imagine all that wrapped up in this big heavy coat. And just take off that coat, check it at the coat check, and grab your claim ticket and come on in to download some new information. Now, I'm going to tell you right now that what I'm about to show you is going to challenge a great many things that you feel to be true, or that you have been taught to be true, or even that you have experienced yourself. But all I'm asking you to do is to open your mind to the possibility that what we have been taught and what we have been told, just like everything else that we've had to humble ourselves before our God and say, I know nothing. I thought I knew. I don't know anything. And just humble ourselves in such a way that we literally are able to be open to something that we had not before considered. So check your coat. It's safe there. You got the claim ticket. It's all safe there. You don't need to make any major decisions in the next half hour. And decide if you know what you're going to get on the way out. when you're done, but you can grab your coat on the way out. So I'm going to play this for you now. And I have to bring it over to Brave. No, that's not what I wanted. And just, okay. The only thing that I would be concerned about, Hawk, is the that it's possible that it's not the movie that's getting the copyright strike, but some of the things in the movie, in the sense that George Carlin's been used in the movie, but I know Kelly, and I don't think she has copywritten his stuff because he's all over YouTube. Jordan Maxwell is on it. Maybe the music, I'm not sure, but I just want to put that out there that I could just do this on Rumble and X, and we could drop off YouTube. We could get people off YouTube over to X and Facebook.
That actually might not be a bad idea.
We've got about a little over 2,000 people with us right now across Rumble.
Just go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead and go with it then. Trying to get everybody over there, get everybody back together if we close one down. Yeah, just go ahead and run with it.
Okay.
Just music wise, if he's not talking while the music's going, then try and
Well, the music I think has all been fine just because it's in this movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, let me pull this up. Okay, here we go, folks. Hawk and I are gonna step out here and let you just enjoy the next half hour of this. Just have an open mind and let's come back and have a conversation about this. Okay, let's just commit ourselves to not running away from information and not necessarily buying into the information, but being able to entertain information without taking it on. Okay, and here we go. Without further ado, my friends, let me bring up the screen. And
the more you begin to investigate what we think we understand, where we came from, what we think we're doing, the more you begin to see we've been lied to. We've been lied to by every institution. What makes you think for 1 minute that the religious institution is the only one that's never been touched? The religious institutions of this world are at the bottom of the dirt. The religious institutions in this world are put there by the same people who gave you your government, your corrupt education, who set up your international banking cartels, because our masters don't give a damn about you or your family. All they care about is what they have always cared about, and that's controlling the whole damn world. We have been misled away from the true and divine presence in the universe that men have called God. I don't know what God is, but I know what he isn't. And unless and until you are prepared to look at the whole truth, and wherever it may go, whoever it may lead to, if you want to look the other way, or if you want to play favorites, then somewhere along the line, you're going to find out you're messing with divine justice. The more you educate yourself, the more you understand where things come from, the more obvious things become, and you begin to see lies everywhere. You have to know the truth and seek the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Because I got to tell you the truth, folks. I got to tell you the truth. When it comes to bullshit, big time, major league bullshit, you have to stand in awe of the all-time champion of false promises and exaggerated claims, religion. Think about it. Religion has actually convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of every day. And the invisible man has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do. And if you do any of these 10 things, he has a special place full of fire and smoke and burning and torture and anguish where he will send you to live and suffer and burn and choke and scream and cry forever and ever till the end of time. But he loves you. He loves you. He loves you and he needs money. He always needs money. He's all powerful, all perfect, all knowing, and all wise. Somehow just can't handle money. Religion takes in billions of dollars, they pay no taxes, and they always need a little more. Now, you talk about a good bullshit story. Holy shit.
This is the sun. As far back as 10,000 BC, history is abundant with carvings and writings reflecting people's respect and adoration for this object. And it is simple to understand why, as every morning the sun would rise, bringing vision, warmth, and security, saving man from the cold, blind, predator-filled darkness of night. Without it, the cultures understood the crops would not grow and life on the planet would not survive. These realities made the sun the most adorned object of all time. Likewise, they were also very aware of the stars. The tracking of the stars allowed them to recognize and anticipate events which occurred over long periods of time, such as eclipses and full moons. They in turn cataloged celestial groups into what we know today as constellations. This is the cross of the zodiac, one of the oldest conceptual images in human history. It reflects the sun as it figuratively passes through the 12 major constellations over the course of a year. It also reflects the 12 months of the year, the 4 seasons, and the solstices and equinoxes. The term zodiac relates to the fact that constellations were anthropomorphized or personified as figures or animals. In other words, the early civilizations did not just follow the sun and stars, they personified them with elaborate myths involving their movements and relationships. The sun, with its life-giving and saving qualities, was personified as a representative of the unseen creator or God, God's Son, the light of the world, the savior of humankind. Likewise, the 12 constellations represented places of travel for God's Son, and were identified by names, usually representing elements of nature that happened during that period of time. For example, Aquarius, the water bearer, who brings the spring rains. This is Horus. He is the sun god of Egypt of around 3000 BC. He is the sun anthropomorphized, and his life is a series of allegorical myths involving the sun's movement in the sky. From the ancient hieroglyphics in Egypt, we know much about the solar messiah. For instance, Horus, being the sun or the light, had an enemy known as Set, and Set was the personification of the darkness or night. And, metaphorically speaking, every morning Horus would win the battle against Set, while in the evening Set would conquer Horus and send him into the underworld. It is important to note that dark versus light, or good versus evil, is one of the most ubiquitous mythological dualities ever known, and is still expressed on many levels to this day. Broadly speaking, the story of Horus is as follows. Horus was born on December 25th of the Virgin Isis Mary. His birth was accompanied by a star in the east, which, in turn, 3 kings followed to locate and adorn the newborn Savior. At the age of 12, he was a prodigal child teacher, and at the age of 30, he was baptized by a figure known as Anup, and thus began his ministry. Horus had 12 disciples he traveled about with, performing miracles such as healing the sick and walking on water. Horus was known by many gestural names such as the Truth, the Light, God's Anointed Son, the Good Shepherd, the Lamb of God, and many others. After being betrayed by Typhon, Horus was crucified, buried for 3 days, and thus resurrected. These attributes of Horus, whether original or not, seem to permeate many cultures of the world, for many other gods are found to have the same general mythological structure. Attis of Phrygia, born of the Virgin Nana on December 25th, crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected. Krishna of India, born of the Virgin Devaki, with a star in the east signaling his coming. He performed miracles with his disciples, and, upon his death, was resurrected. Dionysius of Greece, born of a virgin on December 25th, was a traveling teacher who performed miracles such as turning water into wine. He was referred to as the King of Kings, God's only begotten Son, the Alpha and Omega, and many others. And, upon his death, he was resurrected. Mithra of Persia, born of a virgin on December 25th, he had 12 disciples and performed miracles, and upon his death was buried for 3 days and thus resurrected. He was also referred to as the Truth, the Light, and many others. Interestingly, the sacred day of worship of Mithra was Sunday. The fact of the matter is, there are numerous saviors from different periods from all over the world which subscribe to these general characteristics. The question remains, why these attributes? Why the virgin birth on December 25th? Why dead for 3 days and the inevitable resurrection? Why 12 disciples or followers? To find out, let's examine the most recent of the solar messiahs. Jesus Christ was born of the Virgin Mary on December 25th in Bethlehem. His birth was announced by a star in the east, which 3 kings or magi followed to locate and adorn the new Savior. He was a child teacher at 12, and at the age of 30 he was baptized by John the Baptist, and thus began his ministry. Jesus had 12 disciples, which he traveled about with, performing miracles such as healing the sick, walking on water, raising the dead. He was also known as the King of Kings, the Son of God, the Light of the World, the Alpha and Omega, the Lamb of God, and many, many others. After being betrayed by his disciple Judas and sold for 30 pieces of silver, he was crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected and ascended into heaven. First of all, the birth sequence is completely astrological. The star in the east is Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, which, on December 24th, aligns with the 3 brightest stars in Orion's belt. These 3 bright stars in Orion's belt are called today what they were called in ancient times, 3 kings. And the 3 kings and the brightest star, Sirius, all point to the place of the sunrise on December 25th. This is why the 3 kings follow the star in the east, in order to locate the sun.
Yeah, bud.
Yeah, it's the YouTube pulled us.
Are you serious?
Yep.
This is on YouTube.
Yeah, they pulled us.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Is that just a mark or is it a termination?
I don't know yet. I'm looking to find out now.
Well, I did drop the link to Rumble in the chat before I left. Somebody had asked for that. So hopefully they can go over to the indoctrination on Rumble. And they should be able to find us on X. Here's a question. Can you watch video on X if you're not logged in?
I was able to follow the link to X.
That doesn't make any sense, man. Why they would pull that like that?
It says stream unavailable, stream suspended for policy violations. And watching to see if now that we got it paused, if it's going to come back up.
Okay.
Because they'll do that for like copyright. But yeah, so either somebody in chat complained or they got us for a copyright there. One or the other. Let's see.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I kind of knew that was going to. Get out of the trash. Oh, okay, so we're back on there, but I wouldn't play it if they're going to be like that. So, okay, so those of you on YouTube, yeah, that's me echoing. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop them the link for yeah. Basically, it's like this, people. Okay. I get one more comment that says, well, you know, because you're talking about God, then you know, it's karma for this happening. I get one more person who says that, I'll fucking leave YouTube, and that's it. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Every one of you know me better than that. Okay. Every one of you know me better than that.
And what are they saying in the chat?
You know, somebody made a comment in regards to, you know, it's well, you shouldn't talk about gods like that, and that's the reason that happened. No, it's I got a freaking copyright. Okay, is basically what it is. I got a copyright.
That's a dumb fuck comment.
Okay, it's I'm tired of shit like that. You know, I had one the other day. It was one person says to me or says it in chat when I wasn't sitting at the desk. Okay, that I would. My little generator ran out of gas. I didn't realize it until later, but I ran out and I just turned on another generator, plugged it in, and I'm back. You know, but obviously they do not want us playing this on YouTube. Okay, so if you want to see it, okay, now it was still playing on Facebook. Is that correct? Facebook people, let me know if it was still playing. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it was still playing on Facebook. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop the link for Rumble. Okay. Or you can go to the X channels. Okay. And listen, I'm going to drop the actual link for the video. Even if you don't have an X account, that's not going to matter. Okay. You will be able to go and watch it there without a hiccup. Okay, so just give me a second to get to my page so I can pull up the link. Where is it? Come on, I know you're here somewhere.
And just I want to just comment on YouTube for a second and Facebook. Folks, what are you still doing there? Every single one of you that is viewing from YouTube or Facebook, please know that you are supporting those platforms. Like literally, even if the only thing you did on Facebook was left Facebook to watch on X, on Hawks X, or my X, or Rumble, my Rumble, if that's the only thing you did during the show, do you realize you're taking a chunk out of YouTube?
Okay, so here is a direct link to the X video. Now, if you click that link, it's going to bring you directly to there. You don't. I don't think you have to have an account in order to see it, because we're not using Spaces. We're just using them as a platform to cast to. And there is chat there. Okay, there is chat there. Okay. That's Dave's X channel. Mine I can't find. I don't know what happened to mine. I don't know why it's not, because normally it would come up and say live on X, but it's not coming up as live on X right now for me. However, it's still checked. Oh, there it is. I finally found it. Okay, and here's mine here. Okay, and the Rumble is the direct link to this video is, and here is the Rumble. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and shut down YouTube and for right now while we're doing this, and we may come back to it. So if you want to see it, follow us over there and we'll continue. All right. Sorry, YouTube. But yeah, we're not going to let you keep censoring me like this. I'm just not going to. Yeah. It's not gonna. All right, here we go.
All right, here we go.